This is Awakening of the Pack, Book 4 of the Other Wolf series, by Heather G. Harris, narrated by Elise Gibbs. If you'd like to hear about Heather's latest gossip, new releases and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. Chapter 1. The body had its throat ripped out. I'd done my fair share of throat ripping during the last few days, so I recognized a wolf's handiwork when I saw it. I exchanged a meaningful glance with Greg. This was not good. The last thing I needed with the werewolf council on my land was a dead body. "You can go," I said to Thea and Archie. Greg and I couldn't talk freely with the witnesses present. Thea was trembling in Archie's arms. Finding a corpse hadn't exactly been in their plans for a romantic stroll. The poor girl was wearing a pretty dress. Even though she was white-faced and shaking, she still looked beautiful. She clearly made an effort for her rendezvous with Archie. Evidently things were heating up between them, though perhaps not so much right at this moment. Archie was looking a little resigned. I guess finding a cadaver was a whole new level of cock-blocking. "Come on," he murmured softly to Thea. "Let's get you a nice cup of chamomile tea." Aries snuffled at Thea, blowing warm air into her face. A tremulous smile appeared, and she stroked the deadly unicorn's soft nose. "I'm okay, Aries," she reassured him. He gave her another nuzzle, then a distinct push towards the mansion, before fixing Archie with a red-eyed glare. Archie glared back. "Course I'm going to look after her, you overgrown donkey." Aries snorted. Thea and Archie walked away, his arm still around her shivering shoulders. She was in shock. She'd already been through so much with her brother Ace's death and her other brother Beckett's manipulation, and I hated that she was being exposed to more violence here where she should feel safe. I waited until they were out of earshot before I spoke again. "This is less than ideal," I sighed. "Not the best," Greg agreed. I looked down at the body and recognized the paling skin. It's Scott Larsden. "Someone's cleaning house." His tone was grim. Scott Larsden was the council member who'd video-called us after Ace Frost's death. He'd questioned us intensively, but in the end, he'd grudgingly cleared us of any wrongdoing. Incorrectly, of course, since I had indeed killed the bastard. Fortunately, my deadly unicorn Aries had eaten the corpse, and there'd been no evidence to suggest we were responsible. Later, we'd found a USB drive full of blackmail material, and the contents had told us that Scott had been a very naughty boy. One of the first acts I'd planned as queen had been to make an example of him, but some rude prick had beaten me to it. Aries was snuffling at the corpse optimistically. "No," I said firmly. "You can't eat him. We don't know where he's been. Plus, there are too many strangers here. We can't have Larsden disappear too. People would start thinking there were dark goings-on in the home county's pack. And we couldn't have that, even if it was true." "We only kill our enemies," Esme huffed in my mind. "If they'd respect us properly, we wouldn't need to show them our trousers and smiles." I laughed despite myself. "Show them that we're not all mouth and no trousers," I corrected, snickering aloud. Greg shot me a knowing look. "Esme, she's hilarious. Not on purpose, but even so." "I'm often intentionally entertaining," she argued. Sure she was. In my head, I gave her a pat. I stared at the body. This was going to be a nightmare. Larsden had been killed before I'd had the chance to lay any crimes at his door, and even more importantly, before I could find out whom his buddies were. Larsden had been a part of a black tourney, an illegal underground fight club. The participants hadn't always been willing, and they'd often had to battle to their deaths. There'd been evidence that details of lone wolves had been passed on to Ghost, the griffin who'd organized and directed the tourneys, and the USB drive confirmed that it was Scott Larsden who'd passed on those details. A number of deaths could be laid at his door, including that of Elena's brother, Jackson. I'd asked Elena to use her journalistic skills to investigate Larsden, and now Larsden was dead. It felt too much like a coincidence. I murmured my suspicions aloud. Elena.
Well, it's possible, Greg agreed. She knows there are no cameras out here.
After the murder of Mark Oates and a subsequent attack on Archie, we'd installed a ton of cameras inside and around the mansion, but there was nothing this far out in the grounds. Someone had known that when they killed Larsden here amongst the roses. I knelt down and lifted up Larsden's hands to examine them. No defensive wounds, I noted.
He trusted his killer and they sucker-punched him?
I considered that. If he was right, well, that makes it more likely it was a fellow Black Tawny organizer who killed him, rather than Elena. I stood up. Lord Samuel's note to me said he suspected council members Aitken and Ramsay, so I suppose that gives us a starting point. I bit my thumb. I could call Voltaire and ask him to share information about what he found on the other USB drives. Greg snorted.
Peters, you used your piping skills to control him.
To save him from a black witch, I protested.
Do you think he cares about that?
Well, he should.
You controlled him. His whole purpose as a Red Guard is to bring down necromantic witches because they can control vampires. Then you swanned in and took away his free will just like that.
He clicked his fingers.
No, Luce, he's not going to share anything with you. Besides, I think you give Voltaire too much credit. The USB drives were encrypted to the nth degree, and even Fritz had a hard job getting into the one I took.
I grimaced. Okay, so Voltaire's probably not going to be best buds with me. Do you think he's going to be an issue?
I don't know,
Greg admitted slowly.
He vowed that no vampire would harm you or your pack, and that includes him. But if he could get a third party to harm you without him being directly involved...
He trailed off.
We'll heighten security.
It was my turn to snort. Greg, we haven't come down from DEFCON 1 since meeting Beckett Frost in the forest.
It's been an intense few days, Greg agreed. But we can do more.
He frowned.
I'm still not happy about our skies. We have cameras on the roof now, but I'm used to a dragon guarding us from above as well.
I doubt Emery has a spare dragon right now. A chirping noise caught my attention and sparked a thought. Krieg, the High King of the Ogres, had his murder of crows around him, so why couldn't I have the same? I reached out with my piping senses to find some of the larger birds, but to my chagrin, I only encountered one corvid. When my mind touched his, I felt his surprise, but no alarm. Second-hand curiosity filled me. I pictured the mansion, its roof, then a bird's nest on top of it. Home, I sent. I felt humour from the bird, then it disconnected from me. Damn it. Well, that was an abject failure, I grumbled. Greg raised an eyebrow in question. I tried to pipe a bird. It was a crow or maybe a raven. They're smart. I thought I'd do Krieg's trick and get some of them on our side. He looked thoughtful.
That's actually not a bad idea, but it might take a little more work since I'm guessing you're unwilling to subsume the bird's rights.
You assume correctly, I said primly. Enough of that for now. What are we going to do with him? I towed the corpse.
Let Ares eat him?
Greg suggested, only half joking. Ares wickered loudly, fully on board with that plan. I sighed. No, we're going to have to get to the bottom of this. Even if Larsden was a grade A arsehole, we can't just let people kill our werewolves willy-nilly.
I'm not suggesting that we do, but if Larsden's body goes missing, his murderer won't know that we've found it and might not realise we're on the case.
Ares' red eyes lit up hopefully, as I considered Greg's point. No, I repeated finally. Let's take him in for the council to deal with. Nothing says welcome to the home county's pack like having to deal with a human carcass. I took out my phone and snapped a few photographs of the scene for posterity, then peeled off my clothes and shifted onto 4. Pleasure rippled over Esme and me as we donned fur. The world drained of colour, but our sense of smell strengthened. The scents on the ground were many and varied. That of Ares was strong, and the defecation from the body overwhelmed us for a second. Esme started filing the various smells away, examining them and ignoring them, She snuffled at the ground, and the perfume of the pack filled her nose. Because of all the disruption the battle had caused, and the uncertainty about some of the Devon pack joining us, Liam had recently led a small hunt on our grounds, so the fresh odour of our wolves was everywhere. We persevered, trotting this way and that, as we tried to ferret out a scent that didn't belong, but we couldn't find a thing. I noted, though, that Elena's scent was nearby. And then again, so was everybody else's. Defeated, we shifted back onto 2. Greg passed me my clothes, and I dressed quickly.
Anything?
He asked. But he already knew the answer from my face. Nothing but the scent of our pack.
The murderer could have used a scent-masking potion, he suggested.
Maybe, or our initial thoughts about Elena might actually have some legs, I said grimly.
How do thoughts have legs?
Esme huffed. It means that the idea has merit.
Then why don't you just say that? You humans must complicate everything. What have you got against simple and straightforward?
I grinned at her. Simple and straightforward are boring. Her tone brightened.
Well, lucky for you, we have a body, and those rarely lead to boring things.
My gut nodded. She was right. There were turbulent times ahead, and they couldn't have come at a worse time. Chapter 2. Greg shouldered the body and carried it into the pack living room. The huge space fell silent as he dumped it, somewhat dramatically, on the floor. Greg, I chastened, not on the carpet. You know it'll stain, and we don't have Mrs. Dawes to remove the marks. He grunted, obligingly lifted the body again, and plonked it effortlessly on the table. I resisted the urge to point out that we ate there. Someone killed Larsden, I said into the shocked silence. Does anyone want to own up? We won't be mad if you tell the truth, I said in a sing-song voice, parroting a parroting line used the world over. Nobody moved. There were no tears, wails, or gnashing of teeth, even amongst the council members. I looked at them sitting primly together, a united front against me. They were exchanging glances, but nobody looked guilty or upset. I casually swept my gaze around the rest of the room. David and Daniela were playing cards. Ethan, Archie, Elena, and Thea were sitting together, the latter nursing a cup of tea. The 2 women shrank a little under my gaze. Thea was the most shrinking violet I'd ever met, but Elena wasn't, and my radar beeped a little louder. I turned to Andrew Kearns, the man who acted as a spokesman for the council. What do you want to do with the body?
I'll make arrangements to return it to his pack, he said coolly.
Excellent, and which pack was that?
Larsden was the second in the Cheshire pack.
The Cheshire pack were Jimmy Rain's crew. The last time I'd encountered Rain, he'd been fighting my alpha. He had cheated and coated his claws with a foul poison to slowly kill Lord Samuel, even as they fought. Rain had limped off the battlefield certain of his victory over Lord Samuel, but, at Lord Samuel's behest, Esme had sliced his throat. And now, his second had been killed on my watch. Things weren't about to get turbulent. They were about to get downright dicey. Kearns approached me and dropped his voice, so it wouldn't be overheard.
This doesn't look good, my queen.
No shit. I didn't say that aloud, but it took an effort. Queens don't say shit, they say excrement or some such shit. My new title came with responsibility, and a fancier vocabulary.
I advise you find the killer and dispose of them swiftly, he continued. We wouldn't want anyone to perceive you as weak or incompetent. Another death on your lands? Well,
even an idiot couldn't miss the threat in his words, and I was no idiot. I gave him a tight smile, hoping he saw the edge in it. How fickle would they be to bow to me one day and think me weak the next? Only a fool would be so unwise.
Indeed, he murmured. Indeed, but few have claimed that werewolves are wise. We are a hot-headed species where only the strong flourish.
Luckily, I am the strongest of all, I said, with the calm confidence my mother had imbued in me from a very early age. I will make my investigations, and I will find the culprit.
And then?
Kearns pressed. And then I will deal with them appropriately. I chose my words carefully, in case it was Elena who had murdered Larsden. He'd been no saint, and I wasn't going to promise his killer's death if the situation didn't warrant it. The motivation behind Larsden's death was important. If, as Kearns was implying, someone had killed him specifically to make me look bad, then I needed to take a firm stance. Anyone who tried to weaken me was my enemy, and my ex, James, had taught me a harsh lesson about leaving my enemies alive. Finley, the former lone wolf turned chef, burst into the room carrying a gargantuan tray of cookies. Noah followed him, similarly laden. Finley didn't bat an eyelid at a corpse on the table.
Can someone move that?
He asked impatiently, pointing with his foot. Kearns nodded at Hardin, one of the other counsellors, and the two of them carried off the body, hopefully to a car so someone could get trucking. Delivery for Mr. Rain. Yep, this was going to be absolutely fine. Elena grabbed some disinfectant spray and hastily wiped down the table before the men deposited cookies. No one wanted a side of death germs with their snack. When the table was clean and the cookies were down, the horde descended. Even the Devon pack started to come forward and take one each. They kept eyeing me, expecting me to lash out at any minute, and I guessed that dumping a dead body on the floor hadn't helped their fear of me. I grimaced internally. That was my mistake. I wasn't used to thinking about how my actions would affect such a traumatized pack. If I could, I'd revive Beckett Frost so I could kill him all over again. I hated how his pack flinched when they accidentally made eye contact with me. It was going to take a long while to build a healthier alpha pack relationship with them, but I was determined to do it. With all the guests staying at the mansion, the place felt overly full. My battle corps of 13 weren't willing to leave me with so many strangers in residence, so they were sleeping in guest quarters. The building was large, thank goodness, but even so, we were flirting with full capacity. I moved around the room casually asking questions, trying to determine if anyone had come in earlier, dripping with blood, for example. It didn't help that I didn't have a time of death to work with. There were downsides to not calling in the connection, the other world's version of the police. If I'd called in the body, no doubt Larsden would have been on his way to the pathologist by now, and my friend, Inspector Steve Marley, would have been opening a file. Instead, I just had me. But at least the connection weren't breathing down my neck. I had enough to be getting on with without adding that complication. The Werewolf Council had named me Queen, but apparently that was a nomination, and not a done deal. I had to travel to something called the Seat of Power and walk out with a crown. That didn't sound like a hard task, yet the way the council members exchanged awkward glances every time they said Seat of Power made me feel they weren't being fully open about the obstacles I would face. Even with the fresh aroma of cookies permeating the room, everyone was tense. The members of the Devon pack cast nervous glances my way every time I moved. They've been bitten too much, Esme muttered darkly. Yes, I agreed sorrowfully. They have. We will help them. We will show them what pack truly means. Yes, I agreed again. We will. Since my presence was making them feel awkward, it was time to leave. I nodded at Greg, indicating he should stay and mix, and went to my office. I paced around it for a moment, but Liam was at the security desk and I had no privacy. Give me 5, I ordered, feeling agitated. He nodded briskly.
Yes, my queen.
Oh, wonderful. The queen shit was catching. Chapter 3. As always when I felt stressed, I reached out to someone who had always been a safe harbour in a storm. I needed 5 minutes with my best friend, so I shoved the dead body out of my mind and focused on Jess and her problems. Lord knows she certainly had a doozy. When she answered, her tone was light and happy, and some of my concern about her situation eased. Maybe it wasn't that bad. Then I realized what she'd actually said. Hey, queen of the bitches. Son of a bitch. Even Jess was in on the queen crap. Now I'll have to explain to Esme why that is not an appropriate title. I grumped. It could not be more appropriate, though. I suppose we are queen of both males and females, and female wolves are more commonly called she-wolves, though I have heard the term bitch used often enough. Esme's tone was matter of fact. Queen of the bitches sounds fun. You like fun? I did a facepalm. As always, Esme and I did not agree on the definition of fun. Jess sniggered. Sorry, not sorry. How you doing? I'm okay. The mansion's overrun with snooty werewolves, I complained, thinking of Kearns and his passive-aggressive threats. And you're hiding in your office? She guessed accurately. Damn her and her radar. Jess was a truth-seeker and could always tell when people were lying, even down the phone. I'm not hiding. I am seeking solitude, I said, in my snottiest tone. Potato, tomato, she laughed. I sobered. Actually, I'm ringing to check on you. You and Emery flew off like bats out of hell, and I feel so responsible. I've made a complete mess of things for you. When Amber had lifted the curse from the gargoyles, they'd started to die. They'd needed a great magic to fill the void left by the curse. At my behest, Emery had used forbidden dragon magic to save them and make them brethren. It had been the right thing to do, but now Emery would face the consequences of my actions. The guilt was definitely there. Don't be silly, it'll be fine, Jess said. But her tone wouldn't have convinced anyone. She was lying through her teeth, and we both knew it. No doubt her internal lie detector had pinged. Have you told the court yet? I asked. I had no doubt that the Dragon Court's reaction wouldn't be all roses and kittens. About Emery making true brethren for the first time in centuries, and accidentally enslaving a whole race to his will? She asked lightly. Yeah. No, hasn't come up yet, she said cheerfully. Jess, I don't think this is something you can ignore. Emery broke dragon law. I whispered the last bit in case it was a secret. Werewolf hearing is sharp, and Liam wasn't that far away. We just need time to find some loopholes. Jess still sounded optimistic. You know me. I can always find a loophole. It'll be fine. And anyway, the wedding preparations are distracting everyone. I blinked. Shut the front door. The wedding preparations? Oh. She cleared her throat. I forgot to mention. We've set a date. I let out an ear-splitting shriek of excitement, and Liam burst in, gun raised. Greg had obviously been handing out weapons again. I hastily shooed him back out. He coloured, reholstered his gun, and left the room. In 2 months, Jess continued. In 2 months? The words exploded out of me. Are you kidding me? That's not enough time to plan a freaking wedding. Everyone needs a year, at least. I suddenly worried that she was using the wedding as a distraction. Maybe she didn't really want to marry Emery, but she was using it to save them both. It wasn't the worst reason for a marriage, but it wasn't the best one either. When you're rich, you can do a lot in 2 months. Hell, we could probably do a lot in 2 weeks if we really needed to. We're using the wedding to keep the court busy and occupied. Elizabeth is positively salivating over the guest list. I just need them to focus on that, then I can find a missing jewel for Emery and sort out this whole gargoyle situation. Situation isn't really the word for it. Emery turned the gargoyles human again, and then he bound them to himself. He has an adoring army at his command, a forbidden adoring army. Makes it sound bad when you say it like that, Jess muttered. Anyway, they're not human, they're something else. They have wings now, and besides, he saved their lives. If he hadn't made the gargoyles into true brethren, they would have all died. I know that you're preaching to the choir, but Greg told me that making true brethren has been outlawed for a good couple of centuries. Dragons have very long memories. You think immortality would make them forgetful, but they always remember the crap that you wish they'd let slide, she complained. I wasn't letting her derail me. There were important things to be discussed if she was getting married. That meant we were going to get our party on. Man, I really needed something to look forward to. So when do we get a hen do then? I asked, blatantly changing the subject. What do we do at a hen do? Esme asked. Do we get to hunt and eat hens? That is a tradition I could uphold, she added enthusiastically. I rubbed my forehead and muttered, No, you don't eat the hens. But we get to hunt them? She persisted. No hunting. What is the point of the hens, then? There are no hens. It's just a group of women gathering together to celebrate one of the women mating.
I do not know why you would promise me hen hunting and then take it away from me like that.
Esme's voice was sulky. I didn't. You know what? Never mind. Jess gave a little sigh. I don't know when exactly, but I promise it's on the cards. It'll be great. You and I will have a blast. It's not just going to be you and me, I scoffed. I'll organize it. It'll be amazing. You have other stuff on your plate. Don't you dare take this away from me, I snapped. I've been dreaming of this moment since we were 6 years old. I'm sure Amber will be up for it. Who else? There was a beat of silence while Jess thought. Hess? Hess? I was surprised. Did you guys make up? Jess's assistant, Hester, had played God by deleting a message that was meant for her vampire boyfriend, Nate. The message had been a plea for help from Jess. Nate had not been happy when he'd found out what she'd done, and he dumped her on the spot. For obvious reasons, Jess hadn't been thrilled with Hess either. It'd be hard not to after she got kidnapped and held hostage by the great fire chicken. I dare you to call the Phoenix that to her face, I sniggered. By all accounts, the Phoenix was hellish scary, and just a smidge insane. No. Okay, so Hess. Who else? Elvira and Summer? Jess suggested weakly. Oh, and maybe Emery's mum, Audrey? Now we're cooking. I jotted down the names and started daydreaming about the spreadsheet I could make later. Queen or not, I had not lost my addiction to spreadsheets. You could take the girl out of accountancy, but you couldn't take accountancy out of the girl. This'll be great. Leave it all to me. It's exactly what I need, something to look forward to. I best go and get stuck in. And, Jess? Yeah? I felt awkward, but I grabbed the bull by the horns. You're excited to marry Emery, right? This isn't political maneuvering to cover up the gargoyle thing and buy you time? When she replied, Jess's voice was warm and dreamy. I'm so excited to marry Emery. Nothing has ever felt more right. Great. So we're good? We're good, she agreed firmly. I love you, Luce. I love you too, Jess. Speak soon. I made kissy noises and hung up. It was only when I set down the phone that I realized I hadn't said anything about Larsden. The last time there'd been a murder, I'd rung Jess for advice and for her to calm me down. This time I hadn't even mentioned the body. Dead bodies were becoming par for the course. That didn't feel like a good thing. Chapter 4. How did it go? I asked Greg, as he held my body flush against his. Contentment filled me as his arm slipped around me. This, right here, was my happy place. In his arms I could forget everything the world was throwing at us. In a moment I'd make a concerted effort to do just that. But first I needed to hear what leads he'd run down. Any suspects? Greg pulled the duvet a little higher around us.
Hardin and Ramsey both apparently stepped out earlier, but so did David, Archie, Elena, and Thea.
Well, we know what Archie and Thea were doing. David was probably tending to his roses. That man is rose-obsessed. Elena, though. I grimaced. I really didn't want the killer to be from my pack because that complicated everything. Still, the odds weren't in my favour. Someone at the mansion had killed Larsden, and most of the residents were from my pack.
You're tense,
Greg murmured, as he stroked his hands down my body.
I think you need a recharge.
I went to Rosie's yesterday, I pointed out. After the council had arrived on my doorstep, the urge to flee had been pretty overwhelming. Plus, we'd been through a lot of shit. I'd retreated to Maxwell's Hall and some much-needed downtime with my family, whilst we all tried to process what we'd been through, and find a new way to be together. My birth family seemed to have assimilated the knowledge that I was their long-deceased relative with some ease, but I was still coming to terms with it. Helena visibly itched for me to call her Nonna, but I just wasn't there yet. Grateful as I was to have found them, it had left me with a harsh ache in my heart where my mum and dad should have been.
I don't mean that kind of a recharge, I meant an emotional one.
Greg hesitated.
I was thinking, it's Sunday tomorrow and your other mum, keeps inviting you to Sunday lunch. We should go. You don't need to tell your parents about us. I could sit outside and guard you from the car.
He hesitated,
Though, truthfully, with all that's going on, I'd much rather be by your side. I don't mind if you introduce me as a friend, though.
I stared at him. Hey, I'm not ashamed of you. I'd love to introduce you to my family. There just hasn't been the right moment.
He grinned, ruefully. I don't think such a moment exists. The other is chaotic.
You're not wrong. His idea had real merit. The last few days had been turbulent. I needed some grounding, and a cuddle with the mum and dad who'd adopted me seemed like a really good idea. I reached for my phone on my bedside table and texted, "Can I come to lunch tomorrow? I'll bring my boyfriend, Greg. Can Ben come too? I'd love to see you all. XXX." I turned back to Greg. Hey, so guess what?
What?
Emery and Jess are getting married in 2 months.
Shotgun wedding?
He asked, eyebrows raised. I snorted. No, she's not ready for kids. I think they're using it to distract everyone from the gargoyle thing. I get to organize her hen do. I pulled up the spreadsheet that I'd started on my phone and showed him the screen. Look at all those colors. God, I love a color-coordinated spreadsheet. He grinned.
Your pupils are dilated. I think I've been trying to turn you on all wrong.
He kissed my neck.
Time for some new tactics. How do you feel about me making you a PowerPoint presentation?
I pictured him in a suit, using a line graph whilst talking about the PAC's investments, and I let out a low moan. His grin widened, and the bed shook with his silent laughter. I rolled over so that I was straddling him and rocked my hips against his. His smile vanished. His laughter stopped, and his eyes darkened. Now you're talking, I purred. As I leaned down and kissed him, I felt his lips curve up against mine. Okay, so I have an extreme love of spreadsheets, but my heart is big. I can find some space for Greg.
I'll do some statistics to go with the presentation,
he murmured. I groaned. Keep talking.
I'll do a pie chart,
he promised, in a low, gravelly voice. I moaned and started to slide down his body. Time to reward him for good behavior. Who needed sleep, anyway? I awoke feeling refreshed and revitalized. Greg had been right. I'd needed a recharge. Our time together had kick-started my batteries, and a visit with my family would do the rest. Can we clean ourselves now? Esme asked eagerly. She loved a shower. Absolutely. Greg had rolled out of bed an hour earlier to relieve Tristan from his place at the security desk, so I could happily make the shower as hot as I wanted. I luxuriated in the heat rolling through my muscles, and Esme made happy noises in our head. I dried and dressed before carefully toning and moisturizing my face. Fresh-faced and dewy-eyed, I moseyed back into my bedroom to find a huge bacon baguette waiting for me, liberally doused with tomato ketchup, with a side of fried mushrooms. Yum. I devoured the breakfast of champions as well as the latte that was standing next to it. This was my superfuel. Screw avocados. Give me bacon any day of the week. I bounced down to my office and gave Greg a blinding smile. Morning.
Morning, sweetheart. I'm guessing from the grin that Finley dropped off your sandwich?
I didn't see him, but yep. Oh, he's a great chef. Everything tastes amazing. We should give him a raise. Hopefully that way he won't turn evil and try to kill us all.
Mrs. Dawes wasn't our fault,
he said firmly.
She was off her rocker before we even met her.
I know, but she hid it so well. I sighed. I hate that. I gave him a long kiss before I finally sat behind my desk. Any more thoughts on Larsden? I guess we should go through his room and see if he helpfully left any incriminating evidence. Greg frowned.
We should probably have done that last night.
I shrugged. Probably. But you started talking about pie charts, so... Besides, I'm an accountant and you're a soldier. Investigating crimes is Jess's thing.
We worked pretty well together last time,
he pointed out. Oh yeah, we're totally going to find the killer, I said with supreme confidence. But Jess would do it faster, with less bumbling.
We don't bumble, we mismanage. And of course Jess would do it faster. All she needs to do is walk around asking people if they killed the victim and wait for one of them to lie.
Yeah, that lie detector shit really is an unfair advantage. Come on, let's go and invade Larsden's privacy. Greg nodded.
Just let me find someone to cover the desk.
I rolled my eyes. We can leave it unattended for one little minute.
No. We can't, he said firmly. DEFCON 1, remember? The desk is always covered.
Fine if you must, but frankly, staring at the security feeds is like watching paint dry.
Even so.
He marched out and came back a moment later with Ethan in tow. Shoving him at the desk, he ordered,
"Watch the feeds."
Then he turned to me.
"Let's go."
I picked up the master key that opened all the guest rooms and checked to see which one Larsden had been in. "Elton's suite," I murmured. "First floor." Greg led the way, and I traipsed happily behind him, enjoying the view of his buns of steel as we trotted up a flight of stairs to get to the first floor. It was still early, and the place had a sleepy, restful feel. We moseyed along a wide corridor lined with a red carpet and with various ancestral paintings hanging on the walls. It was long and dark, and I almost tiptoed along it. I didn't want to wake any of my guests. It was too early to deal with Kearns or his lackeys. We paused outside Larsden's suite. We needn't have bothered with the key because the door was slightly ajar. Greg pushed it open and preceded me into the room. It was a god-awful mess. Fuck. I grimaced, filled with self-recrimination. Why hadn't I thought to come here last night? We had totally mismanaged the situation. It was an absolute balls-up, even worse, though we hadn't thought to search his rooms. Someone else clearly had. "This isn't him being a slob," I said. "Someone's tossed the damn room." Greg looked as vexed as I felt.
Question is, did they find what they were looking for?
Cushions were strewn about, clothes had been dumped on the floor, and Larsden's suitcase had been cut to pieces, presumably because the killer had been looking for hidden compartments. I snapped some pictures and then we got into it, tidying and straightening, as we looked for clues as to who had done this. After we'd had a good look around, I stripped and shifted onto 4 legs. Several scents permeated the room, the most notable being stale sweat and ejaculation. Esme sniffed the sheets closely. "Only the man's smell," she muttered. "He must have been masturbating alone," I noted.
"I do not understand. Why would he not just mate with someone?"
Masturbation wasn't a wolfish activity, and explaining it was really beyond my capabilities at that moment. Maybe he couldn't find someone to be his mate, I suggested lamely. The few times I'd met Scott Larsden, he'd actually come across as quite nice. But the USB drive had told me otherwise. That, and the fact that he'd been murdered. Generally, super nice people didn't get their throats ripped out. Not unless a crazy serial killer was on the loose. And that sort of random crime was incredibly rare. Larsden had pissed off someone enough to get himself killed. I thought again of Elena. I'd need to speak to her later, to look her in the eyes and ask her directly. She'd lost her brother because of the black tourneys, and she was nothing if not passionate about them getting shut down. She'd worked with Lord Samuel to do it the right way through the connection. Then she'd worked solo to do it the wrong way, after the connection had conducted a raid, and let almost everyone inside go scot-free. Esme and I sniffed around the room, but apart from ejaculate and sweat, there wasn't a single noteworthy odour. Either the person who tossed it had used a potion, or they dressed head to toe in a crime scene suit to keep their skin cells and hairs where they should be. I shifted back onto 2 legs and got dressed. "He jacked off last night," I said to Greg, "but there's no smell that suggests anyone else was present."
"Someone's masking their scent,"
Greg noted. "Did you find anything whilst I was sniffing around?"
"I found a laptop case, but no laptop."
I brightened. "Okay, so maybe we find that, and we find the killer."
"Here's hoping."
"Let's go back to our office and check the security feeds from last night."
"Great minds think alike."
He grinned at me. "And fools rarely differ." I parroted the other half of the phrase.
"I prefer to think that we are great minds."
I smirked. "So does every fool." We closed and locked the door and headed back to our office, hoping that the security feeds would shine some light on who had killed Scott Larsden. I really did hope it could be that easy. Chapter 5. It didn't take long to isolate footage of the right corridor, but it took far longer to find anything actually happening. even when we played the video at double time. A werewolf padded in after a run. Thea. I was relieved her and Sophie were doing so well with their shifts. They didn't come anywhere near Larsden's room. I was just concluding that a ghost must have broken in, when Greg suddenly leaned forward.
There.
I leaned in and watched as Nicholas Ramsay let himself into Larsden's room. He was in there more than half an hour, and when he came out, he had a laptop in his arms. As he carried it out of the mansion, we tracked him through the cameras to the gates. A car was idling in the road. Ramsay opened the door, chucked in the computer, spoke to someone for a moment, then shut the door. He shifted into his werewolf form and ran off. Now we were cooking. Excitement coiled through me. This might be the easiest murder to solve ever. Besides, I'd never liked Ramsay. Something about him had always seemed just a little off. He'd always looked at me coldly, and I'd assumed he was one of those men who didn't like the idea of having a queen. But maybe his dislike was personal. Maybe he didn't like me because I'd helped shut down his lucrative venture, the Black Tourney. Nicholas Ramsay, I said grimly. Well. Who's been a naughty boy? I guess we'd better see if he returned during the night. It was easier to go and knock on his door than to watch the screen to see when he'd walk through all the entrances to the mansion. Greg flicked the screens to live mode and cycled through the CCTV views.
There,
he said, as he pointed at the screen. Nicholas Ramsay was sitting in the packed common room, next to Philip Hardin. The room was still quiet, and I saw no reason not to confront him immediately. Everyone needed to learn that I wasn't backwards about coming forwards. Why would anyone travel in their chosen direction but lead with their rear? Your enemies would strike at you. It would be most foolish. Esme's tone was heavy with disapproval. It would indeed. Let us hope our enemies are foolish.
Of course they are,
she sniffed.
Otherwise they wouldn't be our enemies.
I loved how black and white Esme saw things. Perhaps it was a result of literally only seeing black and white. A wolf's vision had only very limited colour, mostly blue and yellow. Everything else was 50 shades of grey. Good morning, I said pleasantly to the two men when we entered the room.
My queen?
Hardin inclined his head respectfully. Ramsay did not utter the honorific, but gave me a polite nod. Lucky me. I fixed him with a look. So, did you kill Larsden? He blinked, and his mouth fell open slightly.
Course not,
he protested. Ah, I said, as if I understood. You just broke into his rooms when he was already dead? Ramsay's jaw dropped completely for a beat, before he surged to his feet.
I don't have to listen to these accusations.
The fun thing is that you kind of do.
Sit,
I snarled, and gave his chest a firm push. He balked but sat. I have cameras all over the property, I continued. So when I was asking you about the break-in, I wasn't really asking. I have you on video. You look really good on the small screen.
You don't understand.
His tongue darted out to wet his lips, and he suddenly looked scared. I think I do. You sold Larsden's laptop to help hide his involvement in the Black Tourneys, presumably because you were also involved. Hardin was staring at him, aghast.
Nicholas, is this true?
Ramsay flicked his eyes to him, clearly dismissing him as unimportant, and glared at me. His hands opened and closed into fists.
You stupid little girl. The Domini hate loose ends. You've signed my death warrant.
We can sign it fast if he calls us stupid again. Esme growled. She was urging us to shift and teach the rude man a lesson. Hardin glared at Ramsay for his disrespect, then reached over and shoved his shoulder. Hardin was growing on me.
Watch yourself,
Greg murmured to Ramsay.
I'll kill you myself if you disrespect our queen again.
I never thought I'd miss the days when Greg called me Alpha.
It's time for you to do the right thing,
Hardin said darkly.
Tell us the truth, Nick.
Ramsay looked at him for a long moment, as if he was going to say something, then shook his head and swallowed hard. He clenched his jaw hard. Moments later, he gave a gurgled gasp as his body seized up. His chest wheezed as he tried to pull in air, but his lungs weren't obeying, and the noise got louder as he clawed at his throat. Foam frothed around his mouth, White spittle poured from his thin lips, and his eyes rolled back in his head. Oh shit. He hadn't been kidding about the Domini killing him. Fuck. How had they reached him? A spell? A rune? Greg leapt into action. He tried to loosen a collar around Ramsay's neck, but it was some kind of poison or spell that was killing him, not tight clothing. We didn't have a witch on hand to save him, and anyway, it was all over in a moment. Ramsay gave a last pained gasp as his lungs stopped working, then slumped over like a man who'd lost his skeleton. Greg leaned forward and checked his pulse, but we all knew it was a done deal. Nicholas Ramsay was dead. Nicholas Ramsay was dead, killed by whoever or whatever the Domini were. The question now was, had they been involved in Larsden's death too? Well, I said brightly, turns out he wasn't wrong about the death warrant thing. Greg pried open Ramsay's mouth.
Cracked back tooth on the right.
I stared at him. Was he saying what I thought he was saying? He killed himself, with poison in his tooth. Who the fuck has poison in his teeth ready for an interrogation?
Bad people,
Greg said grimly.
People with things to hide,
Hardin added darkly.
And things to fear.
I sighed. He just needed to come up with some BS about why he needed the laptop. He could have told me it had nude photos of him on it, then spirited himself away, but no. He killed himself. What an idiot. What did he say before that? The Domini don't like loose ends. Who the fuck are the Domini? Hardin shook his head.
They're not real, they're like the bogeyman. They're a scary story to tell little kids. Listen to the Alpha or the Domini will get you.
I stared at the second corpse I'd seen in as many days. Ramsay apparently thought otherwise, I said dryly. Hardin grimaced.
Ramsay willingly ingested poison and he knew he was dying. He could have been trying to throw us off the scent of his real employer. The Domini are children's tales. Nothing more.
Maybe, I conceded. It was nice to hear Hardin use the word us. He hadn't seemed like he was on Team Queen before, but all it took was a few dead bodies and he was obviously warming to me. Nothing like a bit of death for some positive team building. Where's Ramsay from? I asked Hardin. Which pack?
He's Merseyside.
I wondered if it was a coincidence that he was part of the neighbouring pack to Larsden. I didn't like coincidences. Lord Samuel had named another wolf as suspect, Aitken. We need to check out his pack, discreetly, and make sure his teeth weren't filled with poison before we did any more interrogations. To be honest, though, if my enemies wanted to kill themselves and each other, it made things a little easier for me. Maybe I could sit back and look pretty while they all destroyed themselves. Here's hoping. But looking at the crumpled corpse, it was hard to see this as anything but an error on my part. I'd mishandled the situation. Another man was dead, and once again, he died before I could get any information about his co-conspirators. I couldn't help feeling that I was screwing up royally. If my enemy's sole aim was to make me look like a screw-up, then objective achieved. This day was not looking up. Knowing my luck, Mum would even burn the Yorkshire puddings. Chapter 6. So, Mum said as she passed Greg some broccoli, what do you do? He smiled.
I run security at the mansion that Lucy manages.
Oh. She sounded faintly disapproving. A workplace romance. She frowned slightly at me. Lucy, is that wise?
Mum?
Ben chastened. He turned to Greg.
Ignore her,
he said as he glared at Mum. Leave the poor bloke alone. Mum sniffed. If you can't cope with one overly protective mother, he must be terrible at running security. He's brilliant at his job and he can absolutely handle you, I teased. I winked at Greg and his grin broadened.
I can,
he agreed amiably, taking the glass dish of carrots that my father was offering him. He piled some on his plate, then passed it to me. At least you have a healthy appetite, Mum murmured approvingly. Greg smiled at her.
I understand your concerns, but I can assure you that Lucy and I can keep our personal and professional lives separate, when necessary.
That was completely true, even though it was a tricksy sentence. We could keep our personal and professional lives separate, but it was never necessary. They were intertwined tighter than a DNA helix. Greg continued.
We always discuss things in a healthy way.
Mum nodded slowly. I could see that she appreciated the upfront way he was discussing her concerns, rather than ignoring them or sweeping them under the rug. Ben looked anxiously towards the front door. What's up? I asked him.
My partner is supposed to be joining us.
I brightened. My brother was pansexual. For him, the term partner was a deliberately vague choice, because he fell in love with the person, rather than a gender. I never knew who he'd bring home. Is your current partner male, female, or non-binary? I asked nosily.
Well, she's a woman. A very late woman.
He sighed.
She's always a little late, so I told her to be here half an hour earlier than planned. Even then she's late.
He groused.
Dig in. She wouldn't want the food to get cold.
What's her name? I asked.
Pollyanna.
My brother's frown dropped away as he spoke her name, and a soft smile crept onto his face. Oh, my big brother was in love. The doorbell rang.
I'll get it.
He knocked his chair over in his haste to get up. My dad righted the chair as he watched Ben pelt out of the room.
To be young and in love,
he murmured. My mum gave him a shove. To be old and in love, she twinkled, and he smiled back. They had a moment together, and their affection was so palpable it drew tears to my eyes. I shoved broccoli in my mouth. You couldn't chew and cry, right? I was so damn lucky to be raised by them. The thought gave me a prickle of guilt. My biological parents had to die so that I could be adopted. And of course I wished that hadn't happened. But I've been blessed in my adoptive parents. I felt so mixed up. In some ways it had been easier when I hadn't known the truth about my birth parents, and I could imagine any scenario I wanted. Most often I painted them in a negative light to cope with their apparent rejection. But that couldn't have been further from the truth. The photos Jess had found of my life with them portrayed a warm, loving unit, and I wish to hell I could remember them. Damn Alessandro and his interfering mind wipe. He'd stolen my memories of my parents and left me with nothing but my life. Some days that was hard to forgive. Under the table, Greg gently squeezed my thigh. He missed nothing, not even my emotional upheaval. I gave him a tremulous smile, and his ice blue eyes seemed to warm for me alone. Ben came in, with his arm protectively round a small woman. The first thing I noticed was that she was purple. Bright, lurid purple. Pollyanna was a seer. Greg was far more used to such things than me, so while I was still blinking stupidly at her, he touched his hand to his heart and gave a slight bow.
My honor to meet you, Pollyanna.
He greeted her. To Mum and Dad, he must have seemed a tad formal, if not downright eccentric. But I knew that a bow was the polite way to greet a seer. Handshakes were an absolute no-no in case they saw some of your future that you didn't want them to know about. Recovering my aplomb, I gave a little bow too. My honor to meet you. Gosh, Mum tittered. They do hold you to fancy manners up there at that mansion, don't they? Come in, Pollyanna, and take a seat. We've all heard so much about you. Dad drew back a chair for her, and Mum got her a warm plate from the oven, on which she started to pile food. There you go, Pollyanna dear. Thank you all very much. Pollyanna turned her emerald eyes towards me, then hesitated as she looked at my parents. My honor to meet you, she said. And then, in the barest whisper, she added, Queen Lucy. Oh boy, Queen Lucy was right out of Narnia. A slightly hysterical feeling bubbled up inside me, but I shoved it deep down. Life was weird now I had magic, but it was definitely never boring. I gave a bland smile. And what is it you do, Pollyanna? The beautiful brunette beamed at me. I'm a life coach. I help guide people to their best possible future. I bet she did.
She could see auras,
Ben stated. Arms folded pugnaciously as he dared me to mock him, or to say it wasn't true. Before I'd nearly died, I probably would have done exactly that. But now I knew that magic was real, and Pollyanna was a seer, so I nodded politely. That must be very helpful. Ben gaped at me. He was a lawyer. Facts and figures were his god. I realized then that he didn't believe Pollyanna could read auras, but he was willing to roll with it.
She runs her own business, he said next. She's really doing very well.
That's great. I always love to see a boss bitch get ahead. Congratulations, I offered. And to you for all your recent changes, she shot back. Ben said you used to be an accountant, but you had a health scare and changed your path. That's right. I realized there was more to life than billable hours. Ben snorted. He lived for his billable hours. He charged his clients by 6-minute increments, 10 units an hour. Maybe one day he'd learn life was more than what you had in your bank account. Then again, it was easy for me to say that when my PAC's coffers were overflowing. Money didn't buy happiness, but it could buy a shit ton of books and ice cream. And that was almost the same thing. We ate and chatted companionably about the weather, the food, and travel plans. We touched briefly on Pollyanna's animal preferences. I'm more of a dog girl. Her eyes were laughing as she looked at me. Rightly so, Esme murmured. Canines are superior to felines in every single way. They don't have 9 lives, I told her soberly, thinking of Larsden and Ramsay. Nor will the cats if they get too close to me, she retorted, making me snicker a little. As Ben helped Mum and Dad clear the dinner dishes, Pollyanna turned to me and whispered urgently, You need to start carrying a healing potion. The final defense potion. Have you heard of it? I blinked. Isn't it a potion for griffins? Yes, but it works on other species, although to a lesser degree. But trust me, you need to get some. Now. I turned to Greg. See what you can do. Hit up Bastian, maybe?
He's already used his. I know 1 or 2 other griffins, so I'll ask around, but it will cost an arm and a leg, he warned me.
I looked into Pollyanna's eyes and read the very real fear there. Then give them an arm and a leg, I said firmly. Pollyanna's shoulders slumped as the tension drained out of her. Thank you for listening to me, Your Majesty. I winced. Lucy, please. Especially round my family. Course. Lucy. She took a sip from her cup as my dad walked in, proudly carrying a huge multi-tiered chocolate cake. Wow! I exclaimed. That looks phenomenal. You've really upped your cake game.
Thank you, Luce.
He pressed a kiss to my hair as he walked past.
I've been practicing this one a lot. It's dark chocolate with a hint of chili and homemade raspberry jam.
Oh, yum! Mum carried in a tray of tea and coffee. After taking a bite, Greg looked at my dad.
Dennis, this is truly the best cake I've ever had. And I have a real weakness for cake. It's excellent.
Dad gave a pleased smile.
You wouldn't know you're a cake man,
he said, eyeing Greg's muscles.
You look more like a chicken and rice guy.
Greg shrugged.
Everything in moderation, except this cake. You can give me this cake in excess.
Dad looked chuffed. Score one for Greg, Ben muttered under a cough. But he shot Greg a grin so he'd know he was teasing.
Only when she asked nicely,
Greg rebutted mildly, making Ben spit his tea everywhere. I burst out laughing. As always, Greg had been right. This was exactly what I'd needed. Chapter 7. Saying goodbye to Mum and Dad was hard. I was still thinking of Maria and Luca, and by the way that my mum clung to me, she was thinking the same. I told her over the phone that I'd found out that my birth mother and father had died, but we hadn't had the chance to discuss it in person. After all the smiles and much-needed laughter over lunch, I suddenly wasn't eager to bring them up. But I felt their presence, like spectres haunting me. I hugged Mum harder, and she kissed me on the forehead. All right, baby girl, she whispered. Not in the slightest. I longed to tell her the truth, to tell her about the 2 men who had died on my land, to tell her about the crown that sat oh so heavily on my head. But instead I simply nodded and summoned a weak smile. Getting there. I paused. I'm glad I have Greg. She smiled brightly, warmth filling her eyes. I'm glad you have Greg too. He gives off such a supportive vibe, like he'd do anything for you. She grinned. If anyone did blackmail you over porn videos, he'd definitely help me bury the bodies. She winked. I approve. I groaned. Will you ever let the porn thing go? There are no videos, it was just a silly question. She gave a humph, but she was still smiling at me. It's nice to see you looking so strong in yourself, Lucy. I felt more than a prickle of guilt. She visited me 24/7 when I'd been dying, but since my miraculous healing I'd worried about lying to her face and put off seeing her. I'd called lots, but there was no substitute for being in the same room. You couldn't hug like this through a video call, and for whatever reason, possibly the 2 dead bodies in the crown, I'd really needed that hug. When Mum finally released me, it was Dad's turn. Don't be a stranger, he said, and his words held a note of chastisement. I took it on the chin and nodded. No, sir, I teased. Your mother's missed you a lot, he said gruffly, and so have I, Lucy Caboosey. The old nickname made heat spring to my eyes. No matter what was going on in my life, I could rely on my mum and Dad. Thank goodness. Dad gave me one last squeeze, then drew back and handed me a big cake box. Take the rest of the cake home for the residents of your fancy mansion. Lord knows I can't eat it all. He patted his slightly rounded tummy. I know you said to your mother that you were struggling to make friends. Cake always works. I suddenly thought of the trays of cookies that Finley had carted in the previous night. Maybe he'd reached the same conclusion. He'd been a loner before he joined us. I needed to speak to him properly and check he was settling into pack life. Ben and Pollyanna were staying the night in my parents' guest room, but my brother got up to say goodbye. Smell you later, he whispered into my hair, as he hugged me far too tightly. I nodded against the crook of his neck. When we pulled back, he spotted the tears in my eyes, and his own filled. I'm really glad you're not dead, he said bluntly, startling a laugh out of me. Me too, bro. Me too. He slugged me on the shoulder. Greg was waiting in the car, giving me some privacy to say my goodbyes. The engine was already running, ready to take us back to pack drama. His eyes lit up as I slid in with enough cake to feed an army. Dad says we can share the cake with the others, I told him. He snorted. Well, fuck that. That cake is for us. That's alpha and beta only cake. I'll kill to protect my slice, he vowed solemnly, making me giggle even more. I was still laughing as I waved goodbye to my family, and we zoomed away. I got back to the mansion filled with a new determination. We needed to get to the bottom of Larsden's death, and hopefully that would tell us more about why Ramsay had taken his own life. Another question was bothering me. Who had Ramsay given the laptop to? Who was the mysterious driver of the car that had zoomed away with it? Can we do something with the footage? I asked Greg out of the blue. He blinked. Give me a clue. The footage of the car that Ramsay delivered the laptop to, I expanded. Oh, I've shot it to Fritz to see what he can do, but the reality is that it was dark. The CCTV is grainy, and it's not like in the movies. You can't just clear up the CCTV by creating pixels that weren't there. Oh, damn. Okay. So what can we do to make it better quality next time? I thought it was top-of-the-line stuff. The cameras on the property aren't. They have a special light fixed next to them to help illuminate the video feeds when they're in night mode. We couldn't fix the light by the gate because it would distract and blind drivers on the road outside. Damn, I repeated. There really wasn't much we could do about that, but at least that issue hadn't been another balls up by us. Well, if cleaning up the footage isn't possible, then I guess we're back to good old-fashioned police questioning. I think we'd better get Elena in to talk to us, don't you? He grimaced. Yeah. He paused. But it needs to be handled delicately. We can't afford to alienate our pack. No asking Elena outright if she killed Larsden. Best not, he said mildly. I was pretty sure I used to be able to do subtle, but having Esme in my head with her blunt questions and solutions had started to influence my behaviour. Her attitude cut out a lot of shit, but a bulldozer wasn't always the solution. However, I'd have to dig deep to find some of my former finesse. Greg found Elena quickly and brought her to my office. I smiled brightly at her. "Good afternoon, Elena. How are you?" "Curious," she replied, still standing behind the desk chair. "What do you want to see me about?" I floundered. If I couldn't accuse her outright of killing Larsden, I needed a reason to question her. You were working together with Lord Samuel to bring down the Black Tourneys, right?" "Right." "I know he suspected that some of the Werewolf Council were involved." She sat down. "They must be. Loners were specifically targeted. Not one or two, but virtually every single one. When you go lone, your name is stricken from your pack's records, and the council is notified of your defection, so it has a record of every lone wolf. It's one of the reasons Finley and Daniela both petitioned to join a pack. All the loners know it's a ticking time bomb to stay lone." "Do you know which packs they were from?" I asked, knowing full well it was a rude question. Elena licked her lips. "I don't know about Finley, but Daniela was from the Cheshire pack." "She was one of Rain's?" I said in surprise. Elena grimaced. "I don't think she ever really was. That was the problem. He groomed her into a medical position so she could help the pack with any severe injuries. She'd help get them into the hospital and seen by crossover healing wizards rather than common doctors. Through her position, she saw how many of the pack were getting injured. Really badly injured. And worse, she knew Rain was the one doing the injuring. One day a kid was hurt, and Daniela couldn't save him. She left that night and didn't look back, no matter the risk of being lone. She couldn't be a party to Rain's ghastly behaviour, and she saw her nursing as enabling him." I tried to keep how much her words horrified me off my face. An alpha should provide a safe space for their pack, not terrorise them. Jimmy Rain had been on my shit list for a while. After all, he tried to kill Lord Samuel. But I'd had a "he's not my pressing problem" attitude. Maybe I needed to rectify that. I was queen now, almost, and that meant something. Once I took the seat of power, I'd be responsible for all these werewolves, and if they had abusive alphas in place, then that was all kinds of wrong. But how the heck was I supposed to sort out which packs had abusive alphas and which didn't? I couldn't exactly ask. The abused would go to great ends to cover up for their abusers. It was all part of the terrible cycle that was so difficult to break. I studied Elena. So far, so truthful. Time to bring it back to the Black Tourneys. "Did Lord Samuel ever speak with you about who he suspected from the council was in cahoots with Ghost?" She hesitated. He had his theories, and I had mine. "Tell me," I ordered. "I suspected William Walker," she said finally. Walker was one of the few council members that I actually liked. He had a warm smile. He made eye contact, and so far he hadn't said or done anything sleazy. He also didn't stutter or look like he'd swallowed a frog when he said, "My queen." "Why?" "Money, mostly," Elena said bluntly. "He's second to the Yorkshire West Riding pack, and although they're land rich, they don't have much money in their coffers. Despite that, he's always driving around in the latest car, dressed in sharp suits. And he has a Cartier watch." "Maybe he has family money," I suggested. "No, I looked into that. His parents are both still alive, so no inheritance. And his mum's a teacher, and his dad's a plumber." "The trades make good money," I argued. "Not Cartier good." She had a point. Damn it. I really liked Walker. Despite that, I mentally moved him to the suspect column. "Who else?" "Well, Lord Samuel suspected Ramsay." Elena shrugged. "I guess he was right on that score." "Seems likely," I agreed. I told her about Larsden being on the USB drive and asked her to dig into him. Less than a day later, he was dead. "And Larsden?" She nodded. Lord Samuel suspected him, but honestly, I wasn't sure if his suspicions were based on anything other than dislike. Larsden was second to Jimmy Rain, and that made him guilty by association in Lord Samuel's eyes. I took his suspicions with a pinch of salt, right until the time when you told me he was involved. Anyway, Lord Samuel had no evidence against him. Not about the Black Tourneys. Apart from Larsden, the only other one on his radar was Aitken, for the same reason as Walker. Too much wealth. Aitken is second to the Staffordshire pack, which neighbours Cheshire, I noted. And Cheshire was Rain's pack. Yeah. Did you manage to speak to Larsden before he was killed? I kept my tone bland. She wrinkled her nose. He hit on me, started talking about us having a good time together. Ethan rescued me when I sent him a panicked look. He came over and draped an arm across my shoulders, and we walked away together. I frowned. Elena was strong and forthright. Why didn't you just tell him no? She licked her lips and shook her head. You didn't grow up in a toxic pack. She looked down at her hands. You don't tell men like him no. It's not an answer they listen to. I might not have thought he was into the Black Tourneys, but he had another reputation that was just as dark. Rage flared in me, hot and raw. It was compounded by Esme's rage, and together we were an inferno. It took me a minute to wrestle down our emotions. I suddenly wished I'd let Ares eat the fucker's body. Meanwhile, Elena was frowning. If I'd known that was my last chance to speak to Larsden, I'd have rolled the dice and gone with him. Risk be damned. Now I've missed the opportunity to question him about his co-conspirators. I'm sure it was for the best that you didn't go with him, I said firmly. She grimaced. Yeah, I expect you're right. Just frustrating. I was hoping to bring him down myself. I get that. Thanks for your time, Elena, I said evenly. You can go. You want me to look into Aitken or Walker some more? She asked eagerly. No, that's okay. Leave it with me, I ordered firmly. She nodded, but I wasn't sure that she'd drop it. She does not look like she has done wrong, Esme observed, as Elena slipped from the room. No, but maybe she doesn't see it as wrong. Larsden was part of the group that caused her brother's death. Maybe she sees it as justice. Perhaps, but neither does she look triumphant. No, she didn't. If anything, Elena had struck me as annoyed that she'd lost her chance to expose Larsden and his lies. That was part of the reason I was concerned she continued to dig into Aitken and Walker. But my real concern was that if bodies kept dropping, I didn't want hers to be next. Chapter 8. My phone was ringing, and I looked in surprise at the name of the caller. It was Renard. I'd met Renard when he was a gargoyle called Bob, and we were huddling together under a children's climbing frame, hiding from some lurking vampires. We'd grown quite friendly as we worked together to locate young Bobby when he was kidnapped from school. Then, of course, there was the small matter of my grandfather, Alessandro, and me strolling back in time, when I met Renard in the Victorian era. Back then, Renard had broken a witch's gesh to tell me about the existence of the Great Pack, and to urge me to restore it. I'd done exactly that, but in falling foul of the gesh, Renard had been turned into a gargoyle, and lost his wolf, Swift. I'd eventually managed to break the curse on him, and all the gargoyles. Emery, king of the dragons and Jess's future husband, had stepped in and saved them when that huge loss of magic had threatened to kill them all. He had used ancient dragon magic and turned the gargoyles into black-winged brethren, known as the Dark Seraph. When Jess and Emery had left the mansion, Renard had gone with them, so I hadn't had time to talk to him about how he felt about my being alpha, and, indeed, queen. He had been the alpha of this pack, but after the witch's curse had taken him, his second, Isaiah Samuel, had agreed to act as steward, and he and his descendants had assumed the alpha role until I'd rocked up and killed Wilfred Samuel. It was an unholy mess, and I had no idea how Renard felt, but I owed him a lot. I braced myself for the fact that I might have lost his friendship, and then, palms suddenly sweating, swiped to answer his call. Renard, how are you? I'm all right, my bitey pup, but I have a little fucking situation you can help me with. Something in me eased to hear his usual nickname for me. I'd never thought I'd be happy to be called Bitey Pup. His tone was as warm as ever, and I let out a silent breath of relief before I gathered myself enough to answer. Sure. What's up?
Jinx has roped me in to help her solve some murders. Someone keeps bludgeoning some fuckers to death.
I blinked. Obviously, I hadn't been the only one omitting dead bodies in my latest phone call with Jess. See? This is why you need to hang out in person. It was far too easy to skip over minor details like corpses when you were on the phone. Okay, I said non-committally.
But I want to check on the pack with all the shit that's going down. My loyalty is to Emery because he's a fucking god amongst men and he saved us all. But that doesn't mean I forgot that it was at your urging that he helped us. You saved us all too, my fucking queen. I'm still loyal to the pack. All of us are. We have watched over our wolfic counterparts for centuries, and it is a mighty hard habit to shake. One of mine, Jacob Samuel, has volunteered to be my eyes with the pack, with Emery's blessing. If you agree, I will assist you and represent the Dark Seraph. We want to demonstrate to all the other realm that you, as our queen, have our full support.
A lump took up residence in my throat. Not only did he not blame me for his current situation, he was throwing his weight behind me. Tears filled my eyes, though I did my best to not let them show in my voice when I said, Renard, I don't know what to say.
Say whatever you like, my fine wench, or nothing at all if it pleases you. As long as you let me send Jacob.
Yes, send him. Thank you.
Good, because he's already on his way. He'll be landing imminently. We will speak later, Lucy Barrett.
He hung up, leaving my mind whirling. It was my job to secure the werewolf's position in the other realm, and for that to happen, I needed allies. My best friend was marrying the King of the Dragons, and I knew that he would ride to my aid because he already had. Now I also had the Dark Seraph. Their first loyalty might be to Emery, but I was number 2, and for now I would absolutely take that. Suddenly, I started to feel that maybe my reign stood more than a snowball's chance in hell. I looked up at Greg. So, hey, Renard is sending us a Dark Seraph ally. He brightened.
Maybe they can guard our skies.
I grinned. That shit's really bothering you, isn't it?
It's not secure. Bastien can just stroll in.
He complained. There was a whiny edge to his voice. Well, firstly, Bastien is our friend. Secondly, we have cameras on the roof. And thirdly, we have a lock to keep him out. Greg snorted.
No locks will keep Bastien out.
I don't think a Dark Seraph warrior would either, I pointed out. He sighed.
True, but at least the fracas will serve as an early warning system.
He opened the drawer for the security console and pulled out a bag of monkey nuts. Hungry? I asked dryly. He ignored me and pulled out some sparkly beaded bracelets. Dressing for success? I sniggered.
I took your plan and ran with it. Corvids like cracking monkey nuts and they like shiny things. I'm going to take these up to the roof and scatter them around. I've already put some trees in pots up there, so with time we can maybe train some ravens to live at the mansion. You can pipe them, then we'll have a constant live surveillance presence on our roof.
I grinned. I love it. I especially love the thought of my super manly boyfriend ordering a ton of teenage girls' bracelets. Greg eyed the desk, clearly torn. Go, do your roof thing. I'll watch the desk, I promised. Personally, I found watching the CCTV screens akin to watching our turquoise grass grow, but I knew that it was necessary, especially whilst we had guests. Greg had barely been out of the door for 2 minutes when something on the CCTV screen caught my eye. 3 of Beckett's wolves, my wolves, damn it, were getting in Noah's face in the corridor by the kitchen. One of them pushed him, and that was it. No. Esme growled in my head, and I agreed. Fueled by rage, I flew from my position at the console and ran through the corridors. I arrived at the one leading to the kitchen, just as the first guy threw a punch at Noah. Noah didn't even try to defend himself. The punch landed, and he flew back into the wall. An animal growl tore from my throat, though I couldn't tell if it was coming from me or Esme. Effortlessly, I pulled the puncher back and shoved him down the hall. It took real effort not to do more to him than that. A bite will teach them a lesson, Esme suggested, still furious and urging us to shift. A bite is all they've ever known, I snapped. My anger drained away as suddenly as it had arrived. These wolves were the product of their pack, and the toxic environment they'd been raised in. I had to do better, even though they weren't making it easy for me. I turned away from the attackers to face my real concern. Noah. Hey, I said softly. Let's get you up. I helped him to his feet and studied his face. It was already reddening and starting to swell. Now Noah didn't have his wolf, Roan. He'd lost his werewolf ability to heal quickly. You didn't even fight back. Despite myself, I was asking a question. He looked at me with dull, grieving eyes. I deserve it. I lost Roan. Anger sparked again. You didn't lose Roan. He didn't wander off at the shops. He sacrificed himself for you. He gave up his life in the here and now and his life in the great pack ever after. I swore to him that I'd look after you. And you're making me do a terrible job. I pulled him into a hug. You want me to kill them for you? I murmured fiercely, aware that his attackers could hear me. I might not want to throw any punches, but I didn't want them thinking mercy made me weak. Noah let out a choked laugh. No, they're just idiots, Alpha. It's fine. I gave him one last squeeze. Into the kitchen. I'll follow you there in a minute. As he turned obediently and went into the kitchen, I faced his attackers. Names? I barked. They had the sense to look down at the floor. Harry. Max. Toby. Well, Harry, Max, and Toby, I assume you're bullying Noah because he doesn't have a wolf. He's not Pack. The one who'd identified himself as Harry snarled. He should leave, Max grunted. It's disrespectful to you to stay. I spoke as mildly as I could. If he left, I would take it as a terrible insult. I studied the three of them. They were all young, 18 or maybe 19. I remembered what Elena had said about Beckett Frost, and how he'd inspired trust in the young pups by gradually asking more and more of them, until they were stuck on a slippery slope of doing increasingly despicable acts. What had he made these teens do for him? My tummy clenched. Nothing good, that was for sure. I connected you to the Great Pack, I said finally. I connected you to your wolves. You can hear them now, yes? All three nodded. Ask your wolf what he thinks of Roan's sacrifice. They were all silent for a beat. Then they started to look even more uncomfortable. I hummed a ditty under my breath and reached for their wolves. They have been led astray, I said to them. They have been taught wrong things, like killing when you're not threatened, or when you have no need of meat, Esme added in a horrified tone. It is your job to teach them the right way, I continued, to help them understand what Pack truly is. Knowing how much Roan must have loved Noah to have given up his life for him, you understand how much Roan respected him. Noah is worthy because his wolf judged him so. Which of you would die for your human? The silence stretched out. None of them would. The human men swallowed hard at the evidence that their wolves were not as devoted to them as Roan had been to Noah. The door behind me snicked open, and Finley's scent and yummy cooking smells rolled out. I pulled back from piping the wolves and looked at their humans instead. I lead differently to Beckett Frost, and no doubt that will be an adjustment for you. It is important that you know that I love my pack. I would die for my pack. But I wouldn't ask them to die for me. And yet we would still die for you, Alpha, Finley said fiercely from behind me. Even in the few weeks that I've been here, you've given me a home. You've never once raised a hand to harm the pack, only to defend it. I will never forget that for as long as I live. The feeling I've had here is like nothing I've ever felt before. The sense of security, of family. I gave him a warm smile over my shoulder, gratified that he'd found his place here so quickly. Then I turned back to the ruffians and my smile faded. We do not rule by tooth and claw, but do not think us weak. If you hurt another of our wolves in an unprovoked attack, then know that you will be alone before you can say death sentence. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Finley flinch a little at that. Harry, Max, and Toby looked chastened, but I had no doubt that it would be a long time before they'd start to see things my way. Still, we had time. I'd undo Beckett Frost's evil, and that of Jimmy Rain and any other abusive alpha assholes, if it was the last thing that I did. Chapter 9. I went into the kitchen to check on Noah. He was kneading bread, which I recognized as a therapeutic activity. Beating the shit out of yeast always made me feel better. I made myself a brew, and one for him as well. Finley joined us a few moments later, his fists swollen and red, and Esme's sharp nose smelled the tang of blood. He might respect me in the home I'd given him, but he'd clearly seen the need to teach Harry, Max, and Toby a lesson. I was conflicted. I didn't want the newcomers to be on the receiving end of violence, but I could understand that he was trying to protect our pack by making sure that Beckett's pack knew that we were not weak. I could feel Esme's approval of his actions, and her annoyance at me that the blood wasn't on our paws. They've had enough abuse from their alpha, I said firmly. We rule differently. Yes, but respect is earned, and they haven't given it to us yet. We won't be respected if we beat the shit out of them. We'll be feared. One leads to the other. She sniffed dismissively. No, it doesn't, I said firmly. Fear is all some of them have known. We have to speak a language that they understand. Then, in time, we can teach them a new one. She sounded pissed off and snooty, annoyed that I couldn't see her point of view. In my head, I saw her turn her back on me. I let her have her snit. I was having my own. Clearly this was something we disagreed on. For me, piling more abuse onto the Devon pack wasn't the way to gain their trust. I wanted to point out that our approach had worked on our pack, but I didn't. It was time to let things lie, and focus on Noah instead. I want to be clear that you are pack, Noah, I said into the comfortable silence. You will always be pack. I will protect you because you're pack, and I will kill for you because you're pack. The only indication that Noah had heard me was a momentary pause in his kneading rhythm. I'm grateful for you helping Finley in the kitchen, but don't feel obliged to do so. Getting a job outside of the mansion won't lessen your contribution to the pack. Noah's shoulders slumped. I don't feel safe when I'm off mansion lands. His voice was whisper soft. He was ashamed of the admission. I have no extra strength. No healing. I am less. You are not. The words slammed out of me. Noah, look at me. You are brave and honourable and true. You may stay at the mansion for as long as you want or need, but if there comes a time when you're ready to leave, don't hesitate to tell me.
Thank you, Alpha.
He ducked his head but still didn't make eye contact, then went back to kneading. Noah was grieving the loss of his wolf, and who could blame him? The thought of losing Esme crippled me, even on a day like this when we were at loggerheads. My heart ached for him, but I didn't know what I could do other than give him time and space to heal. It had only been a few days, and his loss was still raw and jagged. At that moment, my platitudes must have sounded well-meaning but empty. With time and repetition, I hoped he would believe me. I flicked my eyes at Finley, then tilted my head towards Noah. Finley nodded fractionally. He would watch over Noah for me. Appeased, I took my brew and went slowly back to my office. My office door was ajar. I had a visitor. I pushed the door fully open. Jacob, I presume? I asked the brown-haired, black-winged man standing by the security console.
You shouldn't leave this unmanned,
he said with a frown.
Anyone could interfere with the footage.
It's usually manned, I assured him. I was stationed at the desk, but there was a fracas that required my attention. He nodded graciously as if I had explained myself to his satisfaction, then looked curiously around the office.
Not much has changed,
he said finally. Does it still feel like home? The impudent question slipped out before I could call it back.
I've not had a home for a long time. The church has offered a sanctuary, but not a home.
Perhaps if you stay with us long enough, you will have a home again. He looked at me with green, piercing eyes.
Perhaps.
You haven't sworn yet. I looked at the former gargoyle with surprise.
It is with great effort that I'm endeavouring to clean up my speech, he admitted. It was an odd side effect of the curse that I'm glad to disavow.
Renard still loves to swear like a sailor.
He delights in causing shock.
Jacob gave the smallest of wry smiles.
That is not my way.
I studied his aquiline nose and his large eyes. He was a Samuel, and I knew without a shadow of doubt that he was Isaiah Samuel's son, because he was the spit of his father. You're Isaiah's son, I said aloud. He stared at the third triangle on my forehead.
I am.
I promised him I would break the curse.
And you kept your word,
Jacob said approvingly.
So now, with the Prime Elite's blessing, I am here to assist you.
I thought that making you brethren made you devoted to Emery. I said it as a statement, but he heard the unspoken question. How was he able to be here?
It does, and I am. It is hard being away from him,
he admitted.
But when I asked him if I could go, he ordered me to assist you. That order guides me and helps me cope with the separation.
Is it not painful for you?
No,
he reassured me.
Feels a little unusual, but there's no discomfort. I know I am pleasing him by helping you.
Well, I'm glad, I said lamely. I studied him. At times, Isaiah had struck me as being cold and unfeeling. But he'd been passionate about his son. I wondered whether he'd ever told him that. Your father cared for you a great deal, I said finally. Jacob nodded.
He did, and now I wish to serve our pack in any way that I can.
Greg entered the room.
You can start by helping me to secure the roof,
he said gruffly.
Of course, said Jacob. I require little rest. I can man the roof 24 hours a day.
Greg blinked.
Well, that's probably excessive. I'd appreciate the presence of a guard, but you need respite even if you don't require rest.
Jacob frowned.
Then I shall ask for more Dark Seraph to come. 3 or 4 of us would enable us to mount a constant guard on the roof whilst allowing time for respite.
He delivered the last word as if it were totally alien to him. Do you think that Emery will be okay with that? I asked with concern. Greg grinned.
I suspect Emery is struggling with all the devotion. I think he'd probably be delighted. I concur, Jacob said. He finds our adoration uncomfortable. This will make things easier for him.
He looked pleased with himself as he reached into his trouser pocket and pulled out a phone to text someone. Like Renard, he wore no shirt, and his rippling abs were on display. All of the Dark Seraph were physically strong, in stark contrast to the squat, weak bodies they'd had as gargoyles. No wonder they didn't feel the urge to hide away their torsos. There was a knock on my door. Come in, I called. Xander walked in. At my behest, he'd been acting as liaison between me and the Devon pack that I had subsumed when I'd killed Beckett Frost.
I can come back,
he said when he saw Jacob. It's fine, I said. What can I help you with? He wrung his hands for a moment before dropping to his knees.
I've failed you, my queen, he said unhappily. I know the others were unhappy with Noah's presence, and I should have stopped them.
We can only be responsible for our own actions, I said firmly. You are not to blame for the actions of Max, Toby, and Harry.
What happened?
Greg asked, frowning. They attacked Noah, I explained. I stepped in. Noah's fine, although now possibly agoraphobic.
If I had come to you sooner...
Xander started unhappily. Don't waste time on shoulda, woulda, coulda, I ordered. It is done, and it was not your fault. Hopefully the 3 of them will think twice before they attack anyone else.
They certainly will.
Xander gave a sudden, youthful smile.
Finley knocked the stuffing out of them. Even 3 against 1, they didn't stand a chance. He fights dirty.
Finley had survived as a lone wolf for a long time. and in the recent tourney he'd rocketed into my pack at 9th position. It was no surprise that he was a scrapper. I appreciate you coming to see me, and I appreciate your continued efforts to keep me abreast of how things are progressing with the Devon members. But do not think that I hold you accountable for their actions, because I do not. Now, please stand. It felt awkward having someone kneel to me, though I hoped it didn't show. When Xander looked at me, it was with a similar devotion to that which the dark seraph displayed to Emery. He got to his feet and gave me a low bow.
Thank you for your time, Alpha,
he said confidently. But then he hesitated.
Spit it out,
Greg ordered roughly. Xander cleared his throat.
I've been conducting discreet inquiries amongst the former Devon pack. So far, I have not found indications that any of them knew anything about Larsden or Ramsay's death. I wish I had something more helpful to contribute.
Did any of the Devon pack take part in or watch Black Tourneys? I asked.
He winced. All of us did at some time or other. Your men, Harry, Max and Toby, all took part recently. They were sent in rotation. Frost believed in toughening us up in the ring. He sent us young to strengthen us, or die.
My jaw worked. That's horrific. Xander nodded.
Yeah, until I met you, I didn't know there was another way to be. It's all we've ever known.
It'll take some adjustment, I cautioned.
Yes.
He paused again. Something else was clearly on his mind. Speak, Xander, I ordered.
Harry, Max and Toby aren't bad people. I honestly think they believed, misguidedly, that you'd be grateful if Noah was removed from the equation.
I have corrected that impression, I said firmly. Any further errors in judgment with regard to Noah will not be tolerated.
I understand, Alpha.
He ducked his head, then backed out of the room, without turning his back on me. Does he not turn his back out of fear or respect? I asked Esme.
Fear,
she murmured. I grimaced. On some level, even the devoted Xander feared me. Being feared was polar opposite to my pathological need to be liked. This sucked. Chapter 10. Esme was restless, and I was eager to get Buzz back on an even keel. Run? I suggested. Yes, she agreed, relief colouring her voice in my head. Esme and I are going for a run, I announced to Greg and Jacob.
On mansion grounds?
Greg checked. He'd learned not to assume things of me because sometimes I sneaked off. He didn't love it when I did that, and I was trying to learn to be better about telling him what I was doing. But sometimes the constant guards were stifling, more so now than ever. Greg would give me space to run, but he'd make sure another wolf was following me, at a discreet distance. Usually it was Liam. Yes, I promised. The mansion grounds were rather limited in comparison to Black Park, and there were no deer to sink our teeth into, but it was the run Esme and I needed, and we had land enough for that. Plus, there was no travel time, and we could find Aries to run with.
I will scout from the air first,
Jacob offered stiffly.
Great,
Greg said, before I could refuse. Jacob nodded and walked out.
I like him.
Greg grinned at me. I smiled. You're just happy to have more lackeys.
A man can't have too many lackeys,
he agreed. Now that we were alone, he pulled me into his arms and held me lightly. We stayed still, cuddling for a moment, and I revelled in his scent around me and the feeling of safety he brought. The tension I'd been holding in my body since the confrontation with the Three Stooges drained away. I thought about Greg's jaunt to the roof with his corvid temptations. Any sign that Operation Wing It is working? I teased.
I know you're being facetious, but that's an excellent name for the program,
he said in all seriousness.
And yes, some success already. 2 jackdaws took some of my nuts.
Lucky them, I snickered. I gave him one last squeeze and a quick kiss on the lips. Surely Jacob was aerial by now. Impatience jittered through me as I started to remove my clothes and fold them neatly in a pile. When I was naked, I let the pleasurable shift roll over me. Suddenly I was on 4 legs, and I slid into the passenger seat, letting Esme take the reins. After our small tiff, she needed to be reminded that I trusted her with all of my heart. And my body, too.
"Hey, Esme,"
Greg said softly.
"Red says hi."
We wagged enthusiastically, and Esme wished Red could come running too. She went to Greg and nuzzled him while he stroked her firmly, and gave her ears a scruffle. She let out a happy noise. After a few moments of fuss, she pulled back, looked at him inquiringly, and whined. Greg shook his head.
"We're sorry, Esme,"
he said, sounding exactly that.
"Someone needs to man the desk. You go, though, and have fun. Run for us."
Esme barked an affirmative, and we trotted out to the front door of the house. Jacob had helpfully left it slightly ajar, so it took nothing more than a nudge to open it all the way, and pelled out into freedom. We paused in the fresh air. It was an unseasonably warm April day, and the sun was beating down. Esme lifted our head up to peer at the sky, and spotted Jacob easily. He was flying lazily, and nothing in his body language suggested he had spotted a threat. We looped into a happy run, sprinting the short distance to where we scented Ares. After Ares' almost demise, David had taken it upon himself to build him a shelter. It wasn't much more than a lean-to at the moment, but he had plans to build a proper stable to show the unicorn he was loved. I thought it was adorable, and had instantly released pack funds for the materials, though David was determined to build the thing with his own fair hands, rather than have labourers on our land. I'd seen more than a few female eyes light up with interest when they'd learned David could build. Daniela's included. A gardener wasn't the sexiest of roles, but a builder? There was something primevally sexy about the fact that a builder could provide shelter. Esme used her nose to follow Ares' scent, but she needn't have bothered because he was lying against his lean-to as we'd expected. Though he'd largely recovered from the incident with Mrs. Dawes, he wasn't completely back to normal, and his energy levels were still a little on the low side. He was dozing in the dappled sunlight, but he gave a snort, and his red eyes flared open as he scented us. He gave a happy whicker in greeting. I tentatively reached out with my magic to let him know how delighted I was to see him, and his warm affection rushed up and swamped me. If I'd been on two legs, my eyes would have welled, but Esme was made of sterner stuff. Even so, she stepped closer to nuzzle him. Now we were connected, Ares sent me an image. On the other side of the lean-to was something strange. It appeared in the night while he was sleeping. Esme and I scooted cautiously around to see what had caught his eye. An envelope had been pinned to the wooden wall of the shelter. Esme sniffed at the paper, trying to detect any useful scents. It smelled of the candles that had been burning in Mark Oates's room, and at the black tawny. We sneezed, our nose full of an acrid scent that we couldn't unsmell even if we tried. Someone had placed the envelope here, and gone to great lengths to cover their identity, including dousing the letter in a potion that was designed solely to block werewolf noses. Uneasiness tore through me. Anyone who would go to such lengths was up to no good. We sneezed again. Esme wanted to rip the thing down, but cooler minds prevailed and she let us shift onto two legs. I reached with steady hands towards a letter, addressed Queen Lucy. I opened it cautiously. Was it from the killer? I kind of hoped so, because I could only handle one nefarious prick at a time. Dear Queen Lucy, congratulations on potentially attaining the role of the leader of the British werewolves. We have watched your meteoric rise to success with interest. No doubt you will appease the seat of power, and shortly be formally recognized. We are a collective of enterprising individuals who work together to enhance our wealth and standing in the other realm. There are some amongst us that think you would be an asset, and, as such, you are cordially invited to join our organization. If you would like to accept it, display a single red rose on your packed common room fireplace within the next 12 hours. Know that once refused, an invitation will not be extended again. And Lucy, if you're not with us, you're against us. Choose wisely. The Domini. The Domini? Bloody hell. It looked like they weren't quite the stuff of children's tales that Hardin had thought. I felt a chill. They'd planted this right by Ares while he slept, and they could easily have hurt him. I reread the letter, trying to calm my brain and digest the contents. It was an invitation and a threat. No wonder Ramsay had killed himself rather than face the judgment of such an organization if they felt ballsy enough to threaten me on my own land. Their shitty threat wasn't even implied. It was being sledgehammered into my face. It was noteworthy, too, that my title had been dropped in the body of the letter. For all the flattery in the first paragraph, the Domini, or whoever they were, didn't truly accept my regency. Frankly, I could understand that. I still didn't quite know how I'd wrangled the title, or how the hell I was to appease the seat of power, whatever that meant. I'd been avoiding hard conversations with the council. Heck, I'd been avoiding the council full stop. We have no need of anyone other than Pack. Esme sniffed. Indeed, I agreed. For me, the more important thing was that I wouldn't be part of any organization where an offer to become a member came with a threat. I tacked the letter back where I'd found it. I'd pick it up again later, but for now I needed to run and to think. Because worst of all, if I was to display a red rose into the Pack common room to indicate my allegiance, then we must have a Domini spy in our midst to see it. Chapter 11. Even with the threat hanging over us, Esme and I both felt better for our run. We trotted into our office with Jacob next to us, the letter in our maw. It didn't taste of anything other than paper, so we were confident, albeit not certain, that we weren't being poisoned. We tended to learn by doing, frequently asking for forgiveness rather than permission. It was our greatest strength and our greatest weakness. Greg looked up as we came in, but his smile faded as he saw the letter. Esme lifted our head, pointedly held it towards him, and he took it. We shifted onto two legs, and I dressed quickly and efficiently. Jacob didn't blush or avert his gaze at my nudity. He'd been raised Pack. Greg waited for me to dress before doing anything. He was still holding the letter. "Read it," I instructed. He opened the damn thing and scanned it, his jaw working as his eyes passed over the threatening words. "What do you know about the Domini?" I asked. "Obviously they're more than a cautionary tale for naughty kids, as Hardin suggested." "If they're real, then they're bad news," Greg started. "I got that from the threat," I said dryly. Greg grimaced at my flippancy. "The anti-Creers claim they're associated with the Domini. I'd assume that was bullshit in light of this and Ramsay's death. Maybe not." Jacob gave a low growl. The Anti-Cree was a human supremacy organization that wanted to destroy, or at least control, the creature population of the other realm. Anything that didn't need to go into the common realm to recharge was deemed a creature, and the creature side included the dryads, the dragons, the trolls, to name but a few. Until recently, the gargoyles had also been included on that list. It was notable that the wizards took up the majority of the positions in the connection, due to their larger population size. But as a consequence, the oh-so-impartial connection had definite human leanings. Despite technically being on the right side of the anti-Cree, I didn't have an iota of sympathy for their ideologies. Emery was a creature, and he was one of the finest men I'd ever met. I'd also met Mrs. Dawes, who'd been on the human side of the divide, and she'd kidnapped children in a bid to steal their magic and extend her life. Evil didn't come neatly packaged in one gender, race, or ethnicity. It molded through society, dressed up as apathy and indifference. "Do we know anyone who's openly part of the Domini?" I asked. Greg shook his head. "If it truly exists, it's a secret society. Think Illuminati, but worse.
I've only heard whispers and rumours of their existence, which I discounted as tall tales.
More secrecy, I huffed. Just what this realm needs. Bet they have a secret handshake, too. I sighed. I suppose I should be impressed that they'd even let a woman join.
By all accounts, they respect power, and you have that. More than they know.
I rubbed my forehead. Obviously, I'm not going to put the rose on the mantelpiece, but I guess we need to set up a camera to see who comes looking for one. Greg nodded.
I have a few cameras for remote monitoring. I'll set one up discreetly.
I'll call a pack meeting, I suggested. Get everyone to come to the dining hall, have a meeting and do a buffet dinner. You can set up the camera while we're talking and eating in the dining hall.
Well, good idea. I'll send a pack-wide text. And I'll watch the mantelpiece in the meantime,
Jacob suggested stiffly.
It is of more immediate concern than the roof. Agreed.
Greg grimaced. He really had a thing about the roof. Jacob bobbed a half bow and walked out, turning his back on me as he went.
He trusts us,
Esme said, sounding pleased. Because he turned his back on us?
Yes.
She was chuffed with this development, but I was more concerned about the meeting I'd just called. What the heck was I going to say? And how was Finley going to feed them all at such short notice? The dining hall was heaving. Finley had been baking up a storm ever since I'd informed him that we'd be holding a meeting at 7 p.m. He'd also ordered a ton of pizzas. The aroma of tomato, cheese, and oregano was permeating the room and making me salivate. I decided it would be best to make the announcement section of the meeting short, because I wouldn't be the only one with my eyes on the food. I took myself and my cup of tea to the centre of the room, where Greg had helpfully placed a small lectern, and stood behind it. With the addition of the members of the marauding Devon pack as well as the council, the room was full and hot. There was also a sense of uneasiness in the air. So many wolves should not gather in one place. I'd have to send the Devon wolves home sooner rather than later, but they needed their leader, and I was their alpha. However, I couldn't be alpha of the home counties and the Devon pack and be in two places at the same time. The answer struck me suddenly and clearly. I needed a steward, exactly like the Samuel line had installed here. I needed someone who could hold the Devon pack for me for now. The question was, who? Greg was the obvious choice, but selfishly, I didn't want to send him down to the south of the country because it would inevitably lead to the end of our burgeoning romance. I knew myself well enough to accept that I couldn't cope with a long-distance relationship, but I also knew that by denying him the opportunity, I was withholding his chance to lead. I should at least offer him the option. I took a sip of my brew as I thought it through.
He won't go,
Esme said confidently.
He's your lobster.
Her observation made me spit my tea everywhere. I knew you were watching that episode of Friends with me. She gave her paw a casual lick and didn't deign to answer. Actually, lobsters are super promiscuous and don't mate for life. They're horny buggers.
Wolves are better,
she said with satisfaction.
We mate for life.
We should mate with Greg and Red. Esme had pushed this agenda a time or two, partly because once we were formally mated with Greg and his wolf, he couldn't challenge us for the alpha position. I thought it was a ridiculous proposition, and I wasn't being hurried into anything formal when Greg and I had only been together for a matter of a few weeks. I loved him, but I thought I'd loved James and he'd almost killed me. I had a live and learn ethos, and I wasn't stumbling into marrying just anybody, no matter how much he made my stomach and other parts flutter. I cleared my throat and focused on the room. To me, Greg and Jacob were conspicuous in their absence, but I trusted that it was so crowded that their absence wouldn't be noted by anyone else. Besides, I hadn't formally introduced Jacob to the pack yet, though Greg had sent a pack-wide text so no one would be alarmed when they suddenly saw a dark-winged dude floating around. "Thank you all for coming," I said loudly. "I'm sure you will all have learned of the deaths of Scott Larsden and Nicholas Ramsey. I can confirm that Ramsey took his own life, and no further individuals are being pursued in respect of that. No individuals, just a huge organization. It wasn't a coincidence that Ramsay had pointed the finger at Domini, and hours later we received a letter from that organization. The Domini were wading hip-deep into werewolf matters, and I would show them what an error of judgment that was. Scott Larsden was killed on Pack land, and his killer is being sought. They will be found and brought to justice. I let my gaze sweep around the room, lingering a heartbeat longer on Elena and Aitken. In investigating his death, however, it has become clear that Larsden was embroiled with the Black Tourney. Noise burst through the room, as everyone murmured at once. I looked at the council members. Hardin looked shocked, as did Walker. Aitken's face was deadpan, revealing nothing, which, in turn, revealed something. Had he been in on it with Larsden, or was he just in the know about Larsden's dark activities? "Silence!" I called. "Silence!" Esme snapped out at the same time. The room fell silent, like a switch had been flipped. It was incredibly gratifying, but I didn't know whether it was because of my command or hers. I supposed it didn't really matter. I will be conducting an investigation during the coming days. But in the meantime, another area must be addressed. Noah Frank may have lost his wolf due to Roan's willing sacrifice to save his life, but he is Pack, and he's under my protection. If anyone harms him, I will take it as a personal insult. I let my threat sit for a moment in the heavy silence, and glared at Harry, Matt, and Toby. Noah shrank even further. He hated being the centre of attention. I hated that I had made him feel uncomfortable in this dark time, but I cared more for his safety than his comfort. To take the sting out of my words, I smiled. Now, I know the Devon Pack are adjusting to life here, but you must all be eager to return home to your land, and the remainder of the pack. Rest assured, I'm in the process of making certain arrangements for that. But for now, you will remain here and abide by my rule and law.
"As should all wolves,"
said Hardin loudly. He moved forward through the crowd to approach me, and gave a low bow.
"My queen, with the deaths of Larsden and Ramsay coming on the heels of the loss of Ace Frost, the council is not at full strength. Moreover, it is time for you to travel to the seat of power, to take the crown of Tor. Whilst you do so, the council can discuss appointing the replacements for Frost, Larson, and Ramsay."
I gave him a cool smile. I will happily travel to the seat of power, but if I am to be queen in more than name, then I will appoint their replacements once I have the crown of Tor. With the council's advice, of course. It is noticeable that there are no females on the council, something we will need to rectify. Hardin's smile became distinctly strained.
"The council is usually formed of beta wolves, my queen."
"I'm well aware of that," I said dryly. Appointing alphas to the council would be a foolish decision. All the ones I'd ever met had egos as big as a dragon's dick, so any meeting involving them was doomed to failure. Appointing betas, however, meant that they could retain their loyalty to their own pack while supposedly acting in the best interests of all werewolves. I see no reason why a woman shouldn't be beta to a pack.
"They're simply not strong enough to win in a tourney,"
Aitken said stiffly. I raised an elegant eyebrow, and yet here I sit, the proclaimed queen of the English werewolves. Of course, I hadn't technically fought in a tourney because I'd mercy-killed Lord Samuel and inherited his pack, but breaking the curse had been all my doing. And Amber's, and my grandfather Alessandro's. Okay, it had been a team effort, but they didn't need to know that.
"Indeed,"
Aitken said.
"but though you are proclaimed queen, your coronation will not take place until the crown has been attained. As such, we invite you to travel post-haste to the seat of power at Felworth House."
"And where is Felworth House?" Aitken's smile was shark-like.
"Why, on my lands, my queen. The Staffordshire pack would be honoured to host you."
My stomach sank. Damn it. I was stuck between a rock and a hard place. They'd used my own meeting to pin me down and force me to agree to go to the damned seat of power, whatever and wherever it was. And who knew what awaited me there? Nothing pleasant, I was sure. Just wonderful. I plastered a smile on my face and hoped that it hid the hammering of my heart. That would be lovely, I said calmly, as if I were not fully aware that I had just agreed to leave my home to stroll directly into the lion's den, while smelling like a gazelle. Chapter 12. Though the formal side of the meet was concluded, the food side had only just started. Even so, it wasn't long before I was cornered by Sally Frank, Noah's mum. Thank you, Alpha. She gave me a low bow. I appreciate everything you're doing for my son. I hastily finished my mouthful of pizza. Not at all. I gave a polite smile. Noah is struggling to acclimatise to life without Roan, she admitted, looking worried. I thought perhaps a boyfriend would help, something to distract him. But he won't leave the mansion. Do you know if anyone is gay or bi in the Devon Pack newcomers? She frowned. Besides those arse jumped him, of course. I blinked. I'm unaware of anyone's sexual orientation. Did she think the pack had come with a spreadsheet listing personal details and everyone's strengths and weaknesses? Actually, that was a great idea considering how much I loved a spreadsheet. Maybe when I had time I could interview all the newcomers and compile some colour-coded notes. Just give him time, I suggested lightly. He's grieving. Nothing but time will help. Though even time did little to dull grief's sharp, cutting edge. Sally sighed. I know you're right, Alpha, but so hard to see him this way. I'm a born fixer, you see. I can't help but try and make things better. A fixer? Esme snorted. A meddler, more like. Noah should find his own mate in his own time. I wanted to point out that she wasn't giving me the same courtesy, with her constant urging for me to mate formally with Greg. But we had just healed our rift, and I had no wish to reopen it, so I swallowed my words. I excused myself from Sally and made the rounds, talking to the pack and taking time to speak to the Devon newcomers as well. I decided to leave after an hour of mingling. So often I'd found that my presence inhibited a party. Even more so now that I had the Devon pack members to think about. They flinched visibly in my presence. After circulating for a while, I ordered more drinks to be brought up from the cellar, and then I left. I hoped that my absence would keep the party going for longer to keep everyone in place, so Greg had plenty of time to set up and monitor the camera in the pack living room. I was hoping that the camera would capture anyone examining the mantelpiece. Best case scenario, we would see someone stroll up to it and, in the absence of a rose, angrily shake their fist. However, life had taught me things were rarely that easy. I stole a cupcake that Noah had baked then, licking the icing off as I went. Excused myself to go back to the office. I'd only walked a few paces from the dining hall when a prickle on my neck told me I was being followed. I turned and was surprised to see Tristan a few paces behind me. Adrenaline shot through my system as I wondered if he was finally going to challenge me. Esme shifted our weight onto the balls of our feet, ready to fight. Tristan was a martial arts teacher, and the subtle shift of weight was not lost on him. He let out a breath. I deserve that, I suppose. He rumbled. He stepped towards me, and I tensed even more. But then he sank to his knees, and this time he bowed his head rather than holding my gaze in challenge. Alpha, he said respectfully. My wolf Arden and I wish to offer our services. In respect of what? I finally managed to say. My heart started to calm when it became evident that he wasn't going to attack me. He looked up at me. In respect to your safety, Alpha. 2 deaths have taken place in as many days. You should not wander the halls alone. A frown creased his brow. Manners should be at your side, but since he's absent, we offer our teeth and claws. I blinked. Well, thank you. I'm grateful for your offer. I considered my next words carefully. Tristan had been slow to warm to me, but in recent weeks he'd worked with us to fight against possessed vampires and to secure the pack lands. He was a man of the pack, and I hoped that he was slowly coming to accept me as Alpha. Rejecting his offer now might irreparably damage our tentative truce. A shiver down my spine and a tingle in my scalp told me that this moment was important. If I spurned his offer, "Tell him we're grateful for his protection," Esme urged. I parroted her words. "We are grateful for your protection." He searched my eyes, but apparently whatever he saw in them satisfied him, because he nodded and stood, gesturing for me to precede him. I walked to the office, his presence weighty and uncomfortable, like a heavy shawl around my shoulders in summer. I clenched my jaw. I'd have to get used to this constant presence of guards. Now that I had been proclaimed queen, it was only going to get worse. I paused at the entrance to my office and studied the man next to me. He'd offered me his protection, and I'd accepted it. If I truly was going to trust him with my life, then it was time to trust him with some of my secrets. I needed to build a better relationship with him, and I was determined to do so. I'd watched him teach the pups the basics of martial arts, which, at their age, was often just to listen when an order was barked. He was helping me strengthen the pack. He wasn't working against me. Not any longer. I entered my office, stared for a beat at Tristan so he knew my next action was deliberate, then invited him in with a tilt of my head. His eyes widened fractionally, but he followed me. Jacob and Greg were sitting in the office. Greg was holding a small monitor. To my surprise, it didn't show the mantelpiece, but rather the view from it. The camera was hidden, nestled right where the rose should be. I realized that made it easier to see who was approaching. From another angle, we'd only get the back of someone's head. Smart. I introduced Tristan. "Tristan, this is Jacob Samuel. Jacob, this is Tristan, my third."
"My honor to meet you,"
Jacob intoned, giving a slight bow.
"And mine to meet you,"
Tristan responded, bowing back. His eyes moved curiously to the monitor, but he said nothing. I went to my desk, opened the drawer, pulled out the letter, and passed it to Tristan. He took it, looking at me with real surprise, as he realized he was being brought into my confidence. He read it swiftly, then looked again at the monitor.
"You haven't put the rose out."
It was gratifying that it was a statement. No, I have no interest in getting into bed with an organization that would welcome me and threaten me in the same breath.
"Refusing it will have ramifications for the pack,"
Tristan said, but his tone was not judgmental. "As with accepting it," I pointed out. "Not just for us, but for all the werewolves that kneel to me."
"It would strengthen our position in the other realm."
"Almost certainly. If they are as powerful as they think they are, but I will strengthen our position in the other realm my way, not by dancing to someone else's tune." Tristan's eyes shone with approval, and his lips turned up a tiny amount, the closest I'd come to seeing him smile.
"Good."
He looked at Jacob.
"Forgive me,"
he said, though his voice wasn't exactly beseeching.
"But how do we know that Jacob isn't involved with Domini? Why is he in the inner circle when he only arrived today?"
That was a good question. My gut had trusted Jacob from the moment he'd arrived, but it was more than that. There was logic supporting my trust. "He is beholden to Emery Elite," I explained. "Emery ordered him here to help me, and he couldn't betray that order if he tried. That is the burden and curse of the dragon-made brethren. More than that, Emery saved all of the gargoyles at my behest. Before they were gargoyles, they were golden-eyed werewolves. The Dark Seraph, a former pack who didn't choose to leave what they were."
"Our wolves were ripped from us,"
Jacob snarled in a low voice.
"We were torn from the great pack."
As he looked at me, the first glimmer of emotion showed on his face since he'd arrived.
"Lucy Barrett has ended the curse that plagued us, and healed the divide between the great pack. Though we are still riven from it without our wolves, the Dark Seraph are eternally grateful to Lucy Barrett and Amber Delia for freeing us from our gargoyle forms. We were in constant pain every day, cursed to live forever in darkness."
He paused and shook his head.
"It's hard to explain what the darkness of that existence was like. Some of us purposely got ourselves killed by vampires to end the suffering. Those that remained lived in hope that the curse would be lifted."
He lifted his head high as he said firmly,
The bond I have with Emery Elite commands my devotion, but my heart tells me that my loyalty is still to the pack. I am not the only one that feels so strongly. You have my word and my vow that I am not Domini, and I will never willingly allow harm to come to the Alpha."
He glowed yellow as his oath took hold. Tristan nodded slowly, and his distrust faded.
"I believe you. More importantly, so does my wolf, Arden."
He looked at me.
"Have you told Liam about the threat?" "No, not yet."
Greg answered for me.
"The only ones who know are in this room."
Tristan looked surprised. He'd expected us to have told Liam rather than him. Now he knew it was the other way around. He was pleased. "I called the meeting and we set out food," I explained. "Right about now, Finley will be bringing out the beer. Everyone should remain in the dining hall because it's our biggest space for socializing."
"So if anyone wanders into the pack living room, they're a Domini suspect,"
Tristan concluded.
"Nice."
"Exactly." A yawn cracked my face. "It's been a long day." So much had happened that it felt like eons since I'd gone for Sunday lunch with my family, even though it was only a few hours. I checked the time. 9 p.m. I'd found the note when I got back from lunch around 4 p.m. The 12-hour deadline would pass while I was sleeping. The door to my office slid open without so much as a knock. Instantly, Jacob's hand shifted into claws. Greg drew his gun, and Tristan shifted into his wolf form. Were we a little jumpy? Yep, just a smidge. The door opened further, and in strolled Bastian, the deadliest griffin assassin to walk the earth. Chapter 13. He looked faintly amused to be greeted with so much aggression. Not one line of his body said that he was concerned about it. "Hi, Bastian," I said warmly, before any of my protectors could make a foolish move. To further demonstrate my affection, I stepped closer for a hug. As I gave him a firm squeeze, something, perhaps a tendril of my piping magic, told me that he really needed the contact, so I held on longer than usual. I drew back to look at him. "You okay, lovely?" He didn't look okay. The bags under his eyes big enough to pack for a week-long holiday, and his shoulders were drooping slightly. He was tired. I frowned. "Have you not had the witch's curse removed?" When we'd rescued the kidnapped kids from the Black Witch, Bastian had kicked down a door and pulled down a hefty curse on himself. He'd required the blood of the cursing witch, Mrs. Dawes, to lift it, and he collected her blood when I killed her. He should have had the curse lifted by now. His lips pressed tightly together.
"No, the witches are currently refusing to help me."
"What? Why?" I asked, outraged on his behalf.
"I believe Amberdelia still holds a grudge for me killing her lover,"
he admitted mildly, as if she were being unreasonable. To him, murder was just business. I reached for my phone. "I'll speak to her." He stilled my hand.
"No, I'll deal with her when the time is right."
"And when will that be?" I huffed. He smiled.
"When I'm at death's door."
I looked at him critically. "Are you sure you're not already there?" I asked bluntly.
"I'm a long way from it yet,"
he assured me calmly.
"Jinx has sent me here to help you, and I also come bearing a gift. I heard on the grapevine that you needed this." He fixed me with a hard look. "I had to barter for it, and the price was steep, so you'd better really need it, Lucy Barrett." He pulled out a squat vial of black liquid. "Final defense?" I breathed. "Indeed."
He passed it to me.
"Keep it with you. Though, with your werewolf healing, I'm not sure why you need it."
"A seer told me to get it." He nodded.
"Then it is right that you have it."
"What do I owe you?" I asked, pocketing the precious liquid. I knew the potion was beyond rare. Rumour was that the Griffins paid a cool $1 million per bottle. Bastian's eyes warmed.
"Nothing, kiddo. I would bite anyone else that called me a pup,"
Esme grumbled.
"but I will overlook it in this case." "Very gracious of you, Esme,"
Bastian replied aloud. The Griffin's skills transcended language. He was a coaxer, which meant he could communicate with anyone and everything. He could also encourage people to carry out any action or behavior that they wanted to. He couldn't make you do something that was completely against your moral code, but he could make you do something that you'd been toying with. It made him a rare and dangerous commodity. Bastian looked at Greg.
"Manners?"
he greeted him belatedly, as Greg finally holstered his weapon.
"Sam?"
Greg replied, calling him by one of his many aliases. He looked Bastian pointedly up and down.
"You look like shit."
Bastian was amused.
"Thank you, brother."
Greg closed the distance between them and gave him a one-armed hug.
"Thanks for the potion,"
he murmured, not quite low enough that I didn't hear.
"I love her too,"
Bastian said softly in response.
"Albeit in a very different way. It better be."
Greg shot back in a low growl. Bastian held his hands up slightly in mock surrender. Oh, I was feeling all loved. Jacob shifted his claws back to hands. "That's incredibly useful," I said, impressed. "Can I do that? A partial shift?"
"I don't know,"
Jacob admitted.
"We can do it because we've spent a lifetime shifting. It's like muscle memory. Our bodies know how to do it even without our wolves still sharing our skin. I don't know if you can do it. You're relatively new to being a werewolf. But that's not the full extent of our powers."
A moment later, his head shifted, and where his human head normally resided, there was a wolfish one instead. Jacob opened his mouth to let me see his razor-sharp teeth. A moment later, he shifted back. "Awesome," I enthused. "And you have to go to common to recharge after doing that?" Jacob shook his head.
"No, none of the Dark Seraph do. Something in our time as gargoyles has moved us to the creature side of the boundary, even though we're all largely humanoid. We no longer have need of the common realm." "That is incredibly useful,"
Greg said.
"How many of the Dark Seraph did you ask Renard for?" "Only a few,"
Jacob said.
"For now."
Greg grinned, looking like a siren who'd sung the perfect song. Soon he would have roof guards that didn't need to go to the common realm to recharge their magical batteries. Tristan was still on 4 legs, and his wolf's mind reached out to Esme. His tone was respectful.
"Alpha, since we are shifted, we'll patrol the grounds tonight. We hope that by doing so you will rest easy."
"Thank you, Arden," Esme said warmly. "We are grateful." I opened the door to the office, and Tristan trotted out. "Can you teach me how to shift like that?" I asked Jacob. "Partially, I mean."
"I can certainly try."
He bobbed a bow.
"There's no time like the present."
An hour later, a yawn cracked my face again.
"I believe we have achieved all we can tonight,"
Jacob said.
"Now it is simply a matter of practicing what I have taught you. In the meantime, I will resume my position on the roof." "I'll join you,"
Bastian said lightly. "You're staying?" I asked, surprised.
"For now, Lucy Barrett. For now."
The 2 men left, and Greg pulled me into his arms.
"It's been a long day,"
he murmured.
"I need some energy to see me through. I propose eating some decadent chocolate cake, and then I'll show you a PowerPoint presentation I prepared earlier. It's called The Art of Seduction. Subtitle, All the Ways I Know to Make You Scream."
My mind went blank. "Yes," I said firmly, grabbing his hand and dragging him out of the office. "Let's go." He smirked. Chapter 14. Greg's phone blared to life. The noise disturbed me, but not enough to make me wake up properly. After all, it wasn't my phone.
"We're on our way. Keep him stable,"
Greg barked. Sleepiness swept from my brain at the urgency in his tone. He disconnected the call.
"Get dressed,"
he said urgently.
"It's your brother. He's been attacked."
"Oh my God, what happened?" I demanded, as I started pulling on my clothes. Ben wasn't the type to start a fight in a nightclub or something ridiculous like that.
"A werewolf,"
he said grimly.
"It entered your parents' house while they were sleeping."
My blood ran cold, and my hands faltered on the buttons on my shirt. Esme took over, moving them while my brain stuttered. As I grabbed the final defense potion from the bedside cabinet, I moved from panic to purpose. This was why Pollyanna had made me get the potion. It would save someone from near death. Though most potions required the recipient to have a spark of magic for them to work, and Ben didn't have any, as far as I knew.
To the roof,
Greg ordered. We hauled ass to the roof and joined Jacob and Bastien, who were still guarding us all. Tristan was there too, talking quietly to the airborne guards.
Lucy's brother's been attacked,
Greg told them as we burst onto the flat surface. The night sky loomed over us. Bastien instantly shifted into his winged griffin form.
Get on,
he commanded through his sharp beak.
We can go faster than a car. I can manage too.
I didn't hesitate and launched onto his back. I lay low and flung my arms around him as best I could. Greg climbed on behind me, his hands settling on my hips. Go! I shouted to Bastien.
I will carry you,
Jacob suggested to Tristan.
Do it,
Tristan agreed readily. I blocked the men from my mind. Everything in me was focused on my brother. He'd been attacked by a werewolf and it was all my fault. If he died... The cold night air whistled past me, but I barely felt it. My brain was locked on Ben, flooded with memories. Us cozying up together by the fire or doing homework with my parents. Him reading storybooks to me in our den. So many memories assailed me that a choking sob worked loose from my throat. He couldn't die. I wouldn't let him. In what felt like both a minute and a century, we were landing on my parents' lawn. There was no need to ask how Bastien knew the address. No doubt he watched young Jessica Sharp play at my house many times when she was growing up. As young teens, we'd taken turns living at each other's houses, and Bastien probably knew my home as well as he knew hers. 3 muscled men in black, carrying guns, were standing by the entrance. They were brethren, like Greg. He must have posted guards over my family. I thanked all that was holy that he had. Without his forethought. I shuddered away from finishing the thought. Ben was going to be fine. He had to be. As Greg and I slid off Bastien's back, he shifted into human form, and we ran into the house. Seeing a dead body in the hall, my breath caught. But it wasn't Mum or Dad or Ben. It was a naked, unknown male. Had to be my brother's attacker. He'd shifted into human form after the brethren guards had come to save the day with their guns blazing. I licked suddenly dry lips and stepped over the body, driven by the overwhelming need to find Ben. I had to see him. Now. I was trembling as we reached the blood-scented lounge. Let him be all right. Another man in black was in the lounge. He obviously had some medical knowledge and training, because he had an emergency kit next to him, and he was working on my brother. My heart tore. Ben was in silk pajama bottoms, and his torso, it was just ripped flesh. I could see the claw marks on his skin, and a sob tore from me before I could stop it. There was an oxygen mask over his mouth, and he was hooked up to a blood bag and another bag of fluid. The stench of blood was thick in the air, and the carpet beneath him was soaked with it. The brethren soldier was trying to bandage him, but the wounds were so great. He couldn't survive this. My brain couldn't take it in, and my mind went curiously blank. "Lucy!" Mum cried. "They won't let us take him to the hospital!" She pointed wildly to Pollyanna and the brethren soldier working to keep Ben alive. Pollyanna was at Ben's side, stroking his head and murmuring to him, even though he was unconscious. "A hospital can't help him," I said, my heart breaking. Pollyanna looked up, desperation in her eyes. "He was attacked by a werewolf, but he isn't shifting. He's supposed to shift, I foresaw it. Why isn't he shifting?" she demanded. "A werewolf?" Mum cried hysterically. "What the hell is wrong with you?" My dad stood silently, staring at my brother's ruined body in horror. "Magic is real," I said dully. "Werewolves, vampires. It's all real." I didn't look at them to see the effect my words had. I didn't have time for either of them right now. My focus had to be Ben. I had to be able to save him. I knelt next to him. "Why isn't he shifting?" I demanded hysterically of Esme. She sniffed at him. "There's no wolf waiting for him," she reported. her sorrow for my loss almost swamping me. Not everyone ravaged by a werewolf could turn. Some simply died. I don't accept that, I snarled back. If there was no werewolf for him, there had to be another solution. The potion. Of course. I reached into my pocket and pulled out the bottle of Final Defense potion. It won't work, Esme said firmly. He has no magic. It'll be a waste. Damn her and her ridiculous practicality. This was my brother we were talking about. In my head, I screamed with frustration. I will not let him die. This wasn't like my slow death at James's hands. I knew about magic now. I had magic now, and I would use everything at my disposal to keep Ben alive. I pulled up my piping magic, gathering it from my stomach, reaching down again and again to the well at my center. I pulled it up until everything in my being was vibrating with it. My skin started to itch, but I ignored it. I'd been practicing my piping skills, and I had learned to pipe minds that I knew. I only had to pipe a mind once, and I could pipe it again, even if I couldn't see the person. The magic of Glimmer, Jess's sentient magical dagger, had expanded my reach beyond anything my research had said I should be able to do. I could do the seemingly impossible. For me, that word spelled out, I'm possible. The only limitations on this earth were the ones you gave yourself. I wrenched all the gathered magic within me upwards and outwards, and reached out to the one wolf that I knew was without a host. It was a familiar mind, one I'd met before. Roan. It was hard to reach him, like walking through molasses. But desperation kept me piping, simultaneously reaching out to him and pulling me towards him at the same time. Lucy! Esme screamed in alarm, but I ignored her and kept piping. I fought for the connection to Roan, and I kept piping until finally I felt it snap into place. And then, with Roan piped and wholly under my control, I wrenched him from wherever the f he was and shoved him into my brother. Chapter 15. I pulled back to myself in time to see Ben's eyes snap open, lit with a golden light. Shift! I bellowed at Roan. He did not rail at me for my actions, so I could feel his resignation. I can't, he said mournfully. I'm sorry, Alpha, he's too injured. The potion! Pollyanna cried. Potion? I heard my mum mumble. The world has gone mad. Dad still said nothing. Of course, Ben had magic now, so the Final Defense potion would work. My hands fumbled as I pulled at the small cork in the neck of the bottle, and relief filled me as it came away. I tipped the contents into Ben's mouth. Swallow! I ordered. Ben had checked out, but obligingly Roan consumed the potion. I studied Ben's broken body, desperate hope pooling in my stomach. Come on, Ben, I pleaded aloud. Come on! I stared at his limbs, waiting for some sign that the potion was doing its thing. He's healing, Pollyanna said suddenly. She pointed to a cut on Ben's arm that was slowly shrinking. Oh my God, Mum whispered. He is healing. Dennis, look! Oh my God, look at it! His skin is healing! Shift, I ordered Roan again. In a moment, he agreed, his tone lifting. He needs to heal a little more first or he won't survive the first shift. Patience, my queen. I know what I'm doing. I held my tongue, trying to ignore the vicious itching that was now riding my body. I had no time to get to a portal, and by its almost painful level, I could tell that I had only a few minutes left both in the other realm and of being conscious. The other realm was none too gentle when it kicked you back into the common realm. I looked at my parents. It's going to be okay, I promised. A werewolf, Mum said slowly. A wolf attacked Ben, but when he was shot, he turned into a man. A werewolf? She asked again. Werewolves are real. A small triangle appeared on her forehead as she was shoved forcefully into the other realm. She had accepted that magic existed, and the veil had been lifted from her eyes. She looked up at me. Then something caught her eye. Pollyanna. Pollyanna! she said, her voice rising. Her skin is purple! What the fuck is going on? She'd seen too much now. Uh-oh, this was all kinds of rules broken. I knew that I should call it into the connection and get a subterfuge wizard to clear Mum's mind of the memory of magic. She was human and she shouldn't be in the other realm. But just the thought of doing that made my stomach roil. Now Mum knew that magic was real. I could actually talk to her about my real life. The temptation to leave her seeing was incredibly hard to resist.
What are you talking about?
Dad frowned. There was no triangle on his forehead.
It was a dog that attacked Ben, a pit bull. This man must be his owner. Pollyanna's skin is normal. All the stress, Sandy.
He trailed off. Dennis, how can you not see? Mum asked, a shade hysterically. And that was when Jacob and Tristan arrived. Greg was talking quietly to the Brethren guards, but when Jacob strolled in, my dad's jaw dropped. He stared stupidly at Jacob.
He has wings,
he said dumbly.
Black wings.
A small triangle appeared on his brow, and he visibly started as he saw Pollyanna's purple skin.
What on earth?
He whispered. He looked wildly around the room. Tristan moved closer to Pollyanna and touched her arm lightly, murmuring something that I couldn't hear. My eyes were drawn back to Ben as he jerked sharply on the floor. Even though he was still unconscious, Ben gave a low moan. Then he shifted into a large wolf. Mum and Dad huddled together, staring in shock at their now lupin son. Even my mum, who was implacably calm at all times, looked shocked as she stared at him, wide-eyed. Guilt surged through me. I was putting them through hell. They were being forced into the magical realm because of me and my enemies. My poor family. I was a curse upon them. Would they reject me now they knew the truth of what I was? Even so, I couldn't hide from it. They deserved the truth. And they deserved it from my lips before I got kicked into the common realm they just left. He's going to be okay, I repeated slowly. Because he's been made into a werewolf. Like me. My parents stared at me, mouths open. Lucy, Mum said in disbelief. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry to have brought this to your door. More sorry than I can ever say. Not knowingly, Mum said firmly. You would never endanger us deliberately. Some certainty was returning to her tone and her gaze. Never, I agreed. The itching was agonizing. Greg, I said urgently, I'm going to be booted out. Find out who this man is. I pointed to the dead body, and what pack he belongs to.
Yes, Alpha,
he responded. Then he stepped closer just as the itch reached fever pitch. I only had seconds left.
I've got you now, Lucy. Them too.
He nodded to my parents.
They're all safe. It's okay to let go.
They better be okay. Esme snarled to Red.
Keep them that way.
Yes, Red promised. And then something hit us, and consciousness slid away. My head was pounding, and I was alone. Truly alone. Esme was gone. I could still feel the smallest tinge of my piping magic in my gut, but it was the barest whisper instead of its usual roar. The strongest magic users had some magic in the common realm too, but I suspected that right now I didn't have enough magic to pipe a flea. I sat up. I was in my parents' bed, still dressed in the clothes I'd thrown on in the dark of the night. I checked the clock next to me. 1 p.m. I'd slept the morning away. I used the bathroom and hustled downstairs. Mum was sitting next to Roan, stroking his fur soothingly, even though he was solidly asleep. He was still healing. The dead body had been removed from the room, and the carpet cleaned, though despite someone's best efforts, a stain still remained. Mrs. Dawes would have been able to get it out, I thought inanely, then grimaced at the thought of her. Somehow I still missed her. Not the real her, but the person I thought she'd been. Greg looked up as I hovered by the doorway.
Hey,
he said softly.
You okay?
He came over and gathered me into his arms. I sank into him, suddenly tearful as everything hit me. My brother had nearly died, and it was my fault. The call had come at 5 a.m. when I hadn't put out the fucking rose a Domini had struck, lashing out at me exactly where it would hurt the most. Thank goodness Greg had had the wherewithal to post guards on my family, because it had never occurred to me that they might be attacked or become embroiled in my mess. They were common. You put brethren guards on my parents' house? I asked.
DEFCON 1.
He responded softly.
I've had a 4-man team on rotation since Frost threatened us.
Thank you. I choked up. If they hadn't been there, Mum and Dad would both be wolfish or dead. I'd only had one final defense potion to use. If they'd been attacked by the werewolf but no wolf had come for them, they would have died like Ben almost had. I could have lost my whole family. I'd already lost one set of parents. The thought of losing the other set almost paralyzed me. I clung to Greg and wished Esme was there with all of my might. I needed her confidence to steady me. Lucy, Mum called. I froze in Greg's arms and braced myself for the recriminations that must surely follow for keeping a magical realm hidden from your parents. Yes. She left Ben's side and made her way to me. You've been through so much, darling, she murmured, holding out her arms to me. I'm sorry we couldn't be there for you through it all. Her simple, unquestioning love slayed me. And, just like that, the tears started. Chapter 16. Greg had explained to my parents about the existence of the other realm whilst I was unconscious, so they'd had a few hours to get their heads around it. Mum especially seemed eerily calm about the whole thing. How are you okay with this? I asked her. When you love someone, she started slowly, you love all the parts of them, all their flaws and their foibles, as well as their virtues and strengths. I was scared when I first adopted you that my love for you might be less than my love for Ben because he is my son by blood. But it wasn't, Lucy. Not once. So why should I start now? She took a deep breath. Don't get me wrong, it'll take me a while to get my head around the fact that magic is real, and my children are werewolves, but I've seen a lot of things in my time as a nurse, she admitted. People with inexplicable injuries. People who lived who really should have died. She licked her lips as her frown deepened. And once, when I was a little girl, I was convinced I saw a unicorn, but my dad told me it was just my wild imagination. She shook her head. Maybe it was. I don't know. Did it have red eyes and clawed feet? I asked her. Her jaw dropped. Yep, you saw a real unicorn, I confirmed.
This is insane, Dad said. Should we be locked up? Is any of this real?
He pinched himself and winced. Look at our son, Mum said pointedly. He's a wolf. He stared at Ben.
I think I need to go and do some baking,
he said faintly, then turned and went into the kitchen. He'll come around, Mum said. He hasn't seen as many miracles as I have. It'll take a little longer to sink in. I gave her a small smile. Where's Pollyanna? Mum's mouth tightened. She said her role here was done. She walked out. She left Ben. I gaped. Mum nodded. If she'd leave him like this, then she's not good enough for him. Her tone was bitter. Confused, I shook my head. I'd seen her love for Ben and her desperation at his injuries. Pollyanna loved Ben. I was sure of it. So why the hell had she walked? So you're a werewolf alpha, Mum said, blatantly changing the subject. Greg said you run the whole pack. Yes. I paused. I just helped break a huge curse on some former werewolves, and the Werewolf Council have proclaimed me their queen. She blinked and shot an accusing look at Greg. You admitted that.
She deserved to tell you some of her secrets herself.
His voice was unruffled. A small frown creased her forehead. You're queen, but someone attacked us, so clearly you've made a few enemies. I thought of Jimmy Rain and the Domini. More than a few, I admitted unhappily. A psychopathic prick and the whole shadowy organization. At least Beckett Frost and Mrs. Dawes were dead. Her frown deepened. Is the title of Queen a poisoned chalice? Oh, undoubtedly, I said, voicing the dark thoughts I'd had since the proclamation. So far the title has done nothing except draw a bigger target on my back. I suspect my enemies are snickering every time they use the honorific. They intend it to be a death sentence. Every wolf that fancies being king will see it as a challenge. And after all, I'm just a woman. In werewolf culture, you kill someone to take over their role. That's not good. She looked worried. Don't worry, I said firmly. I've always been excellent at being the popular girl. This'll be no exception. I'll win them over. And the ones you can't win over? I braced myself as I met my mother's eyes. Those ones we kill. I waited for her to recoil. But she did no such thing. Good, she said fiercely. Seeing my shocked expression, she smiled. Lucy, darling, I want you to be standing at the end of this. Greg explained it's a dog-eat-dog world, and given the attack on Ben, I can well believe it. If you need a few heads to roll so people will take you seriously, I'll pass you the damned axe myself. Greg looked at her approvingly before turning his gaze to me.
We need to talk about your parents.
Mum glared and tapped her foot. I'm right here. What about us?
Under the letter of the law, we should call the connection.
Greg started. The magical police, Mum interrupted.
That's right, we should call the connection, and we should get their minds cleared.
Why do I get the impression we're not talking about some calming meditation? Mum asked dryly.
Clearing is when we remove any instances of magic from your mind,
Greg explained.
You lose that triangle on your forehead, and you go back to normal.
But I don't want to go back to normal.
You may be in the other realm right now, but you have no magic of your own. You're vulnerable, weaker than a day-old kitten. As Lucy said, she has enemies. There's an unspoken rule in the other that the common realmers are left alone. Many of Lucy's enemies wouldn't touch you while you were common because you were beneath their notice. But now you have those triangles.
Mum snorted. Triangles or not, some werewolf came here with death on his mind. At least if we know about magic, we can prepare for it. We can get some big shotguns or silver bullets or protective wards. Those a thing. Whatever we need. Remove that knowledge from us and you make us even more vulnerable. Not less, she argued.
I agree,
Greg said mildly.
But if we keep you in the other, we could be thrown in the connection's jail. That's something to consider.
Mum chewed on her thumb. I'd inherited my habit from her. I don't want you in jail, she conceded.
We'll do a workaround.
Bastian spoke up. He stood.
I'll see to it. One of the elders?
Greg suggested. Bastian nodded.
Darius.
Greg grimaced.
Recent reports suggest he's losing it a bit.
Exactly, Bastian rejoined mildly.
He'll sign something from someone he trusts. And who's that exactly?
The Griffin looked faintly amused.
You're not the only one who is friends with Sam Albright. I'll get it done.
He walked out. What? Explain, I ordered. Greg leaned forward.
The only way we can keep them here without us all getting in trouble is for them to become brethren, because brethren are the only ones in the other without overt magic. We'll fudge some papers and get them adopted by Darius. After that, your parents are part of a dragon family, and so they become brethren. No one, not even the connection, will be able to order them out of the other.
Relief swamped me so hard that it made me gasp. Thank God.
But until they're adopted, we need them somewhere safe,
Greg continued. As much as it galled me to admit it, the mansion wasn't that place because it was crawling with people who may, or may not, want to kill me. Rosie's, I said instead.
Rosie's,
Greg agreed. I turned to Mum. You know I found my birth family? Yes. How would you like to meet on Pack Land? Chapter 16. The evening was drawing in when we pulled up at Rosie's. Ben and Rome were still unconscious, and I had to carry them into the cafe as if they were a sick dog. Maxwell was behind the counter. As soon as he saw me, he grabbed one of his fire elementals to take over, and hurried towards us.
He's on fire, Dad said faintly. There are flames on his head, but he doesn't seem upset about it.
He sounded mystified. "This is my birth cousin, Maxwell," I said gently. "They're fire elementals, remember?"
"Well, you did say."
Dad agreed.
"But it's somewhat different seeing them."
I remembered how hard it had been for me to acclimatize, and I shot him a sympathetic smile. I had spent several days coming to terms with the knowledge that werewolves were real, let alone anything else.
"It's so lovely to meet you,"
Maxwell said warmly to my parents, brushing aside my dad's awkward comments.
"I'm just sorry it's under such difficult circumstances."
"Thank you," Mum replied and smiled at him. "And thank you to you and your family for taking Lucy into your hearts. I know it means a great deal to her." I moaned. It was so embarrassing. "Come on, let's get you somewhere safe until your adoptions have gone through," I said.
"Feels odd to be adopted at 60,
Dad muttered, but he followed me into the heart of Rosie's and up to the guarded apartments above the cafe. Once we were in the suite of rooms, he trundled straight to the kitchen and started opening and closing the drawers to see what cooking equipment he had to work with. Dad cooked for fun and for therapy. "Is he going to be okay?" I asked Mum quietly. "I'm sure he'll be fine, darling," she assured me, but her strained smile didn't reach her eyes. She watched my father stop pottering in the kitchen, and a grimace stole across her face before she could hide it.
"Is he struggling to adjust?"
Maxwell asked in a low voice.
"It is highly unusual to introduce someone to the other so late in life."
"I know." I sighed. He was trying his best to do denial, even after seeing a human shift to a wolf. But then Jacob strolled in with a full set of wings. That was the last straw. Dad's been shoved into the other realm, but I don't think he wants to be here.
"It'll work out,"
Maxwell said confidently. He hesitated.
"Nonna is here with Jason. She asked if she could visit with your parents, but if it's too much—"
"No, it's fine. Maybe it'll help distract Dad. Send them up." Maxwell nodded and disappeared to do just that. I'd brought Jacob and Tristan with me to guard my parents until the adoption papers went through. They had already checked the footage from the mantelpiece's monitor. At around midnight, the party in the dining hall had moved into the pack's living room. That told me that the Domini spy was most likely someone charismatic, someone who could persuade the whole party to move from the dining hall to another location. I had my fingers and toes crossed it was someone from the council. Plenty of them had still been going strong at midnight, and had caroused into the small hours. Unfortunately, though, so had a lot of my pack, and the Devon pack, too. For all our machinations, we were still basically at square one. I could cross off a few people from my list, but not many. Thea hadn't made it into the living room, nor had David or Finley. Toby from the Devon pack had, but Matt and Henry hadn't. Of the councillors, Aitken and Walker had both kept on partying, but they'd been with King, Cooper, Morgan and Kearns. Apart from myself and Greg, virtually every other member of my pack had been there, including Elena, Archie, and Liam. It was making me feel sick. I wished to hell that Liam hadn't been there. I trusted him, but right now the Domini situation was need to know, and he didn't need to know. If he hadn't gone into the room, I could have told him, but now I couldn't risk it. The circle of trust was small, very small. My nonna, Helena, burst into the room with a screeched, "Luciana!" She bustled over and peppered me with kisses. Jason trailed behind her and gave me a half smile and a nod. My young cousin was too cool for hugs and kisses. When Helena released me, I gave him a light slug in the shoulder. "Hey, cuz," I greeted him, surreptitiously checking him over for any signs of upset after his kidnapping a few weeks earlier.
"Hey,"
he responded laconically. "You okay?" He nodded and moved into the sitting area, flicked on the TV, and let out a loud belch. Yes, he was okay. Mum offered Helena her hand, but Nonna blithely ignored it and pulled her into a hug with lots of exclamations of "Grazie mille," as she covered my poor mother with kisses. "Thank you," Helena said finally, as she drew back enough to let Mum breathe. "Thank you for raising her and loving her so well. Grazie mille." "You're welcome." Mum smiled at me. "She's very special." I left the two women to talk and mooched over to Dad under the pretense of making a cup of tea. I flipped on the kettle. "Okay, Dad?" I asked softly, as he started weighing out the flour he'd found in the cupboards. He gave me a slightly frayed smile.
Yes, of course. What's not to be okay about? Fiery heads, wolfy bodies, chaps with wings. This is all totally normal.
I grimaced and focused on the tea. Hopefully he just needed some time. But the problem was I didn't know how much time I could give him. My gut said the shit was about to hit the fan, and I was going to get covered in dung. Chapter 18. My phone rang. Bastian. As I swiped to answer, a yawn cracked my face. Hey, I answered.
It's done,
Bastian said tersely.
Tell Manders that Darius is on his way to Carnarvon. He'll want to give Emery a heads up.
Why is the Outer Dragon going to Carnarvon? I asked nosily.
They're holding a hearing about the Dark Seraph situation.
Could Emery get in trouble? I worried, biting my thumb.
Yes,
Bastian said bluntly. Oh, don't sugarcoat it, I said huffily. Just tell it like it is. He gave an amused snort and hung up. My parents had retired to a bedroom, leaving me with Greg, Tristan, and Jacob. Rome was still laid in front of the fireplace, breathing lightly. Maxwell had herded Helena and Jason out around the time that Mum's smile had started to get strained. She'd been through a lot, and she was bearing up admirably, but maybe meeting my birth family hadn't been the best thing to add to the equation. I kept feeling that I was fumbling this terribly. Ben and Roan were still asleep, though to me their sleep seemed unnatural. They were too still. Normally when we sleep we toss and turn, but they barely moved. A sense of foreboding was tickling my spine, and I could ignore it no longer. Something was wrong. They needed me. I'm going to head into the other, I said abruptly. Maybe then I can pipe Ben awake.
You might be best leaving him to come round in his own time,
Greg counselled. I shook my head. Something's wrong, I'm sure of it. I need to see he's okay before I can do anything else, so he has to wake up now. I need to see his eyes, his human ones, and then I'll be okay. Plus, I needed Esme. Her absence was like losing a limb. I missed her desperately, and though it made more sense to recharge overnight, I'd had enough.
I'll come with you,
Jacob offered and stood up. As I was in the common realm, I couldn't see his wings, and I hated that because they were beautiful. Thank you. I shot him a graceful smile. I raced out of the apartment and down to the shop floor. A fire elemental guard gave me a nod as I strode towards the portal. I yanked open the door, walked in wholly ordinary, and strolled out with a wolf in my head. Esme! I greeted her desperately and gave her a giant hug. She nuzzled me. How are Ben and Roan? She asked urgently. Still unconscious, I'm freaking out. They were badly injured, but even so, this is a long time for a wolf to heal. Let's go and see them. Yes, I agreed, relieved she was on the same page. I looked at Jacob. It's good to see your wings, I said. They're glorious. He looked startled.
Thank you,
he said, making the statement sound like a question. He obviously wasn't comfortable accepting a compliment, but I believed in trying to make others acknowledge their own strengths and beauty, inner and outer. We dashed back upstairs and burst into the apartment. Roan's legs were moving like he was dreaming, but he was whimpering. If he was dreaming, it was a nightmare. I knelt by his side and stroked his fur, then pulled up my piping magic and connected to him. Against my will, I was pulled into a vision in which I was Ben.
There were bodies everywhere, human and Lupin. The acrid scent of smoke hung heavy in the air, and cries of agony were dancing on the breeze. The sun was baking down on us, sweat drifting into our human eyes, stinging us. Time to shift, Roan said grimly. Let's do this, I agreed. The shift rolled over us, pleasurable and full, and we ran to join our sister and our queen. Another wolf ran towards us, but we didn't want to hurt them. They were misguided, not evil. We pulled our air magic forward and blasted them off their feet. Stay down, pup, Roan growled to the younger wolf. He stayed down. We raced towards to Lucy, where she was battling the arsehole that started all of this. The vision restarted. There were bodies everywhere, human and Lupin.
The acrid scent of smoke hung heavy in the air, and cries of agony were dancing on the breeze. The sun was baking down on us, sweat drifting into our human eyes, stinging us. "Time to shift," Roan said grimly. "Let's do this." I agreed. I watched the same small loop over and over again, stuck in a vision I couldn't get out of. Oh shit, this was bad. Panic was rearing through me and I couldn't feel Esme. I watched in despair as that same moment was repeated. I was trapped with my brother and Roan in a future memory loop that I couldn't find my way out of. It was like being stuck in a maze, except that every direction led me along the same route. Then I felt Esme desperately tugging me, and I cried out as she bit down into my flesh. Still she pulled at me and I didn't resist, though I reached out and locked my arms around Roan. I would drag him out with me. Esme gave another violent tug on my ankle, and the agony of it made me cry out. Hot blood welled and ran down my foot, as she somehow yanked me back to my body and I slammed into it. I lay there gasping, barely able to move. It felt like I'd been punched in the solar plexus and I struggled to haul oxygen into my lungs. "Holy shit!" I choked out. My ankle was throbbing. Feeling wobbly, I sat up and pulled up my trouser legs to see Esme's bite marks around my ankle. I blinked. The bites had happened in a vision. But how the hell had they hurt me physically? "I'm sorry," Esme whimpered in my mind. For the first time I could recall, she was cringing, tail between her legs, ears flat. She lay down and exposed her belly to me. Hey, love, it's okay. Nothing a quick shift won't heal. It's okay. I felt your pain. I hurt you." Her misery swamped me. "You saved me. You brought me back. No apology necessary." The pain from my ankle was distracting us both, and Esme's feelings of guilt were overwhelming, so I hastily stripped and let the shift roll over us. In moments the pain started to fade, as the shift kick-started our healing. On 4 we padded over to Roan and nuzzled him firmly. He opened his golden eyes. "Hey," I greeted him. "Are you back with us?" "I am," Roan agreed. "Where was I?" I contemplated his question carefully before responding. "The future, I think." The question was, how the hell had he got there? "I do not want to go back there," he said unhappily. "We may not have a choice." The battle had happened when it was hot, in summer, and it had taken place on the mansion grounds. But the really important thing was that in the future Roan had used air magic. Somehow, between now and then, we'd worked out how to unlock the wolves' lost power. It was April now, so it looked like I had a couple of months to work out how to perform a miracle. Nothing like a tall order. Chapter 18. Roan willingly relinquished his hold on Ben, and my brother's brown eyes met mine. The shift rolled over them, and, in a moment, he was human again.
"Lucy?" he said, searching my eyes.
I grimaced. That was a very loaded question. "You got attacked by a werewolf," I explained. "You were dying. To save you, I helped you shift into a werewolf."
"How?"
"I'm a werewolf as well," I admitted. Ben looked away as he took it all in, and his gaze fell on Jacob and Maxwell. His mouth dropped open. "They're friends," I said hastily. "Jacob's a dark seraph and Maxwell is my birth cousin. He's a fire elemental." Ben looked back at me.
"This is a dream,"
he muttered.
"I'm probably in hospital, hooked up to 100 machines like you were. Oh, God, poor Mum and Dad."
I reached out and pinched him. Hard.
"Ow!"
he exclaimed, rubbing his arm. "You're not dreaming." He stared at me.
"If I'm not dreaming and Maxwell is your blood relative, then why don't you have flames on your head like he does?"
I sighed. My vampire great-great-grandfather had my magic extinguished. He hid me in a non-magical place called the Common Realm. He hoped it would keep me safe from the people who had murdered my parents. Ben's mouth dropped open.
"They were murdered?"
"Yes."
"By whom?"
"There was a prophecy when I was born that said I was going to be queen of the werewolves. A werewolf family, the Frosts, decided to take matters into their own hands."
"Jesus, that is so fucked up. You're really serious?
He searched my face. Really?
You always loved fire,
he said suddenly and shook his head.
If ever you were upset, looking into the fireplace would calm you down. I always just thought it was some sort of primeval thing. Man be safe with flames, oh, that sort of thing, but it was more than that. It reminded you of home.
My throat tightened. My grandfather had my childhood memories wiped, I said. My throat was closing up with tears. I don't remember anything at all.
Maybe not consciously, Ben said slowly, but on some level you always knew fire was a part of you.
That made me feel better. My family hadn't been completely ripped from me, and now I'd rediscovered them again. Ben suddenly looked up, and his eyes frantically searched the room. He reached out and grasped my arm.
Pollyanna?
He asked urgently.
Where is she? Was she hurt?
No, I promised hastily. She's absolutely fine. I wondered how much I should tell him. She's actually a seer.
A seer?
She can see the future. I don't know how much or how good she is at what she does, but she knew enough to beg me to get a particular potion to keep on hand. It saved your life.
Seers? Potions?
He shook his head in denial, then buried it in his hands. I reached out and stroked his back.
It's okay,
I heard Roan say to Ben.
Do not despair. I will guide you through the other realm. I am Roan, and I am your wolf.
As he spoke the last words, his tone was full of wonder. I lifted my hand from my brother's back to give them some privacy. I grimaced at my lack of control. I hadn't meant to pipe Roan, but emotions were high, and with a physical touch I'd reached their minds without conscious effort. That made me uneasy. My powers were strong, and the urge to use them to pipe every wolf I met to examine their intentions was unnerving, and very, very wrong. If I chose, I could pipe my enemies and force them to obey me, to like me and be fanatically loyal. I licked my suddenly parched lips. There was a reason why the connection monitored pipers. It was all too easy for them to become a force for evil. One little pipe here, another pipe there, all for the greater good, of course. But slowly, free will was eroded. It was a slippery slope, and the fear of sliding down, it stayed my hand. With effort, I pushed the piping magic back down. Esme crooned a little in my head to soothe me, proud that I'd resisted temptation. She was also a little distressed that she'd hurt me. As I reached for her, she retreated further into my mind. I let her go with regret, even though I held no ill will towards her for the bite. She had to process it on her own. I was grateful for her intervention, no matter how painful it had been. Without her, I could have been stuck in that loop forever, and so could Roan and Ben. I turned my gaze on my brother. As he and Roan conversed, some of the tension was leaving him. Whatever Roan was saying was making him feel better. I did my best to wait for them to finish, but patience had never been my strong suit. Finally, Ben raised his head out of his hands and looked at me a little wild-eyed.
You know Roan?
He asked. He was once with Noah, one of my pack. Roan sacrificed himself to save him.
Then how come he's in my head?
Ben frowned. I shook my head. I put him there, though I'm not quite sure how. Desperation makes you do crazy things. Like when a mother can lift a car off her trapped child.
You lifted a car off me?
It was a supernatural equivalent of that, I agreed. What I did shouldn't have been possible. I didn't explain that I'd been made magical by Glimmer, and consequently I existed outside the normal rules. Magical sentient daggers might have been too much for him to deal with at that moment. Greg gave Ben a smile.
Welcome to the pack,
he murmured.
Here.
He passed Ben some black joggers. Ben stared at him.
You're a werewolf too?
Greg nodded.
I was born to a dragon shifter, though. I didn't possess the ability to shift, until Jessica Sharp stabbed me with a magical dagger, imbued with werewolf magic.
Okay, so much for me not telling Ben. Greg obviously thought Ben could handle the magical dagger thing.
Jess,
Ben said, startled.
She's magical as well.
Yes, I confirmed. But she only discovered that recently. Her parents kept her magic hidden from her. My brother rubbed his forehead.
This is all a bit much,
he said finally.
Where's Pollyanna? He repeated. You said she was okay.
She was. I bit my lip. She left when she was sure you were going to be all right. He blinked.
She left me?
Yes. I'm sorry. He frowned as he pulled on the black joggers. He was still shirtless, but at least I didn't have to see my brother's wang. He started looking around the room.
Where's my phone?
He asked, sounding exasperated. Tristan held it out to him, together with a key. This is my third, Tristan. I introduced him hastily. Ben gave Tristan a half-hearted nod in greeting, then reached for the phone. He stared at the key. After a moment, he snagged both with a muttered, "Thanks." He unlocked the phone and hastily dialed a number. With my heightened hearing, I heard the almost instant disconnect tone.
She hung up on me,
he said faintly, looking at me in wounded disbelief.
And she gave me back the key to my house.
I squeezed his arm sympathetically, but for the first time in a long time, I had nothing to say to him. Pollyanna had undoubtedly saved his life, but then she'd abandoned him, seemingly cut herself out of his life with surgical precision. And we had no idea why. Ben blew out a breath.
What do I do?
He asked plaintively.
I have a wolf in my head.
I smiled. You do, and he'll be the best friend you ever had. Then I hesitated. Back when I'd been turned, Lord Samuel had insisted that I return to the mansion and live among the pack for at least 4 weeks, whilst I acclimatized to the wolf that was now residing in my skin. It had been different then. The great pack had been sheared from us by the witch's curse, and the wolves and their human counterparts had lost the ability to communicate. Shifting had become a wrestle for supremacy, rather than a joyous union. Forced to become no more than a bound and gagged parasite, the wolves had become even more desperate for control, for a few moments of true freedom. If the great pack hadn't been restored, more packs like Frost would have arisen, controlled by force and fear, and a far cry from the family unit they should be. Ben and Roan were lucky. They'd be bonded with the great pack. Like me, they would never know what it was like to be forever separate. Still, Ben had a lot to come to terms with, and a whole new magical realm to learn about. And then there was the painful complication of Noah to consider. You should come to the mansion, I said finally. You need to learn about the pack and about magic. Roan will guide you, but you've always been a learn-by-doing person. Ben licked his lips.
What about work?
I shrugged. Quit. Take some holidays or go off sick. I paused. The pack doesn't have a lawyer on retainer, and we could do with one. Just think about it.
I think I'll be doing nothing else for quite some time to come.
I grimaced. He wasn't wrong.
I'm going to bed,
he said abruptly. As Tristan wordlessly showed him to one of the bedrooms, a yawn cracked my face.
Bedtime,
Greg said softly. He came over to me, and before I could say anything, he effortlessly lifted me over his shoulder, startling laughter from me. I wasn't going to say no, I said between giggles. I'm exhausted. There's no need to manhandle me.
I'm in the mood to manhandle you,
he murmured, for my ears alone. So what are you waiting for? I asked. You know how I love your manhandle. I snickered.
It's not a handle,
he huffed. Sure it is, I cooed back. All it needs is a certain touch, and you're on your knees.
The only one getting on their knees is you,
he growled. Promises, promises, I said airily. He grunted as he strode into our room at Rosie's and shut the door behind us. He threw me onto the bed, making me bounce. He might have been my beta, but in the bedroom he was a total alpha, and I loved every minute of it. Chapter 20.
So, can we go home?
Dad repeated impatiently. I sighed. Dad, you're not listening.
He glared at me. I've been adopted by a dragon. My mind cannot be wiped, and I belong to the other realm. I have listened, and now I wish to return home to my boring, ordinary, common realm life.
It's not safe to go home, I started.
Then make it safe, he snapped.
He whirled out of the room and stomped down the stairs. Mum looked after Dad with a faint frown. I'm sorry, Luce. I would never have expected him to react like this. It's fine, I said faintly. It's not his fault. It's a lot to take in.
We'll make it safe,
Greg promised her.
I'm calling some people. Jacob, guard Mr. Barrett from the sky. Discreetly.
Jacob nodded and strode out. I'll call Amber and sort out some protective runes, I said, and went into the relative privacy of my room at Rosie's to ring the witch. Hey, Amber, it's Lucy. I know who it is, she answered brusquely. I have caller ID. Right, I need a favour. My parents have been forcibly introduced to the other, and I need their house ruined to the hilt. Money is no object.
Give me the address,
she demanded. Tension drained out of my shoulders. She would help me. I rattled it off.
I'll be there in 2 hours,
she promised. Thank you so much, Amber, and now on to more pleasant matters, I said. Jess and Emery are getting married, and Jess would love for you to come to her hen do. There was a beat. She would? Amber sounded surprised and rather gratified. She specifically asked for you, I confirmed, which also got me thinking. I'd love to get her something special as a wedding gift. And what could be more special than the gift of speaking to Gatto? That would be wonderful, she agreed. Exactly. So I was thinking, with my piping skills and your witchcraft, do you think we could create some sort of amulet that could contain my piping magic? Something she could wear to speak to Gatto? Amber was silent for a moment as she thought about it. I've seen something like that in my family grimoire, she said. I'll have to see how much it would cost, she muttered, more to herself than me. But from what I recall, it needs weeks of constant contact with a piper. Leave it with me, I'll look into it. Text me the details of the hen do. She rang off abruptly, before I could even thank her. Whilst the hen do was on my mind, I reached out to the other people that Jess had listed, and texted them the time, date, and location. We'd hold it in Carnarvon Castle, where there'd be plenty of space, and we'd be in the middle of the dragon's stronghold. It would be as secure as Fort Knox, just as it needed to be if any of us were to relax and enjoy the night. Finally, I texted Emery, outlined my plans, and asked him to help keep it a surprise for Jess. Okay, so my professional life was a hot mess, but my personal life was doing okay. I wasn't letting my best friend down over her hen party. My parents were going to be safe. My brother was alive, and my heart was full of swoony love for Greg. Things could definitely be worse on the personal front, though professionally I was sucking monkey balls. With the attack on Ben and the arrival of the Domini into my life, the murder of Scott Larsden had taken a back seat. Were the Domini responsible for it? Was everything else a smokescreen to distract me from the truth? And then there was the possibility that I might have a Domini mole in my pack. I prayed that the rose-spying arsehole was a council member. I'd bet solid money on Aitken or Walker. Things would have been so much easier if I could just pipe my enemies. The annoying thing was that if my enemies had my power, I knew they wouldn't be as scrupulous as me. They'd rip into my mind like it was tissue paper. Piping is not the way to defeat them, Esme said abruptly. Then what is? Strength. We are strong. They will see that, and they will respect us. I loved her enthusiasm and certainty. I'd never met another female with such unshrinking self-belief. Every woman could do with being more Esme. Before I'd learned that magic was real, that'd been me. Strong, independent, rocking it in a male-dominated field. Somewhere along the line, my confidence had taken a battering. Who was I to lead? To rule? To be queen? The real monarchy was trained from birth, tutored in world affairs, politics, and diplomacy. My education, even though it had been excellent, now felt somewhat lacking. I really needed some kind of mentor. But the problem was that most alphas were killed when someone else decided they could do a better job. It hadn't always been that way. There were records of alphas retiring in old age, but that had been centuries ago, and they were all dead and gone.
I'll take your mum home and make sure she's secure, Greg offered. I'm sure your dad'll make his way there too.
Thanks. Amber said she'll swing by in a couple of hours to ruin their home. Greg gave me a quick kiss, shouldered Mum's bag, and set off for my childhood home, leaving me with Ben, Tristan and Maxwell.
You need anything?
Maxwell asked. I shook my head. Fire elementals were fantastic when I had an enemy fronting up to me, but until I knew who my enemy was, I'd hold them in reserve. I'm okay for now, thanks, Maxwell. I paused. How is grandfather? I asked casually. When my grandfather had travelled back in time with me, he'd lost his fire elemental ability, leaving him like any other ordinary vampire. Unlike any other vampire, though, he was clanless.
Not himself, Maxwell admitted. I've never seen him like this. He's usually indomitable.
Guilt clawed at my stomach. Alessandro had lost his power because he'd been helping me. It had felt a little like karma at the time. After all, he'd once stolen my magic and now he'd lost his own. But that was the petty part of me, and I wasn't especially proud of those feelings. Tell him I was asking after him, will you? I couldn't go as far as sending him love and good wishes. We were a long way from that. For all he guarded my family for a couple of centuries, he certainly hadn't done a bang-up job for my birth parents, and it was hard not to lay some blame at his door. I was trying to move past it, but it turned out forgiveness was even harder to bestow than it was to earn. Tension drained out of me as we approached the mansion. We were home. A smile crossed my face when our car crunched up the gravel driveway, and I saw a happy-looking Aries waiting by the house. "Hey, boy," I cooed as I fished around in my pockets for a polo mint. I held it out to him, palm flat, razor-sharp teeth flashing. He took it carefully from my hand, threw it back, and chomped it down with relish. He gave a side-to-side step, holding his tail high like he was a dressage horse, then threw back his head and gave a joyous whicker. He was happy to see me.
Jesus Christ,
Ben breathed.
An honest-to-goodness unicorn.
This is Aries, I introduced him. He's a dear friend of mine. Aries, this is my brother, Ben. I sent Aries a few images of Ben and I growing up together, so that he would understand that Ben was family. Aries gave Ben a gentle nuzzle hello. In a daze, Ben rubbed his nose in return. Aries huffed out a breath of hot air, then turned and trotted back to the shade that David's shelter offered. In the stillness, I heard some corvid caws. I let Ben take in the grounds for a moment, whilst I reached out to the birds with my piping magic. I hummed a tune under my breath to make it a little easier. I was startled when I met not one or two minds, but scores of them. Greg's plan to attract some crows with some monkey nuts and shiny presents had worked a shade too well. Images rushed at me. Food, nests, eggs. The nests were in the chimneys and in the few potted trees that Greg had dragged up on the roof. They were made with long twigs, but I spied clumps of wolf fur among the intertwined branches. The crows were indeed making our roof their home, at least for now. Greg would be thrilled. "Guard us?" I asked the crows. I felt humour roll back at me, but also assent. They would guard the nests. I wasn't sure if that meant they would guard us, too. "Tell me if danger comes?" I tried again. Images of the crows' natural predators, eagles, hawks, and falcons, assailed me. I didn't want to get a warning every time a bird of prey flew past. I sent back images of wolves with their teeth bared, griffins with their claws extended, and dragons breathing fire. "Danger," I repeated. "Danger," the crows agreed. I untangled my mind from theirs. I had no idea whether it would work, but no harm, no foul. David opened the front door to the mansion and looked out.
Alpha?
His gaze flicked to my brother, and he frowned. My brother, Ben, I explained. David blinked. I'd explained that my family were common, and here I was leading in my brother with a triangle on his forehead. He was attacked, I explained. I turned him into a werewolf to save him. David pushed his tortoiseshell glasses up the bridge of his nose, then held his hand over his heart and bobbed a shallow bow.
My honour to meet you, Ben Barrett. Welcome to the Home Counties Pack.
Thank you. Ben copied the gesture and gave an awkward bow in return. This is David. I introduced him, the 8th in my pack. Philip Hardin pushed past David.
My queen,
he greeted me happily.
I am pleased to say that Aitken has confirmed that the preparations for your arrival at Felworth House are well underway. They'll be ready to receive you and the council members later today. We're all eager for you to formally conquer the seat of power.
I envisaged a huge Game of Thrones-style chair. The way everyone spoke about it made me nervous, as if it were an insurmountable challenge. Hardin continued.
I'm also pleased to say that the nearest alphas have been invited to attend. Aitken has confirmed that a magnificent ball will be held in your honour, whilst we eagerly await confirmation of your formal coronation.
He was almost bouncing on the balls of his feet, looking positively giddy at the thought. Wonderful, I managed to say, though it felt anything but. I'll ready my 13 and—
Oh no, your majesty,
he interrupted, looking horrified.
It'll be the Staffordshire Pack's honour to guard you. Just you and your beta will be more than sufficient.
I smiled as blithely as I could. How kind of them to offer, but I couldn't possibly impose.
Not at all.
He smiled conspiratorially.
It'd be a grave insult if you didn't trust the Staffordshire Pack to guard you. Of course, I'm sure that's not what you're saying.
Not at all. I repeated his words back to him.
Tell him we're still choosing a mate. We can take our suitors with us with no insult given.
Greg might take offence to that, I said dryly.
He will not, because it will keep us safe.
Hard to argue with that. Greg would walk across hot coals to keep me safe, so he would surely bear some indignity to have extra protection for me. I cleared my throat. I will bring some of my suitors with me, though. Hardin blinked.
I wasn't aware you were courting. This is excellent news. I'll let it be known, and, of course, do bring any of your suitors with you to Felworth.
Esme, why is he looking happy? Because we have said we are courting. And that's made him happy because—
At the next moon, we must pick our mate.
What, are you insane? I demanded. She ruffled her fur a little.
It was the only way to give us extra protection without insulting Staffordshire. If we arrive at their pack with the Battle 13, we'll have to use them and the wolves would die. This way we can take a handful of suitors, and Staffordshire will be none the wiser.
At any other moment, Esme raising her claws to do sarcastic quotation marks would have been hilarious. Instead, I just groaned. My heart was hammering.
I do not understand your distress. You and Greg have mated before. Now you can do so formally.
You know I wasn't ready for that, I hissed.
We are to be queen, she said firmly. We cannot be without a king.
Yes, we can. This is the 21st century. Women can wear trousers, have jobs, and not have arranged marriages.
It is not arranged if we arrange it, she snorted.
You're being cow-headed. Pig-headed, I corrected automatically.
Pig, cow, sheep, it makes no difference. It's all meat to be eaten, she said dismissively.
You're basically forcing me to marry Greg, and worse, you're forcing Greg to marry me.
I'm doing no such thing. You can marry whoever you like.
Greg is the only sensible choice.
Yes, she muttered mulishly. But we both know you're not always sensible.
Right, that's it. That's the last straw, just—
Why you would care about drinking through small tubes at a time like this is beyond me.
It's not about— Oh, you know what? Never mind. Just go. Shush. Sit in the corner and think about what you did.
What I did is buy us more time to consolidate our power. You're welcome, she growled.
Then, in my mind, she turned and lifted her tail high so she showed me her arsehole. It was official. Esme and I had just had our first real fight. All the tiffs that had come before were nothing compared to this. I was almost incandescent with rage at her, and she knew it. She was a high-handed bitch. How dare she trick me? She was the worst wolf soulmate ever. Chapter 22. I used my righteous rage to carry me into my private living room, where a cool, secret space awaited me. It seemed like the right place to dig into the mysterious seat of power. I pulled on the book by cant, and the secret door opened. I snuck in, using my phone to light the dingy room. Went to the desk and found the steward's diary, the old book that the Samuels had all written in. I'd read it cover to cover, but I didn't remember anything about the seat of power. Then again, I hadn't been looking for it. For the next hour, I scanned through the book, impatiently turning the pages. Finally, I found one entry. Things worsen still. Without the artifact, the seat of power has gone quite mad. Any who stray into her domain are never seen again. The Staffordshire Pack have been tasked with keeping her alive, but no longer can we entrust her with our dead. Who knows what she would do with them? That was it. The whole entry. I flicked through the rest of the book, but not once was the seat of power mentioned again. I flipped back to the entry and frowned. If the seat of power was a her, then what manner of creature was she? She had to be immortal, or at the very least long-lived. There had to be a plethora of deadly immortal creatures in the other realm that I still hadn't encountered. Could the seat of power be one of the dragon elders? We'll find out when we're there, Esme said finally. I suggest we practice shifting our head, like Jacob taught us. That wasn't actually a bad idea. Fine. We tried for the next hour, but wholly without success. You're doing it wrong, Esme accused. It's not me, it's you, I fired back. We managed it the other night. Now we cannot do it because we are not in accord. I pinched the bridge of my nose. She was probably right. Jacob and the other seraph could do the partial shift easily, instinctively. Esme and I needed to work together. And right now, together wasn't a place either of us wanted to be. Enough, I said firmly. We'll try again another day. We may not have another day, Esme said darkly. I ignored her and went out of my secret room, shutting the entrance behind me. I grabbed a random book from the bookshelves and tried to learn something. Anything at all to stop this day being a total fucking shambles. Annoyingly, I couldn't focus, and I kept reading the same sentence over and over. Finally, I gave up in a huff and stormed up the stairs to my room to pack my bags for my doom. A girl had to look nice, even if she was going to die a brutal death by some sort of mysterious creature, like a chimera. We're not going to die, Esme sighed. I ignored it and packed my moisturizing creams. Once I'd finished, I went down to my office. I could stare at some numbers for a while. They always soothed me. Numbers didn't lie. I was still stewing an hour later when there was a single brisk knock at the door. The door swung open, revealing my favourite red-headed witch, in her usual full skirt and peasant blouse. Hey, I greeted Amber. Did you manage to ruin my parents' house? To the hilt, she confirmed briskly. Your dad baked me some blueberry muffins, so I've given you a small discount on your invoice. He's got some talent. Yeah, did he seem okay? She shrugged. He kept calling me the painter decorator rather than a witch. Not everyone welcomes a world where magic is real, especially when that world just tried to kill their son. Put like that, Dad's attitude was more understandable. He'd been through a lot in the last couple of days. Maybe I needed to stop worrying about him and cut him some slack. Yeah. I rubbed a hand across my face. Amber reached into her ever-present black tote bag and pulled out a necklace with a metal amulet on it. I grimaced. It's not very delicate. Or pretty. She glared at me. It's not for Jinx to wear, it's for Gatto. You can't give a hellhound a pretty trinket. Besides, it needs to be big enough for me to paint runes on it. The crone gave me this amulet. Her tone was reverent. You should be grateful. She pulled out a potion and a paintbrush, then snapped on some gloves. Oh, I am super grateful. I'm overflowing with grateful. It came out more sarcastically than I'd intended. What was the point in doing this if I was going to die in the next day or two? I gave myself a shake and told myself firmly to put on my big girl knickers. So we're doing this right now, I said, eyeing the purple gloop. Jinx is getting married soon. Even if we start now, I'm not sure it'll be strong enough in time, but we can try. If not, we can give it to her as a gift after the honeymoon. I watched as she painted small runes onto the back of the amulet. Okay, she said. Now summon up your piping magic and direct it into the amulet. She made it sound simple, but I'd never piped an inanimate object before. It took 3 attempts, including some humming and holding the amulet, before I managed to forge a connection between me and the hunk of metal. It wasn't like piping something living. I didn't get the feel of any emotions nor the beat of its heart. There were no flashes of memories. There was nothing, and consequently the connection between us felt tenuous. I floated my magic down the small bond with the lightest of touches, like a feather trailing across skin. Enough, Amber said abruptly. The rune work is wearing out. I disconnected, then blinked, when I saw Greg leaning against the wall in all of his nonchalant beauty. Hey, I greeted him with a smile. He nodded, but his eyes were dark and serious, and he didn't return the smile. Perhaps he'd heard about the suitor/mating thing. My stomach knotted. I didn't want to trap him, not for a second. The whole thing made me feel ill. I'll be back the same time tomorrow, Amber said, ignoring, or perhaps not noticing, the tension in the room. I'll be in Staffordshire tomorrow at Felworth House. She huffed. And you were planning on telling me this when? Now? We need to do this every day until the amulet is powered enough to self-sustain. We can't stop and start or it won't work. She glared at me. I guess I'll see you tomorrow in Staffordshire. She packed her bags and started for the door. Before she opened it, she paused. Lucy. Her voice was softer than it had been. Be careful. I will, I promised. She nodded and walked out, leaving me with my apparently very pissed-off lover. Harden has made all these plans to get me to Felworth House, for me to join with the seat of power, whatever that means, I told Greg. Apparently I can't take guards without it being a huge insult to the hosting pack, so Esme decided I could take some with me if they posed as suitors. Was I throwing Esme under the bus? Yes. Did she deserve it? Undoubtedly. Greg pushed off from the wall. I understand the logic of her plan, he said finally. I even approve of it. But emotionally it'll be damn difficult to see you parade around in another man's arms, not to mention that you've effectively declared open season on yourself, and some of the alphas don't take no for an answer. I grimaced. Well, you're right, but it's also a play for time. If the alphas think I can be wooed, maybe they'll hold off challenging me. Maybe, but some of them are already mated. Most of them, in fact. And they will still challenge you, Luce. Then what will you do? My face hardened. I'll kill them. There's a lot of bad alphas out there, he said darkly. They won't fight fair. Peaches, I've been gathering intel. Some of them make Frost look like a dream. You can't fight everyone, Lucy. I raised my chin. What do you propose? That I renege? That I go there without guards? That I don't claim the crown? He shook his head and blew out a harsh breath. No. Obviously not. You've been named now. It's done and can't be undone. Well, then what? Greg rubbed his hand over his shorn blonde hair. We go as prepared as we can be. You can only take unmarried males. Liam, Archie, David, Finley, or Ethan. Tristan's married, I said, surprised at the omission of his name from the list. Happily, to a seer. My jaw dropped. Tristan had been a pain in my arse since my arrival. We'd come to a wary truce recently, but had no idea he was married. And I was truly shocked that it was to another species. I would have bet money that he believed in the sanctity of same-species marriage. I suddenly remembered his gentle touch on Pollyanna at Mum and Dad's house. He had known her. Had he somehow driven her away from Ben? I shook my head and tried to clear my mind. I think Ethan's still too traumatized to go. Ethan had been bullied and blackmailed by my former third, Mark Oates. Although he'd done well in the pack tourney, I still didn't think he'd cope in a testosterone-fueled environment that would, no doubt, remind him of Mark and his bullying.
I agree. Marissa said he still has nightmares.
I blinked at that. I hadn't known that Greg and Marissa were friendly. He read my expression correctly.
She's 7th, and a loyal member of our pack. As your 2nd, people report concerns to me that they don't wish to bring to you.
Suddenly weary, I sighed. But surely I must be failing if they won't bring their problems to me.
They bring you the stuff that matters. Dead bodies,
he said dryly.
I'm here to make your day easier in every way, so you can do your thing.
And what is that? I asked dryly. He tilted my chin and looked into my eyes.
Lead. As a strong, capable woman, you lead, Lucy. You're dragging the werewolves kicking and screaming into the 21st century, and they will thank you for it.
He paused.
Eventually.
I straightened my spine. He was right. I'd found my feet as alpha, and now I would find my feet as queen. No matter what type of ruler I would be, I knew one thing. I would be strong and capable, and I would do what was right. The strong survived in this realm, but too often that meant that the bullies ruled. Well, no longer. I was going to seize the patriarchy by the balls, and I was going to give it a vasectomy. Chapter 23. As part of my seize-the-day resolution, I summoned Ben and Noah to my office. Greg had ostensibly left to do a perimeter and roof check before we set off for Felworth House, but I knew that it was really to give Ben and I some privacy. My brother arrived first and started pacing anxiously. He and Roan had talked, and Ben understood the importance of the introduction to Noah. But if I was leaving the mansion to jaunt across the country for a dubious welcome from the Staffordshire pack, I wasn't leaving him wholly without allies. Noah had been born pack, and he would guide Ben in a way that I couldn't. I hoped that Ben's presence could give Noah a new purpose, but I was fully aware that his wolf having bonded with Ben might cripple him. Anxiety curled in my gut, and I did my best to ignore it. There was a quiet rap on the door. "Come in," I called. Noah popped his head around the door jamb.
"You wanted to see me?"
he asked dubiously, as if he couldn't understand why anyone would want to see him. I smiled warmly. "Yes, do come in and shut the door behind you." He walked in and looked curiously at Ben, who had stopped pacing and had frozen mid-step. Ben's eyes were gold, and wonder was dancing across his face. "Noah," he whispered, his voice full of affection. Noah frowned in confusion.
"I'm sorry, do I know you?"
I introduced him. "This is my brother, Ben." Noah blinked.
"He doesn't look like you,"
he said inanely. He didn't. Ben was dark to my fair, broad to my athletic slim. "I'm adopted," I explained, "but he is my brother in every way that counts." I paused, unsure how to proceed.
"The truth?"
Esme suggested. I still wasn't in the mood to talk to her about her little stunt with the suitors, but she was right. The truth it was. My brother was attacked by a werewolf. He was dying and he wasn't shifting because there was no wolf waiting for him. I reached out to the only wolf I knew who was without a human, and I pulled him into Ben. Noah started to tremble. The Great Pack had said that Rome would cease to exist within the Great Pack itself, so I could only surmise that I had somehow piped him from the afterlife itself. It was a terrifying thought. Glimmer's gift of power had always proved unusual, but this was something else. If anyone learned what I could do, I'd be in a connection black site before you could say science experiment. Noah, though, deserved the truth. "Roan," I confirmed abruptly. "I pulled Roan into my brother's body to save his life."
"Roan?"
Noah whispered as he took a step towards my brother. Ben's eyes glowed golden as he nodded.
"Yes, Noah, it's me."
Noah flung himself into Ben's arms with a sob, and Roan hugged him back fiercely, stroking his back soothingly as he cried. I felt like I was intruding on a very personal moment, but I couldn't sneak out without drawing attention to myself. It was better to sit and wait. Eventually, Noah pulled back, all the tears gone, and a smile on his lips. "I can't believe it," he said. Joy lit his eyes, and it was wonderful to see him looking happy again. "It's a miracle." I cleared my throat. "There's a fly in the ointment, gentlemen." "Not one that I can see," Noah laughed. "Roan isn't dead. This is the best day ever." I smiled. His happiness was infectious. "I hear you, but the thing is—" I took a deep breath. "I think I pulled him from the afterlife." I licked my lips. "No one can learn the truth, Noah. If anyone learns the depth of my piping power—" The smile faded from his face. "The connection will take you." "The connection or someone else," I agreed, thinking of the Domini. "I have so much I still want to do for the werewolves. This is my destiny. We can't tell anyone that Ben's wolf is Roan. Not even your mum and dad." "I understand," Noah said slowly. Looking dejected, he stepped away from Ben. "I'll keep my distance." I smiled. "Actually, I have a plan." Roan's golden eyes leached to Ben's usual brown colour. "She always has a plan," he snorted. He held out his hand. "Hi, Noah. Nice to meet you. I'm Ben." Noah took his hand and shook it politely. When he released it, he said, "Nice to meet you, Ben, but in the other, we don't tend to shake hands." He touched his hand to his heart and bowed. "We do this. My honour to meet you, Ben." Ben grimaced. "Lucy did say, but I forgot." "And that's where my plan comes in," I interjected. "Noah, Ben is new to being a werewolf and new to the other. He desperately needs a guide." "I wouldn't say desperately," Ben muttered, folding his arms. "I'm sure I can muddle through." "If it was just my pack here, you might be able to, but we have the Devon pack here. They came to attack us, but I killed their alpha, so now their pack is also mine. However, that doesn't mean they want to be here or they want to be friends. And we also have the added complications of the Werewolf Council staying here, comprising 13 beta werewolves who are a bit too used to throwing their weight around. We couldn't be in a trickier position." "Plus, someone killed Larsden," Noah said pointedly. "Yes, thank you, Noah," I said dryly. "I hadn't forgotten, but Larsden is rather low down on the priorities list right now." Ben blinked at me. "Murder is low down the list?" "Yes," I said grimly. "Survival is at the top." "I thought you were proclaimed our queen." Ben was obviously confused. "Surely this is the safest place you could be." Noah shook his head. "She's got a huge target painted on her at the moment. She needs to travel to the seat of power and get the crown of Tour in order to be formally crowned. Once she's done that, if someone else fancies a crown, under our rules, they just have to kill her. Bob's your uncle. You're king." "Fucking Bob," Esme muttered. "This is bad." Ben's jaw was working. "What could we do?" "This isn't a we problem, it's an I problem," I clarified. "Fuck that," Ben growled. "You're my sister. I'm not letting anything happen to you on my watch." I grinned. "I appreciate the thought, bro, but in Disney terms, you're Bambi. Brand new and skating on thin ice. The best thing for us both right now is for you to find your feet. And that's where Noah comes in." I turned to Noah. "Forgive me if this is indelicate, but your mother indicated that you're gay?" Noah nodded. "Great. My brother's pan, so I was thinking, how would you both feel about fake dating?" Sally, Noah's mum, had inadvertently come up with the solution to my problem. Dating gives you both the perfect excuse to hang around with each other, even though Ben is new to the pack. Once Ben has found his feet, you can break up and tell everyone you're just friends. But by then, people will be used to seeing you together. That way, Noah gets to see Roan and Ben gets to learn about the other with someone who knows it intimately. No one will look at you twice." I regarded them steadily. "What do you think?" Ben looked cautiously towards the younger man, waiting to see his reaction. Noah gave a decisive nod. "Yes, I'll do it. It's the perfect cover." My brother nodded. "I'm game," he said lightly. I grinned. "Perfect. There's one last thing. We can't keep calling Ben's wolf Roan. A little change is needed, so Let's make him Rohan. It's similar enough for Roan to get used to, but different enough that no one will question it. I looked at Ben. What do you think, Roan? Are you okay to become Rohan? Ben's eyes glowed gold. I am, my queen. He bowed respectfully low. I beamed. Wonderful. I suggest you two hammer out the details between you over a beer. Noah, Ben will meet you in the kitchen in a moment. Noah recognized a dismissal when he heard one. My queen. He bowed and left. I looked at Ben. Now it was time to sow some seeds. Noah was attacked recently in the mansion by some of the Devon werewolves. My lip curled back in a sneer. They thought he was less because he doesn't have his wolf. I made it clear that he is still pack, wolf or no. I met my brother's warm brown eyes. Please do your best to keep him safe. Implying that it was a difficult or even an impossible task made it something my brother couldn't resist. He loved a challenge. Not just that, but he was a protector to his core. His shoulders squared, and his eyes glowed with righteous anger on Noah's behalf. Absolutely, he promised. I'll start now. He left for the kitchens. I smiled. No doubt Ben's heart was still aching from Pollyanna's cold behavior, but when he was recovered, perhaps the men could drop the fake part of the plan. And perhaps that's exactly the future the seer had seen for Ben. I wondered what, if anything, he'd seen for me. Would Felworth House be my doom or my salvation? Chapter 24. Are you talking to me yet? Esme asked. There was no trace of annoyance in her tone, just genuine curiosity. I sighed. Yeah. What's up? We're nearly here. I feel edgy. There's something unusual here, some magic I don't know. I bit my thumb. Should we consult with the Great Pack? She snorted in my head. No, we don't consult with them at a drop of a shoe. A hat, I corrected. Why would you drop a hat? She asked, mystified. It gets blown off easily in the wind. Why would anyone drop a shoe? I countered. It happened to Cinderella, she muttered mutinously. She sniffed. That is why fur and claws are superior in every way. I rolled my eyes. Sure. Can we get back to why we don't consult with the Great Pack? Her tone was sober. The cost is too high. I frowned. What is the cost? A wolf. I don't understand. We used to have a magical artifact that facilitated the connection between us and the Great Pack. The artifact is lost, and now when we have to forge a connection between ourselves and the Great Pack, a wolf's soul has to be that conduit. In doing so, that wolf leaves the Great Pack forever. Without the artifact restored, every summoning diminishes the Great Pack. What an almighty mess. What can you tell me about the artifact? Nothing. The removal of it has made the Great Pack's recollection of it hazy, like it has been shrouded from us somehow, hidden. We remember it was, but not what it was. I frowned. Okay, but even without the artifact, new wolves are still born, right? On this earth, yes, but in the Great Pack, no. Our numbers are static or reducing. It is why we do not speak to the Great Pack unless there is real need. It is our greatest power, but also, at the moment, it is our greatest weakness. Unless the artifact is restored, then one day we will simply run out of wolves to sacrifice. Her tone wasn't sorrowful, but matter-of-fact. A chill ran down my spine. My God, I really was queen of a doomed race. I clenched my jaw. No, I would not accept this or any other limitation on my people and our future. If the Great Pack needed new wolves, then I'd find a way to give them, even if I had to haul them back from the afterlife, like I had with Roan. What a mess. I suppose the first order of business was finding out more about this artifact. If I could find and restore it, everything would be okay. I had to cling to that hope. Why the hell didn't you tell me this sooner? I hissed at Esme as I rubbed my forehead. Oh my God, how many times did I summon the Great Pack while I was dealing with Beckett? 3 times, but they were all necessary. And once it was the Great Pack that reached out to you. Does a wolf die when the Great Pack reaches out to me? She gave a wolf shrug.
I assume so, but you have taught me about the you and me asses.
When you assume it makes an ass out of you and me, I corrected.
That's what I said.
She harumphed.
Close enough.
I scrunched my eyes shut and tried to focus. I was about to stroll into the seat of power. Surely there would be records of such an artifact there, anywhere. I needed to get my game face on and pull myself back into the moment, because Esme was right. Something was off about this place. A trickle of unease ran up my spine, and it felt like more than natural worry about strolling into the lion's den. Greg reached out and took my hand. Maybe he felt the wrongness too. Archie was driving our car. Liam was sitting next to him in the front, and David was squished next to Greg's broad frame in the back seat with us. Rolling up in a stretched limousine had felt like a dick move, and taking 2 cars was an unnecessary toll on the environment. This was just me in a car with all of my suitors. Nothing to see here. Once Jacob had made sure my father was secure at his own house, he'd returned to the pack and was now flying overhead. He had firm instructions to remain hidden and unseen. I didn't have a lot of allies with me, but the ones I had were solid. For all David complained about being perceived as a wallflower, he'd acquitted himself well in the battle with the Devon pack, and Greg was pretty much a walking weapon in human or wolf form. Even so, the space between my shoulder blades itched. I could almost feel the blade that would soon be plunged there by my loyal subjects. Greg had given me a dossier on various alphas and betas, who were all movers and shakers that he considered likely to attend Felworth House. The most notable was Jimmy Rain, and I had spent a long time reading his file. Frankly, the level of abuse and violence that seemed to penetrate his pack was obscene. Why anyone would stay in such a horrific environment was beyond me. But maybe it was a case of better the devil you know. And the Black Tawny had made it almost impossible to stay a lone wolf and live. Rain had shot up my Black Tawny suspects lists. Larsden may have handed the names of the lone wolves to Ghost, but he wasn't alone in this venture. Making it so that the alternative to leaving the pack was death. Yeah, maybe Rain was in on it. Mark Oates certainly had been, and he'd started out life in Rain's pack. Perhaps that wasn't a coincidence. I'd flipped to the next page in the file. Thomas Elliot was the alpha at the Staffordshire pack, and he was unmated and unwed. I studied his photo objectively. He was handsome enough, with a full head of unruly jet-black hair and a square jaw. Only a nose that had been broken too many times marred his appearance. It was rare to see such an injury on a shifter, because our shift healed our injuries. I frowned. He must have gotten the injury as a kid, before he could shift. Thomas Elliot was our host, so I wouldn't be able to spurn his attentions lightly if he offered them. My stomach churned with nerves, and I tightened my hold on Greg's hand. He raised our joined hands and kissed my fingers.
You'll be okay, Peaches.
I nodded, but I didn't have it in me to lie out loud. We were so damned far from okay. The walls were closing in on me. Greg had been right. With this suitor business, I'd invited all sorts of attention I didn't want. I looked out of the window as we rolled up to Felworth House. To call it a house was an understatement. It was definitely a mansion, and it made mine look like a cottage. If Elliot had to pay for it, I could see his and Aitken's motivations for getting into the Black Tourneys. Maybe money was tight, and, as Elliot's beta, Aitken was trying to bring more of it into the pack. Not that it excused such behaviour in the slightest, but I knew what it cost to run and maintain my mansion. I looked around the grounds as we drove up to the mansion. In the distance was a small wooden shack, so dilapidated that it even had a tree growing out of its roof. The building was run down, but something else about it sent a chill down my spine, and not in a good way. There was darkness there. There, I said to Esme, directing her attention to the ramshackle building.
Yes,
she agreed.
That is the source of the wrongness. Something feels disconnected.
It looked like I'd be slinking off at the first opportunity to investigate a small, creepy wooden shack. And that always went so well for the heroine in horror movies. Chapter 25. The car rolled to a stop.
We're here,
Archie announced unnecessarily. Thank you, I said quietly. Thank you all for coming here with me. I know it'll be awkward at times, but remember to try and flirt with me a bit. Greg promises not to batter you for it.
Greg snorted. I promise no such thing, though I promise that retribution will be light and swift, and it won't take place here.
I sighed. I was doing a lot of that these days. Greg, we need them to flirt with me.
And they can, but there's a line. If they cross it, I'll let them know.
He smiled at the occupants of the car, but there was nothing friendly in it.
We're going to get pounded,
Archie complained to Liam.
My poor pretty face.
His whine broke the tension, and we all snickered a little. Come on, I said. We better face the music.
I've always been a big fan of silence, myself,
David muttered, looking dubiously at the huge mansion. He stood out, walked around the car to my side, and held the door ajar for me. Thank you. I climbed out and touched his wrist, offering him a small, intimate smile. I had to think flirty. David blushed.
Oh, boy,
he murmured. A small laugh slipped out of me. Bless David. The others decamped and surrounded me. Greg and David to my left, Liam and Archie to my right. In front of us were Elliot's Battle 13, including the man himself and Aitken. It was notable that there wasn't a single female amongst them.
My queen,
Thomas Elliot announced loudly.
The Staffordshire pack has honoured to host you and your prospective mates.
Tell him you're grateful, but that the long journey has wearied you, and you would like to run on his lands. I parroted Esme's words aloud.
Of course, for the duration of the stay, my lands are your lands,
Elliot said, a shade pompously.
By all means, explore the grounds to your heart's content.
He gestured to the land behind me, then stood, waiting for me to shift. Now? I asked Esme, a shade hysterically. I didn't want to strip in front of 13 strange men. Now, she agreed. She didn't understand my reluctance. She needed to run. Her paws longed for the dirt beneath them, and blood in her maw. Oh, for fuck's sake. I stripped as quickly and unself-consciously as I could.
I've arranged food for you and your suitors. You can join them for a meal after you've run,
Elliot said smoothly when I was naked, though I credited him for not once letting his eyes move from my face.
In the meantime, I'll show your suitors to your private dining area.
The men couldn't refuse his hospitality without causing grave insult. I saw Greg's jaw working. The last thing he wanted was to leave me to run alone. Esme was unconcerned. The urge to run was too high. Let's go, she said impatiently. I shifted in a blink and turned to run. Esme's joy was infectious, and I let my worry slide away. After all, I still had Jacob guarding me from the skies. We pounded the earth, racing across the green and fertile land as the soft spring breeze cooled us. We reached the edge of the pack's lands and scouted around them. When we were certain we were alone, we turned to the wooden shack of doom. We approached it cautiously. The sense of wrongness increased the closer we got. Esme sniffed the air. Old death, she said darkly. Are we talking blood sacrifices or just old hunts?
I don't know, but if I was a betting bit, I'd say the sacrifice thing. The wrongness is strong here, like something foul has happened.
We lay down in the long grass near the house and watched. It was quiet, too quiet. There was no bird song, no bees buzzing. It was an area of total silence, and it was creepy as fuck. The house nestled by the tree line, a movement there caught my eye. Jacob. He settled his black wings behind him and waited, poised. Seeing him there settled me. I wasn't alone.
You're never alone,
Esme commented.
You have me.
I did, but lately there was a chasm between us, and I hated it. We watched the house. We continued to wait, though for what, I didn't know. Suddenly, a deer emerged from the edge of the forest. It looked weak and gaunt, and its fur was bedraggled. But it was its eyes that sent a shot of fear through me. They were glowing a bright, malevolent red. Its movements were oddly stilted and jerky, like a marionette being moved by a puppet master. The front door of the shack opened with a bang, startling us. We peered forward but couldn't see anyone. We looked through the opening and even through the windows, but the house was empty. And that meant that the door had opened by itself. The deer walked forward, drawn by something we couldn't see or sense. It staggered through the open entrance and the door slammed shut behind it. We waited, tension roaring through us. Total silence had been restored. The stillness of the area was so absolute that when a sharp scream rang out, Esme started. The scream ended as abruptly as it had started, cut off mid-sound. We knew that sound. We'd heard it when we killed deer. As remarkable as it seemed, the only explanation was that the house somehow killed the deer. No wonder the place had bad juju rolling off of it. The house was murderous, killing and subsisting on creatures that it somehow called to it. Whatever was going on in the Staffordshire Pack lands was very, very bad. Chapter 25. Tension was high when I joined the others in the dining room. Greg had left my clothes folded neatly on top of the car, so I dressed quickly, humming a little ditty, and reaching out to his mind. Using that tenuous connection, I'd been able to find my way through the large mansion to him without having to ask anyone for directions. Let them wonder at that.
"How was your run?"
he asked, his tone light and casual. His eyes were wide in warning as he reached up and tapped his ear. Someone was listening to us. "Bugged," I mouthed to him. He nodded, looking grim. "Good, thank you," I said warmly. "I'm starving, though. We didn't kill anything on our run."
"You must be ravenous,"
Liam said.
"There's plenty of food. The Staffordshire Pack has been most generous."
"Wonderful." I looked at the laden table. "Have you even eaten yet?" I asked dubiously.
"We made a sizable dent,"
David protested. Plates were piled high with the remnants of their meal, but they barely made any inroads into the feast. Challenge accepted. I sat down and started stacking food on my own plate. We really were hungry after our shift and run, but Esme felt settled in a way that she hadn't been for days, so it was worth it. I fell on the food, shoving it into my mouth with no finesse. Greg poured me a cup of tea, having made it expertly to my taste, and I drank it down. I ate until my belly felt distended, but the hunger was still there. I'd have to wait until I had a little more room for a second round. When my phone rang, Greg fished it out of his pocket and passed it over. I gave him a grateful smile. He'd removed it from my clothes when I'd shifted to stop it being tampered with. He was a smart cookie. It was Amber, and I swiped to answer. "Hey, Amber." "I'm outside," she said abruptly. "Come and get me and we'll sort out today's piping." "Excellent timing, thank you. I'll send Greg to fetch you." We rang off. "Mr. Leah is outside," I said to Greg. "Please bring her to me." I used my phone to type him a message. Tell her about the bugs and ask if she can paint us some privacy rooms. He nodded and left the room.
"Did you enjoy your run on the land?"
Archie asked solicitously. "Oh, yes," I confirmed. "It was beautiful. Their land is beautiful and bountiful."
"I look forward to a hunt."
He stretched his arms wide above his head, before interlocking his fingers to cradle the back of his. Silence fell as we waited for Greg to return with Amber. David and Liam sat at the table, obviously seeing the gargantuan amount of food for the challenge it was. They dug in again. Amber swanned in with her usual grace. As I opened my mouth to greet her, she held up a finger to indicate the need for silence. When she walked over and touched the walls, runes lit up. She studied them intently before releasing her hold on the wall and reaching into her tote bag for a jar of potion and a paintbrush. She drew a quick squiggle across some of the runes, then painted some more of her own. "We're safe to talk in here," she confirmed abruptly. "What if they have electronic bugs?" "The runes will disrupt them. Magic trumps science. Cars are where it's really difficult because the metal doesn't hold runes for long, so the bugs reign supreme."
"Can you check out bedrooms as well?"
Greg asked. "Course."
"It's a suite just off this one."
He led her through an oak door.
"What's the plan, boss?"
Archie asked me. Did you spy the wooden cottage when we came in? I asked. Yeah, it gave me the heebie-jeebies. Rightly so. While I watched, it lured in a deer and killed it. Liam frowned. What do you mean it lured in a deer? The house, because I'm sure there was no one inside. The deer had glowing red eyes and it just walked right in. The front door opened and closed by itself. A sentient house, David murmured, his eyes wide. I've heard such things existed, but I thought they were the domain of vampires. That was news to me, but I tried to keep my reaction off my face. If Voltaire had his own sentient house, and I was jealous, with a capital J. Well, it looks like the Staffordshire pack has a murderous house. That's so cool. Archie was wide-eyed. Not if it's killing things. Liam made a face at his friend. Right. Archie agreed hastily. Totally evil and creepy, but also a bit cool. Amber swept back in. Your bedrooms are all sorted. I'll check them again tomorrow, but it may be best to leave one of you around at all times, so a witch can't sneak in and paint some more runes when you're not looking. Good idea, I agreed. We can work with that. Shall we do the amulet in my bedroom? Sure. She led the way back to an opulent room that looked like it had come straight from a Regency-style movie set. The bed was a four-poster, complete with elegantly tied-back curtains. The carpet was garishly patterned, but I'd learned that such things helped disguise bloodshed. That realization felt vaguely ominous, especially combined with the knowledge of the murderous house that resided oh so close by. Amber pulled out the amulet from her tote bag, and we got to work. She painted some delicate runes on the back of the metal pendant before handing it to me. I pulled up my magic and reached out to the necklace. I found it a little easier to connect to the amulet this time. Not the inanimate magic in it, but my own living magic, which resided there. Enough, Amber said abruptly after 20 minutes of work. I passed her the amulet and she examined it. It's working, she said, a small smile playing at her lips. Jinx will love it. She really will, I agreed. Fantastic. Same time tomorrow. Perhaps earlier. Elliot has various things planned. There's a ball tonight whilst I claim the crown, and who knows what tomorrow will bring. Amber's mouth tightened. Be careful, Lucy. I hear rain has arrived, and I sense a darkness here. I grimaced. Thanks for the heads up. Rain has been known to use poison. I will say local. Very local. In the meantime... She turned to my bedside table and painted on a handful of runes, nodding with satisfaction when she'd finished. Lay any food or drink on this table, and it will glow green if it has magic on it. If it does, don't eat or drink it. Call me if you need me sooner. I reached out and touched her arm lightly. Thank you so much, Amber. I really am very grateful. She graced me with another rare smile. What are friends for? She whirled out of the room before I could acknowledge her comment. The woman had issues with emotional intimacy, but I could hardly throw stones. I was aware that I had a pathological need to be liked. Even now, knowing I was in danger, I still wanted Elliot to like me. If he could respect me as queen, life would be a hell of a lot easier. I might even survive the week. Chapter 27. When I joined the others in the dining room, Greg's face was grim. What's up? I asked.
Rain is here.
So Amber tells me.
He's not alone. Stephen Isaacs has arrived as well.
Isaacs was the alpha of the Merseyside pack. Being near the heart of the other realm, Liverpool, his was one of the biggest and most prestigious packs. It was also the one that Ramsay had belonged to before he killed himself. The dossier from Greg had portrayed Isaacs as downright evil, like Rain. If I was going to hamstring the patriarchy, I was going to start with those two.
There's more bad news,
Greg said darkly. Of course there was. I blew out a breath. It hit me.
The wolf that attacked your brother has been ID'd as Fred Dillner. He was a loner.
What pack was he from originally?
Merseyside.
Fantastic, I said flatly.
While Fritz was in the system, I had him access to details about the other lone wolves. There are more than 30. Most of them don't have a current address, but the council, Larsden, had hired PIs to find them.
Can we cancel that contract?
I've already done so,
Greg confirmed. I squeezed his arm in gratitude. The man was nothing if not proactive. The loners were a real issue, and 30 of them? Ye gods! There used to be 1 or 2 wandering around at any one time, but Finley and Daniela had admitted there were many more now. Even so, I hadn't expected that many. The lone wolves were vulnerable, and I couldn't help thinking that someone was using them as cannon fodder. The question was, were they willing or not? Had my brother's attacker been blackmailed, bribed, or forced into the assault?
We must end this,
Esme said grimly.
It is not right for so many wolves to be lone.
It must be their choice.
They would not make such a choice if their packs were healthy, if the pack was family as it should be. All this wrongness has grown because of the schism with the great pack. It must be undone.
The witch's curse was more evil than we knew, and its effects still ripple through the packs. I hear you, and I agree, but there isn't a quick solution.
Esme disagreed. There is. Summon them to our pack, then they will be safe and secure. They will not be used against us.
We could be inviting in a Trojan horse.
We won't be inviting in horses, only lone wolves.
She sounded exasperated.
Honestly, Lucy, sometimes you just don't listen to me.
I left it alone. I listened to you. How do we summon them?
Through the great pack.
I recoiled. But then a wolf will die.
This is war. In any battle we risk death. But with this action, how many will we save? How many loners can we bring home back into the heart of the pack? Finley and Daniela have found their place with us. Who are we to deny the others?
A lump suddenly appeared in my throat, as I remembered Finley's gratitude at finding a home, and his impassioned defence of Noah. Much as it pained me to admit it, Esme was right. I hated the idea of playing God, of choosing to save 20 or 30 lives over the one wolf that would die from the great pack. But the loners deserved to be saved. Someone was still running the black tourneys, albeit someone other than Ghost. Without Larsden passing on their names, maybe the current loners would avoid being recruited. But maybe they wouldn't. And what was the point of the great pack if I never used it, especially for the good of the wolves? I licked my lips, and then Esme and I reached out to the great pack. I need to speak to the lone wolves. I want to save them.
That is right,
the voice of the many said approvingly.
It is right that they be pack.
My mind was tugged, pulled forward and yanked into place. I was connected to many. There were more than 30, way more.
Speak. They will hear you, the chorus of the great pack said.
Lone wolves, your path has been dark and difficult. We mourn the road that has led you to be lone, and we applaud your decision to leave your packs rather than stay and endure more abuse from dark alphas. We've been proclaimed Queen of the UK werewolves, and we will seize the crown of Tor. We do not intend to be a mere figurehead.
We will destroy our enemies, Esme promised darkly, and we will save you. Come to us and be safe.
Travel to the home county's pack, I added. You will be welcome, and you will find food and shelter. No one will ever force you to fight in the black tourneys, or attack another that has not offered you harm first. Come to our pack, and we will care for you. Connected as I was to their minds, it was almost impossible to tell what they were thinking individually, but from them collectively I felt both shock and tenuous hope. I disconnected from their minds, but kept the link with the great pack. I do not intend to call on you lightly, but since we are already conversing, I have questions.
Speak, our queen.
The wolves' air power.
The air power has been lost.
I'm aware, I said dryly. How do I recover it?
The seat of power has the answers that you seek, but beware.
We fear it has been twisted in the darkness. Its connection to us has been severed. It wasn't re-established when the great pack was restored to the wolves.
It was not.
Why not?
The artifact was stolen.
What is the artifact?
The seat of power has the answers that you seek,
the great pack repeated.
Tread lightly, Lucy Barrett.
Abruptly, the connection snapped like a rubber band stretched too far. Damn it, I said aloud. I wasn't done. Whether I was done or not, The conversation was over. I guess finding out how to deal with the dark and terrifying seat of power, whatever it was all on me. Nobody ever told you how shitty it was to be a ruler. Still, tough as it was, there was no going back. I had to move forward or be killed. And I'd be damned if I wasn't going to save as many wolves as possible before that happened. Chapter 28. I was dressed in all my finery, a huge red ball gown, red elbow-length gloves, and a full face of makeup. I was ready to go into battle, even if it wasn't the type of fight Esme understood. I stepped on my heels and admired the effect. With my blonde hair piled high, except for a few loose tendrils, I felt like an actual queen. All I was missing was the damned crown.
It's not that good camouflage,
Esme huffed.
You make us stand out with that red dress and those red lips.
That's kind of the point. Let us lean into our beauty. Let them gaze at our long eyelashes and red lips, and while they're gazing at us in admiration, they won't see your claws.
Ah,
Esme said happily, as she understood.
It is not camouflage. It is a trap.
Exactly.
We're hunting in a dress.
We're hunting in a dress, I agreed. Her tail started to wag. She did so love a hunt. Greg wrapped his arms around me.
You look beautiful, Peaches.
He kissed the spot on my neck that made me croon, and I relaxed into his arms. He was dressed in a black suit, but I'd already seen the wealth of weapons he was carrying. He'd also peppered a few on me. He'd given me some lessons in hand-to-hand combat, though I was definitely not proficient. But how hard could it be to stab someone? The sharp pointy end went into your enemy's body, preferably into a nice soft part, like the stomach. Aiming for the heart wasn't a good idea for an amateur because all those pesky ribs got in the way. But the stomach was easy to pierce, and if you made enough of a hole, your victim's insides would eventually come out. And then we can eat them, Esme purred.
I love entrails.
I grimaced. Try not to eat anyone's entrails tonight.
Only people that threaten us,
she promised. That would have to do.
Ready?
Greg asked softly. Yes. I smiled, though Jess's internal lie detector would have pinged. I wasn't ready. I wanted to run away. I wanted to curl up with Greg while he gave me a PowerPoint presentation with pie charts and Venn diagrams on important life-shattering topics like climate change, economic injustice, and when it was appropriate to interrupt someone while they were reading. My anxiety was so bad that the urge to grab a laptop and start a new spreadsheet almost consumed me. I was usually good in social situations. Great, even. But it was a whole different kettle of fish when the other partygoers were plotting to kill you.
Not everyone wants to kill us,
Esme reassured me.
Probably only about 50%.
Wonderful, I said sarcastically. That makes me feel much better.
Good,
she said happily.
Let's go hunting.
My ex, James the succubus, had taught me a valuable lesson about the era of leaving powerful enemies alive. I needed to get my shit together, identify my enemies, and convert as many of them as possible into allies. The ones that I couldn't convert, I'd hamstring or kill.
It's going to be a massacre.
Esme was almost skipping with glee in my head. Not until I say so, I reminded her. We have things to do first.
Politics.
Politics and attaining a crown, apparently. She harrumphed, but I felt her assent. She'd let me take the driver's seat. For now. I relished the feeling of Greg's steady presence before pulling away to look up at him. I'll have to dance with other men. You know that, right? He nodded.
I do.
You can't kill them.
Not now,
he agreed.
But maybe later, if any of them so much as lays an inappropriate finger on you. I'll definitely kill them later.
I smiled. You say the sweetest things.
We'll kill them ourselves,
Esme growled.
Red doesn't get to have all the fun.
We have to let him have a little fun.
A little,
she conceded grudgingly. Greg gave me a kiss that made my head spin.
I believe in you, Lucy Barrett,
he murmured for my ears alone.
And I believe in you, Esme. You've got this.
Course we do, Esme snorted. We were born ready. I looked at the others. Everyone ready to rock and roll?
Can't you tell?
Archie asked, brushing invisible lint from his shoulder.
We're all at our finest, just for our queen.
Greg let out a low growl, and he blanched.
Flirt at the ball if you must,
Greg snarled,
but not here. Right you are.
Archie gave his beta a mock salute.
Time to go,
David said to diffuse the rising tension. He was dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. Greg had asked him to stay in our rooms to make sure Amber's runes weren't interfered with. Liam, I called, you escort me. Let's leave Greg's hands free to kill anyone at the drop of a hat. I hope there's a gust of wind, Esme said hopefully. What?
You said the hats come off when the wind blows. If Greg gets a kill when hats fall, I want it to be really windy.
Maybe we can open a window. I smacked a hand on my forehead. I despaired of ever teaching my wolf the niceties of human society. I held out my arm to Liam, and he took it gallantly, careful to touch only my gloved flesh. He didn't want Greg out for his blood. Wise man. There was a knock on the door. When I nodded, Archie opened it to reveal Andrew Kearns, the Speaker of the Werewolf Council.
My queen?
His eyes sparkled with admiration.
The room is ready to receive you.
And the plan this evening? He blinked, then frowned.
Aiken has not explained this evening's events.
Evidently not, I drawled. I gather there's to be a ball.
Of course. You will be presented to those who have gathered. Then the ball will commence. You will have 3 dances before you travel alone to the seat of power. If you return, your coronation will follow. If she returns.
Greg growled darkly.
Kearns grimaced. The seat of power must successfully commune with the queen. And what will an unsuccessful communion lead to?
Kearns looked at his toes for a moment before answering.
Over the centuries, there have been many wolves that have sought to rule. None have ever returned from the seat of power.
He looked at me optimistically.
But I'm sure it'll be different for you, my queen. You restored the great pack, and my wolf Kai tells me that they recognize your rule. Your encounter with the seat of power is bound to be a technicality. Nothing more.
Of course, I said, with a confidence I didn't feel. I had an inkling about what the seat of power was, and I'd seen it kill. It was out for blood. Would mine be next? Chapter 29. Kearns introduced me with all of the ceremony of an 18th century herald.
Lucy Barrett, breaker of curses, alpha of the home counties and Devon packs, and ruler of the British werewolves.
The room fell completely silent, so we all heard Jimmy Rain's loud snort.
Proclaimed ruler of the British werewolves. I see no crown on her head.
I smiled. Not yet. I did my best to exude smug confidence, like my crowning was a foregone conclusion. In my head it was, because the alternative was death, and for obvious reasons, I wasn't thrilled about that option. What followed was an hour of introductions that made my head spin. All the Werewolf Council were in attendance together with their spouses. Not only that, the room was crammed with alphas and betas from the various packs. It was so full of testosterone that I almost choked on it. Every eye was on me, and hardly any of them were friendly. Even the women were staring at me disdainfully. Thomas Elliot, my hosting alpha, was as handsome as he was charming. Greg's jaw tightened, as Elliot found yet another excuse to brush his hand along my skin. In another life, I might have found the attention flattering, but today it was just annoying. A string quartet started playing.
May I have this dance?
Elliot asked. Given that he was my host, single, and I was officially out for mating, I couldn't refuse. Course. I willed a smile to my lips. He took my gloved hand and led me onto the floor. He bowed to me, and I inclined my head in acknowledgement. If I was going to be queen, I wasn't curtsying to anyone. He led me around the room in a slow waltz, our bodies so close together that I was grateful for the fullness of my ball gown skirt. Even so, I could feel his hands on my back, and I could imagine Greg having an apoplectic fit.
Are you excited about the challenge that awaits you?
Elliot asked. Of course, I lied smoothly. I always enjoy a challenge.
As do I.
He smiled and smouldered a little. I got the distinct impression that the challenge he wanted to enjoy was me. I started to talk about the weather, the refuge of every British person. When the dance was over, Archie was there to whisk me off for the next one. A quick step that was actually quite fun. He led me competently, and my rusty childhood dance classes got a little dusting off. I loved his company, as always. He managed to make me laugh a couple of times. Isaacs was heading purposely towards me, and I did not want to dance with him. I looked around desperately and instantly found Greg by my side. He bowed low and, taking my gloved hand, hastily claimed my final dance. Never in a million years would I have expected my serious-faced beta to swirl me around the dance floor with such dexterity. It had never occurred to me that my soldier could move. We'd been to clubs together, but he'd always sat and nursed a beer whilst I danced. Yet here he was, moving effortlessly around the dance floor. I was quite breathless as the sparks flew between us. If we'd been alone, I would have been ripping off his tuxedo. But we weren't alone. Far from it. We were in a crowded ballroom, and all eyes were on me. As the dance ended and Greg bowed to me, it took everything in me not to kiss him. If I didn't come back from my meeting with the seat of power, these would be our last precious moments together. When we moved off the dance floor, Liam and Archie came to flank us. Silent support. It mattered more than it should have. I couldn't help hearing the whispers, see the money changing hands, and I knew that they were not betting on if I would die, but when. If I survived the seat of power, I would be crowned, and I had no doubt that I would be attacked the moment the crown touched my head. I would need to respond to those attackers fiercely and without hesitation. I would use everything at my disposal to intimidate those gathered here today, to ensure that they hesitated to attack me again. Apparently, the Great Pack's seal of approval wasn't enough for some of the more power-hungry attendants, but I would teach them otherwise. It was going to be a wild few hours, and some of the people who had walked into this hall weren't going to walk back out again. As Esme had crooned, it was going to be a massacre. I felt less delighted at the prospect than she did, but, like her, I wanted to live, and I'd do just about anything to be the last woman standing. It felt slightly insane to be plotting the deaths of my enemies, but I had so many at my door. The strong survived in the other realm, and I needed to ensure that everyone knew that I was the strongest one here. Because I was. They just didn't know it. With my 3 dances under my belt, a man approached to whom I actually wanted to speak. Jimmy Rain sauntered towards me with an obnoxious swagger, a woman on his arm. Next to me, Archie made a choking noise, and I sent him a sharp glance. My mother, he whispered hastily. His mother, who had divorced Wilfred Samuel when Archie was 13, and had never looked back. To my knowledge, she hadn't spoken to her son since she'd moved to France. That was all the conversation Archie and I had time for, before Rain joined us.
"Lucy," he greeted me, "isn't this fun?"
"My queen," I corrected icily. "You can address me properly or not at all." He smiled, but his eyes were dark.
"You should be thanking me, Lucy. Without me, you'd still be a little nobody werewolf."
"You're right," I said airily. "And does the former Lady Samuel know that you were the one that poisoned her ex-husband?" The blonde woman was tall and buxom, with an hourglass figure and breasts spilling out of her ridiculously low-cut dress. Evidently she wasn't a fan of the less is more ideology. She didn't have a wrinkle on her face. Instead, she had the telltale stiffness that signaled Botox. Her lips were a shade too plump, like mine. They were painted red, but I wore the colour better. She pouted sulkily. She'd have been glaring if her forehead would have allowed her. "You are the one who killed my husband," she spat in a French accent. "Your ex-husband," I corrected mildly. "I did kill him, yes, but Only after the man you're clinging to poisoned him. He did no such thing, she protested, her French accent thickening. I raised an eyebrow, partly because, unlike her, I could. And if he didn't, then why did he insist I should thank him? She blinked, nonplussed. I turned back to Rain and chuckled. Did you fly her all the way here just for that little confrontation? Disappointing, was it not? His jaw clenched. Wilfred and Jimmy fought over me for years, she spat. You would not understand the depths of their feelings for me. Evidently not, I said drolly. But I wonder about the depth of your feelings for them, given that you divorced Lord Samuel but failed to marry Rain. He has a wife, she spat. Oh, you're the mistress, are you? Bit of a step down from being a lord's wife, isn't it? Her eyes narrowed as best they could, and her nose pinched in fury. Archie, you would let this woman speak to your mamma like this? Archie raised his chin. Oui, mamma, c'est ma reine. This has been lovely, I said calmly. Really, it has. But I believe I have a date with the seat of power. Do excuse me. Rain smirked, triumph suddenly in his eyes, then laughed. You do indeed, little girl, you do indeed. Run along. He thought my demise at the seat of power was a sure thing. I would delight in proving him wrong. Just let me eat a little bit of his entrails, Esme begged plaintively. True, maybe we won't eat him, but we could just let him bleed onto the floor, she suggested. We're a guest here. Blood is difficult to get out of white marble. We must be considerate. It is stupid to make a floor out of marble. She wasn't wrong. She rarely was. Let's move. Time to fire things up. Did you bring your family? Esme asked, looking around eagerly for some hidden fire elementals. No, it's a phase that means to get things going. I simply mean it's time for us to go to the seat of power. Why didn't you just say that? I got excited for some fire. Don't worry. One way or another, things are about to get real exciting. In this particular instance, I was using her definition of exciting, which to me meant hair-raising terror. In my head, Esme's tail wagged enthusiastically. She really was crazy. But I loved her anyway. We were on him before... Chapter 30. A gong sounded, and the crowd spilled out onto the terrace to watch me set off for the seat of power. Like everyone else, my suitors had to stay and wait for my safe return, however long it took. I wished to hell that they could come with me, but for once, tradition was biting me on the arse. Andrew Kearns lightly touched my elbow and warned me quietly, if you fail to return at daybreak, your death will be announced, and any claim you have on the throne will be void. Wonderful. Another reason not to fail. Next to Kearns, Hardin gave me an encouraging nod. Greg was here, surrounded by our enemies. If I didn't come back from the seat of power, another wolf couldn't claim my death as their own, and instead, Greg would inherit both the home counties and the Devon pack. If I didn't survive, then he probably wouldn't either, because he'd be challenged immediately. There were so many challenges, they could just sit back and wait until he was exhausted from fighting, then challenge him again. There were no rules about a certain number of fights within a certain number of hours. That was another thing I planned to change. There, Kern said calmly, pointing to the wooden shack in the distance. That is the seat of power. It's not much to look at, I complained. He grimaced. Sadly, it's fallen into disrepair. It is too voracious for us to approach. No shit. And here was I, about to stroll right into it. Luckily, I was a woman with a plan. Unlike all the suckers that had gone before me, I could pipe. If the house was sentient and I could communicate with it, I'd have a chance, albeit a slim one, to plead my case. Probably. Good luck, my queen. Kearns's tone seemed sincere, with a hint of regret. He thought I was going to die, but he was a little sad about it. I could work with that. Before I left, I turned to say goodbye to my suitors. "Be ready," I said to Archie. "If I don't return, defend Greg." His blue eyes were sombre as he nodded. "I will, my queen." There was true reverence in his tone, and I tried not to let my surprise show on my face. Archie and I had come a long way, but maybe seeing Rain had served to underscore that I really wasn't the cause of his father's death. Lord Samuel's letter to Archie had certainly helped smooth things between us, though I still had no idea what it had said. When Archie looked at me now, there wasn't even a hint of animosity in his gaze. I realized that I trusted him, not just with my life, but with Greg's too. I squeezed his arm. "Good man." I moved on to Liam and murmured the same instruction I had given to Archie. Not to be outdone by his friend, Liam touched his hand to his heart and gave a low bow. "It will be done, my queen," he vowed. "My life before Greg Manners." "Thank you." I turned to Greg. My heart was hammering, but I couldn't give him a moment longer than the others. I couldn't show that my heart was already taken, or Esme's sneakery would be for naught. I couldn't give him a passionate kiss goodbye. "Be ready at dawn," I murmured. "If I don't come back, prepare to fight for your life. Fight, Greg, and then run to the home counties pack and build a position of strength from there." He smiled. "Fuck off, Lucy," he said lightly. "If you die in there, I'll set the world on fire. I will kill every single arrogant fucker here. Every single one that laid a bet on the timing of your death. I will not rest until I've ripped out every black heart from every one of their cursed chests and stained this marble floor with their blood." "Then you'll die, my love," I said tightly. "We all die." "Dragons don't," I hissed. "Be more dragon." He smirked. "Well, now you sound like my mum." I glared. "Ouch." He laughed. "Go on, Peaches. I'll be waiting here for you when you return. And you will return. I know it. And you know it." I grinned suddenly. "I do know it." He guffawed. "They're going to be so pissed off when you stroll back in. Be ready at dawn." He parroted my own words back to me. Wise ass, I was born ready. I flicked a blonde tendril over my shoulder. "I'll see you later." "You will," he swore, eyes blazing. I longed for one last kiss, but I forced myself to pull out of his magnetic field one aching step at a time. He would be waiting for me. The longing for him would sustain me and ensure that I came out of the seat of power alive with the crown of Tor. Whatever the fuck that was. Failure was not an option. I strode forward confidently. I removed my high heels at the edge of the gravel path. I'd walked enough times on grass to know that stilettos stank, and staggering around pulling my heels out with every step would not be a good look. I put the shoes on the ground and stepped onto the grass barefoot. The April weather was unseasonably warm, and the grass was dry beneath my feet. I fancied that I could feel every blade of grass as I walked to the seat of power with measured slowness. The wolves behind me were here for pomp and ceremony, so I would give them that in spades. I reached out with my magic, not to any creature or to the house, but to the trees on the land. Perhaps there was an ancient tree here, full of wisdom and mystery. The elder tree had saved me once before. Perhaps one here could do the same, or at least give me an early warning if Elliot or his cronies were planning a sneak attack whilst I was in the house. I skimmed the tree's consciousness, but there was no weight to them. None had aged more than a century. The trees nearest the seat of power had no birds in their branches, no fruit among their leaves. They didn't seem to mind, though they knew that their presence helped soothe the house, and they were happy to do so because the house had once been a dryad tree. I pulled back from their minds. The trees had told me that by showing me an image of a tree and a small dryad girl, her skin a dark shade of green, stepping into it with a smile. What had disconcerted me was the flash of fangs. The dryad girl was a vampire, too. I was beginning to understand how a sentient house was created, and why they were, apparently, the exclusive purview of the vampires. It also explained something that had been bugging me for some time. In a realm where strength was the biggest trump card, the gentle dryads seemed to do quite well. I'd often wondered why they didn't get attacked. Dryads appeared to be a peaceful race. But I knew full well they trained with weapons from a very early age. For all they loved their trees, they were fierce. Yet they never seemed to get involved in interspecies fights. Indeed, they often acted as mediators. I suspected that they'd made some sort of deal with the vampires. They would give them some dryads for their sentient houses, in exchange for species protection. A few months earlier, that idea would have been insane. But the other realm was more familiar now. I knew its occupants, and I was beginning to learn some of its secrets. I hoped that knowing this one would save my life. I took a deep breath and knocked on the door with both my fist and my magic. "Hello?" I called out as I stepped into the house. "My name is Lucy Barrett, and the Great Pack has proclaimed me queen." I let my magic reach out and connect with the mind I sensed all around me. As the connection was made, a staggering sense of hunger and loneliness washed through me. "Oh, finally! You took your sweet time. And don't get me started on the Great Pack. What is so great about it? Nothing! It has abandoned me!" The house shrieked the last words, and its fury whipped around me. But it was a flash of hurt in her voice that gave me hope. "Not willingly," I said hastily. "Never willingly." Had no one ever been to the house to tell her about the curse? The witches cursed the werewolves. They turned anyone that went feral, golden-eyed, into gargoyles. They intended the curse to separate the wolves from the humans and end them forever. But the curse didn't work as they had intended. Instead, they separated all wolves from the Great Pack. The Great Pack has been silent to all of us for 200 years. 200 years? The house said slowly. "Have I been alone so long?" "I'm sorry the wolves forgot about you." "They couldn't speak to me anymore," she said sulkily. "I tried and tried, but they couldn't hear me, no matter how loudly I shouted." "That must have been very hard for you. You must have been very lonely." I tried not to think of the deer's screams. Lonely and apparently very hungry. I'd felt the depth of her hunger, and it was a wonder she wasn't mad with it. How long had starvation gnawed at her guts while she merely survived, living and not living at the same time, stuck in a tree that could not sustain her in lands where the wolves could not hear her? "I was alone for a very long time," she admitted. "Terence doesn't count because he's dead, even if he refuses to admit it." Okay, maybe she had gone a little mad. "But at least I have Ivy now," she continued. "Ivy?" I asked, looking around the room. The seat of power looked run down. Some of the wooden floorboards were rotten and broken. The window panes were grimy, and a few were shattered, letting in a cool breeze. The worst thing, though, was the red stain on the floor. There was no sign of an occupant, nor any sign of the dead deer. Despite the breeze, the room reeked of death. "I'll show you," the house said eagerly. "You can meet her before I kill you." Chapter 31. So, things weren't going as well as I'd hoped because death was, apparently, still on the cards. It would take more than a few friendly words to warm the house to me, but I could do it. I was a pro. One of my main ways of making friends was to start out by finding something I liked about the person and complimenting them on it. Made them feel good, which in turn made me feel good. A positive cycle. The problem was that as I looked around the decrepit space, there was absolutely nothing nice that I could think of to say. Not a sausage. Before I could come up with a piss-poor compliment, the floorboards under me disappeared, and I plummeted a good 8 feet. Luckily, as always, Esme's reflexes were in fine working order. She took over as we fell, shoving me to the side and ensuring we landed perfectly on our feet, with knees safely bent to absorb the impact. As we straightened, she shoved control back to me. "Are you sure you don't want to take over?" I said, only half joking. "You're doing good." She shrugged. "She said she was going to kill us." "Yeah, but she hasn't tried to do so yet, so we are winning." "We need to look at your definition of success," I groused. I looked around the area as an oil lamp flared and blinked at what the light revealed. In the corner of the room, on a bed of straw, was a baby unicorn. It blinked sleepy red eyes at me, but didn't try to stand up. "Hey, little one," I said. "Are you okay?" The unicorn, presumably Ivy, laid her head back down. I released my touch with the house and pulled my piping magic towards her. "Are you okay?" I asked again, this time with concern lacing my thoughts. A jumble of thoughts roared back at me. Darkness, loss, a longing for the lilac sky and the turquoise grass, the desire to run and hunt, grief at being alone. Her grief tore at my heart, and the last image just about slayed me. It was of her mother, eyes wide and unseeing, her throat ripped out. I knew the line of those claws. They were wolves. Why on earth would a werewolf kill a unicorn? I gave a noise of distress and dropped to the floor next to her. "Oh, honey, I'm so sorry." As I would have with Aries, I reached out a hand for her to snuffle and, when she looked at me without fear, stroked her gleaming coat. It was silken smooth, so much softer than Aries' coat, which had been worn by age and marred by a multitude of scars that puckered his skin. "I'm sorry, lovely," I said to Ivy aloud. "I'm so very sorry. I'll find out who killed your mama." "And we'll kill them right back," Esme promised fiercely. I grimaced. "We'll find out if the unicorn attacked them first," I pointed out. "We can't just kill anyone out of empathetic grief. It is wrong to take a pup from its mother." "It is, and we will find out who did it and punish them accordingly." "With a spanking?" she asked dubiously. "Because you and Greg—" "Do not finish that sentence." I flushed bright red. "What? I'm just saying I'm not sure it's an effective punishment. You never seem to mind it all that much." Now I wished that the floor I was sitting on would open up and swallow me whole. The house interrupted us, her voice subdued. "Is she okay? I gave her the deer and she ate it, but she hasn't even stood up." It felt like the house was gripping my mind too tightly. I hummed a ditty and used my piping magic to connect us, break her iron grasp and replace it with my own, which was smoother and, thankfully, gentler. "She misses her mum," I explained. "Well, I didn't kill her," the house sulked. "That was all you." "Not me," I protested. "Werewolves," she clarified. "They bring me corpses every few weeks, but never ones that I need." I thought of her all-consuming hunger. "You don't eat them?" "Ew, no." I frowned. "I don't understand. You're clearly hungry." "I don't eat just anything." She sounded shocked. "I'm not a bin. I am the gateway to the great pack." She lost her haughty tone. "Or I used to be. When I was revered, the dead werewolves were laid at my door, and I, in turn, laid them to rest and made sure the wolf made it back to the great pack. But since the great pack has abandoned me, no wolves have been laid at my door. It's the act of passing the soul to the great pack that feeds and preserves me, not something so crass as flesh," she said disdainfully. "The great pack didn't abandon you," I repeated. "So you say, Lucy Barrett, but I have been alone all the same. What have you been doing with the corpses that were brought to you?" I asked, out of morbid curiosity. "Bringing them in and burying them. The ground underneath my foundations is littered with their bones." Nice. Still, if I was to walk out of this house alive, I needed to show her I could be of use to her, and this was the perfect opportunity. "I broke the curse," I announced. "The great pack has been restored to the wolves, but I don't understand why it hasn't been restored to you." "The orb," she huffed. "It was stolen." "The orb?" "It may have escaped your notice, but I am not a werewolf," she said dryly. I bit back the sarcastic "No, really?" that wanted to escape. "I noticed," I said instead. "It was the holy orb that powered the connection between me and the great pack. When the orb was stolen, I managed to close the connection and send the orb to sleep. It's the orb that allows the wolves to access their air powers. Without it, they cannot use the air, and I cannot reopen my connection to the great pack. Still, whoever took it has nothing but a pretty bauble." Her voice was coloured with vindictive glee. The powerful orb was useless to its thief. That was something at least. My heart was pounding. This was the answer to everything. The orb had to be the artifact that Esme had spoken of. If I could find that and awaken it, I could make it so that I could talk to the Great Pack freely. Not to mention, restore the lost air powers to the wolves. I licked my lips. I'd seen Ben and Roan's vision. I'd seen us using air powers. I knew we could fix this. Could we restore the orb? I asked her. It would surely be easier to awaken such a thing rather than to create a whole new one. Of course I can, she said smugly, condescension dripping from her voice. If we can find it again. We will find it for you, Esme said firmly. Will you quit rashly promising shit? I huffed. She is starving. She needs it. Actually, the house interrupted, I don't need the orb to send the souls to the Great Pack. I just need it to communicate with it. I thought you said the orb powered the connection, I said, confused. It does. But it's like the postal service. If you write to someone often enough, you remember their address. I am confident, though not certain, that I could still release the souls so that they may rejoin with the Great Pack. In that case, do you really need the orb? I asked. I cannot communicate with the wolves without it. Though, I do appear to be conversing with you. It makes me wonder if I have finally lost my grip on my sanity. Maybe Terence is right. I'd seen no hide nor hair for Terence, so maybe he was right. Could imaginary friends be right? I'm a piper, I admitted. That's how you can talk to me. Ah, she said. Then I'm not mad. I don't think so, I said delicately. You seem a bit mad to me, Esme said flatly. But most things do. Humans are the most bizarre creatures. I was not human, the house said, outraged. You were a dryad, I offered softly. I was a long time ago, she admitted. Now I'm not sure who or what I am. Just my luck. My sentient house was having an identity crisis. You're the seat of power, I pointed out. Not any longer. Not without the orb. Now I'm just wood and blood. She sounded depressed. As if to emphasize her upset, the floorboards rose up and rearranged themselves, laying back down perpendicular to their original position. The floorboards I was standing on and Ivy was resting on remained in situ. The house might be flustered, but she wasn't uprooting her guests. It made me wonder about all the power-hungry wolves that had come before. Had she really killed them, as Kearns had suggested? The other werewolves, I asked. The ones that came before me, wanting to be crowned. What happened to them? Did you kill them? The boards fluttered again. Then the house sighed. No, I wiped their memories and sent them to join the circus. I blinked. You can do that. Vampires can enchant. Because of my dryad heritage, I pack more of a punch than the average vampire. I can make you forget your own name. I went cold with fear. Please don't, I pleaded hastily. Someone wiped my childhood memories before, and I have no memories of my birth parents. Please don't take the ones of my adoptive family from me too. That is not right, the house muttered. We should all remember our family. Even I remember my family. Abruptly, her magic gripped my head in a vice-like grip, and I cried out at the force of it. Remember! She ordered. Pain shuddered through me as very old magic was broken, and I screamed as memories rushed at me, pounding into my skull. Sitting on the kitchen side watching my mother roll out pastry, kneeling by the pond while my father put netting over it to protect the fish from the herons. Sitting on the swing watching my parents kiss. Lying on the ground, laughing helplessly as Nonna blew raspberries on my tummy. Sitting on my nonno's lap as he read a story to me. Skipping as I tossed flames from one hand to another. Sitting in the car next to Shadow Grandfather, my Grandy Sandy, as he spirited me away. He cried as he drove, and I knew something very bad had happened. Agony tore through me, and Esme howled with the pain of it. Together, we welcomed the darkness that came for us. Chapter 32. My head was pounding, but something was licking my face. I swiped at it before forcing my eyes open. Red eyes met mine. "Ivy," I blurted, as my brain started to fire. The unicorn licked me again. I looked towards the window and swore at the lightning of the sky. "I better get a move on or I'll be declared dead." "Just like all the others," the house agreed. "You like the circus. The others all did. It gave them a new place to call home, albeit without magic." "Why restore my memories if you're simply going to wipe them all over again?" I demanded, suddenly feeling sick to the pit of my stomach. "I wouldn't clear your childhood memories," she protested. "I'm not a barbarian, just the recent ones that led you to me. If you wipe my recent memories, I won't be able to find the orb and restore your connection to the Great Pack. You won't be able to speak to the other wolves because none of the others are pipers like me. You'll be lonely again." "That's true," the house said slowly, considering my point. I pressed home my advantage. "The Great Pack has named me Queen. If you, as the seat of power, recognize me, then I can help you, not just with the orb, but with your hunger too. I can reinstate the practice of bringing our dead here." The house said. I could imagine the small dryad girl I'd seen in the tree's vision, tapping a finger against her lips in thought. "I suppose you can speak to me," she mused. "If I let you go, do you promise to come back?" "Course I will," I vowed. "And I'll bring you some dead werewolves ASAP, so you're not starving anymore." It was the last bit that did it. "I'm really very hungry," she admitted. "I'll let you go if you promise to feed me." "I promise," I said, almost giddy with relief. I paused. "One more thing. Vampires can heal, right? I have a terrible headache. If I have to go and fight, a clear head would really help." "Vampire spit heals, but I have no spittle to offer you," she said regretfully. "But you could shift." "Of course I could." "I can't believe you didn't think of that," I muttered to Esme. "Oh, my head hurts," she whimpered. "Worse than anything, even the cramps when you bleed. Let's shift now," she urged. I rapidly stripped off my gorgeous red ball gown and my underwear and left them in a heap. In a second, we shifted onto 4 and into our fur. The pain started to recede almost immediately as our shift kick-started the healing process. Ivy tottered to her feet in panic at the sudden appearance of a large werewolf. Her eyes were wide with fear, and she pressed as far back against the walls as she could. Her neigh of fear slayed me. "It's okay," I said to her. "It's still me." I showed Ivy the image of me shifting back and forth several times, then sent her a wave of calm affection, the feeling I had for all animals. I was an animal lover to the core, and knowing and loving Aries helped. I would never harm Ivy, and I sent that feeling to her. Finally, I felt curiosity. Her fear had receded, though not disappeared entirely. She remained standing and eyeing us cautiously. Smart foal. "Shift back," I said to Esme. "I don't want to scare her." I felt Esme's assent, and we shifted back to 2. "I suppose you'll be needing turns," the house muttered. I could almost feel her grimace. Above us, the ceiling retracted, and something plummeted towards me. I caught the object in my hands. It was a golden circlet.
"I say, Nina," a posh, disgruntled male voice said, "you didn't need to throw me quite so hard."
I dropped the crown. As it clanged onto the wooden floor, I heard a muffled curse. The house, Nina, huffed, and a small shudder ran through her walls. "I didn't throw you that hard. Lucy caught you, didn't she?"
"Until she dropped me again,"
Terence groused. I hastily picked up the crown. "Sorry, I was startled by a crown talking to me."
"Understandable, of course. I am one of a kind."
"The crown of Tor, I presume."
"Torrance Hargreave at your service."
"Torrance, not Terence." Nina giggled. "Torrance sounds so stuffy. We wanted him to sound friendly, so we renamed him Terence. Didn't we, Terry?"
"I tell you, madam, I will bear the name Terence proudly. But if you call me Terry, I will not be held responsible for my actions."
I looked again at the window and bit my lip. I would truly love to talk more and learn your story, but there is the small matter of me needing to present myself by daybreak or I'll be declared dead, and forfeit my title as Queen.
The Queen! Finally! I'm delighted to make your acquaintance, Your Majesty.
Terence almost squealed with delight.
Finally, someone that Nina accepted. By all means, let the niceties wait. Place me upon your head, and we shall set off for our first adventure together. Tally-ho!
He was entirely too excited for my liking. You're not going to do anything bad when I place you on my head, right? I asked, dubiously.
Good God, no. I'm a gentleman, ma'am. Rest assured, I have nothing but your very best interests at heart.
I wished, not for the first time, that I had Jess's lie-detecting radar. Okay. He did sound genuine, and I needed a crown. Fuck it, I didn't have time to be picky. The prophecy said that I'd be a queen, right? Surely fate wouldn't be fickle enough to give me a cursed crown. I placed the circlet on my head and held my breath. Nothing happened. No freaky bond, no magic third eye appearing. Nothing. Thank fuck. I exhaled sharply.
Lucy Barrett,
Terence said in wonder.
My honour to assist you. From now until this day forward.
Great, thank you. Okay, this is good. I have a crown, I'm not dead, and the seat of power isn't nearly as murderous as everyone thinks. Oh, please don't ruin my reputation. From her voice, I could tell that Nina was pouting. I've worked so hard to get it. Wasn't easy sending all those folks to the underground circus, you know, especially without them being seen. You wouldn't believe the tunnels I've built. I didn't have time to unpick that. I've got to go. I paused. Nina, can I take Ivy with me? She's not happy here, honey. She wants to see the sky and feel the grass between her claws. The house gave a more pronounced tremble. Will you strip me of everyone and everything I hold dear? Terence and Ivy. She sounded sulky, but I heard the tears there too. Terence spoke before I could.
Being removed from your walls will not stop my great admiration for you, Lady Nina. I will visit as often as my new queen allows, and I'm sure that Ivy will also return.
We'll send a wolf to keep you company, Esme promised.
Lucy can make it so that you can talk to them. She's done it before when the wolves and their humans couldn't speak.
For fuck's sake, another freaking promise. Will you quit it? I snarled at her.
What? She deserves it. You can do it, so what's the issue?
She was genuinely perplexed at my reaction. We have to survive the next few days first. Let's focus on that, shall we? I resisted the urge to tap my toe, but only just.
Esme sniffed. Of course we will survive. That was never in doubt.
It feels a little in doubt, I countered.
Well, it's not, and in any case, it is not sufficient merely to survive. We shall thrive.
I blew out a harsh breath and hoped that she was right. I pulled on my underwear and the ball gown, ready to present myself. No way in hell was I striding naked out of the seat of power. It would send entirely the wrong message. But the blood-red gown, that sent the right message. It was a warning to those smart enough to recognize it. Dressed, and with the cool metal of Terence pressed against my head, I assessed my physical state. The headache was still there, but thanks to the shift, it wasn't so overwhelming. I was okay. I could absolutely manage to kill people like this. Chapter 33. I left the seat of power with Ivy stumbling by my side. She was prancing, digging her claws into the grass as she went, relishing the scent of the earth.
Well,
Jacob said from the branches of a nearby tree,
you've got a crown and another unicorn.
She's not mine, I objected. Ivy wasn't a pet. But perhaps Ares can show her where she needs to go. And yes, I have a crown. A weird, freaky, haunted crown. But for now, no one else needed to know that particular detail. Jacob's assessing eyes missed nothing.
Are you okay, my queen?
Okay. I was about to go and kill people. Lives would be snuffed out because of me. Was I okay? No. But I had made my decision to live, and now I had no choice but to fight in order to do so. I'm about to head into battle, but I need you to keep out of it, I ordered firmly. If I die, I want you to pull Greg out of the battlefield and fly him home. He studied me.
I would rather rescue you, he said finally.
I smiled. I appreciate that, but no. I have to do this with my own 2 feet.
4 feet?
Esme grumbled quietly. I ignored her jibe and focused on Jacob. I can't have you, Greg, or anyone else fight this battle for me. I'm queen now. Too many packs are ruled by fear, so first I must make them fear me.
And then you'll make them love you,
Jacob observed shrewdly. I smiled. That was the plan. I am lovable.
Have you been practicing what I taught you?
He quirked an eyebrow. We have, I confirmed. Unsuccessfully, but even so, we had. He grinned suddenly.
Excellent. Best of luck, my queen.
Thank you, Jacob, and thank you for your help and support thus far. He bobbed me a bow, and I set off for Felworth House, a baby unicorn prancing beside me with her tail held high. The patio around the mansion was heaving with werewolves. They may have been waiting for my death, but they hadn't been doing so sober. It was hard for a werewolf to get drunk, but a good number of them seemed to have been determined to try. The crowd was raucous and loud. Even from a distance I could see ripped clothing and a few black eyes. Fisticuffs had evidently broken out, along with the booze. Men. Someone always wanted to be top dog. Well, they were in for a shock, because it turned out Lucy Barrett was indeed the queen of the bitches, and by tooth and claw she was about to prove it. I dismissed the sight of the revelling alphas and betas, as my eyes searched for something in particular, and I let out a breath of relief when I found it. Across the distance, I met icy blue eyes that I knew as well as my own. I saw the tension leave Greg's frame as he flashed me a grin and a thumbs up. I appreciate that he didn't start towards me. I'd given all my suitors strict instructions. This needed to be my fight. Ready? I asked Esme, trying to stifle my nerves. Of course, she snapped, affronted by the very idea that she was ever not ready.
I say,
Terence butted in.
How do you feel about a spot of drama?
I frowned. What do you mean?
When you shift, I can add a certain je ne sais quoi, if you like.
I wasn't sure what exactly he was offering, but the assembled wolves were falling quiet as they realized that I wasn't quite as dead as they'd been expecting. People murmured and pointed. Then a deathly silence fell. I heard the crunch of the grass as I walked toward the assembly. And then I stopped. Here was as good a place as any to make my stand. There was plenty of space to fight, and the brawl wouldn't embroil any innocent third parties. I stood beneath the breaking dawn and waited for my foes to come. I wondered if there would be many attackers simultaneously. Realistically, that was my worst-case scenario. It'd be far harder to hide my powers if I had to fight 3 or 4 wolves at once. I expected Jimmy Rain to lead the alphas against me, but I should have remembered that he rarely got his own claws dirty. Evidently, Daniel Hughes had drawn the short straw. He was the alpha of the Yorkshire East Riding Pack, and had met me for the first time the previous night. He'd introduced me proudly to his pregnant wife. A rarity for the werewolves, indeed. He hadn't seemed evil. Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he was just easily led, or maybe Rain had some blackmail material on him. Whatever the reason, he was looking at me with the promise of violence in his eyes. His mate is with Pup, I said to Esme, as Hughes shucked off his tuxedo. He stood naked for a moment. Then was Wolf the next. Reconnecting all the wolves to the great pack sometimes felt like a mistake. I'd given up one of my advantages in doing so.
He has made his choice,
Esme said indifferently.
He challenges us for our throne. He must die for it.
I knew in my gut that she was right, but my heart was sick with it. He had made a terrible choice, but I was going to be the one that had to live with killing him. Selfish bastard. Thankfully he, and the other alphas, did not think I was much of a threat. Presumably, Rain and the others had assumed that only one male wolf would be needed to dispose of me. It was symptomatic of their disdain that they had only sent one challenger. But they had underestimated me, and I'd kill Hughes because of it. Presumably, Rain wasn't concerned that Hughes would take the crown, because after I was dead, my challenger wouldn't live long. Rain used underhand, despicable methods to win his fights, poisoned claws included. The wolves had expected me to die at the seat of power. Failing that, they didn't think that one little female would pose much of a threat. How little they thought of the great pack's judgment. It was notable that, bar me, there were no female alphas, and I'd seen only one female beta. The glass ceiling was standing firm in the pack hierarchy. I would enjoy the sharp shards of glass that rained down on them when I destroyed it. Shifted and ready, Hughes pounded the ground towards us at full speed. Moments before he reached us, we shifted. We felt heat with this shift, like lying in warm summer sunshine, but we had no time to question why it was different. Our enemy was at the gate, and he was planning to huff and puff our house down. Sadly for him, he didn't realize that I was the big bad wolf. We braced ourselves for his attack, aware that we needed to make a show of this and time everything to perfection. Esme was in control, but I was near the surface, ready to seize back control if necessary. We turned to face him, paws firmly planted, daring all who would defy us. We didn't intimidate Daniel in the slightest. He and his wolf crossed the remaining distance, ready to snap at us, to rip and rend our flesh, and take our life and crown. He dived towards our legs, trying to cripple us, take us down and end us quickly. Well, not today. Esme was in fine fettle, and she twisted and turned so that our supple body and speed beat Daniel's lunge. Our teeth raked the slower wolf's side. He stumbled, rolled once, and landed back on his feet. We were on him before he could spring again. We clamped our teeth down on his nose, cutting off his air and taking the fight out of him. As we growled and shook him from side to side, he was silent, hurting. When we stopped, he whipped his head round and twisted his snout out of our grip, tried to slice us with his teeth. We were quicker, and we jumped sideways out of reach. He was losing. He just didn't know it. He got to his feet and we waited patiently, showing no fear or concern. He ran straight at our side. We waited until the last moment, then leapt over his body and landed in time to hamstring him. He yelped, and his back end collapsed. As we sprung on him, Esme snapped her teeth into the back of his neck and severed his spine. He dropped like a stone. Dead. We jumped off him and faced the others. A sharp pain shot through our leg. Somehow he'd managed to cut our front leg with his teeth. It'd only be a brief respite before another attack came, so we took the chance and did a fast shift to human and then instantly back to wolf. The wound began to heal. We waited, teeth bared, a low growl rumbling through our body. A man I didn't recognize started to remove his suit, shifted and pranced towards us in wolf form, his tail high. He was agitated and ready to attack, circling us, lunging occasionally, feeling us out. We avoided him and waited for him to get serious, letting the suspense build in the crowd. Esme howled a mocking challenge and stood her ground, tempting him. The wolf took the bait and sprung at us. This time we increased the drama. We needed to shock the others, make them truly fear us. As he leapt, I gathered my piping magic so it was close to the surface and ready. The moment he barreled into us and touched our fur, I unleashed my magic and seized control of the werewolf whose name I didn't even know. "Stop!" I barked into his mind. He froze mid-leap, and we ripped out his throat in a single twisting move. Blood sprayed our muzzle and fur. His body thunked to the ground in a boneless heap, while we landed gracefully. With our 4 feet planted, head lowered as we stared down the crowd, we let our tongue loll, and a wolfy grin proclaimed our mettle. Our savage stare challenged them all, and silence fell over the terrace. I hoped that 2 deaths would make an impression on the rowdy alphas, but the challengers continued to line up. It looked like Nina would have plenty of souls to offer up to the great pack. The next alpha was already stripping. By now, A smart werewolf would have changed tactics and sent a number of challengers in at once. But I suspected that the alphas were rather set in their ways. Lucky us. We would kill them all if they kept coming one after another. The wolf that ran towards us was another alpha we'd never met. Jimmy Rain was no doubt planning to send more wolves as cannon fodder, like the coward he was. He was studying us, watching our technique, hoping the wolves he sent would injure us and tire us out for him. We couldn't reveal our piping ability. It was too dangerous for our skills ever to be known in this deadly, magical realm. Esme made the next battle a bit showier, and growls, snaps, and snarls filled the air. We let him run at us. Once he was close, we sidestepped, and so he ran past. He slid as he scrambled to turn, but he was too late. We bit down on his back leg and crunched bone. He tripped, but he couldn't attack again. It was death to stop, and he knew it. He lunged at us, but propelled only by one rear leg, he wasn't quick enough to stop us. We ripped out his throat and let his body fall. Hot blood exploded in our mouth, and Esme revelled in its taste and heat as it went down our throat. We howled in triumph, grabbed the body with our teeth and shook it, then flung it away as though it weighed nothing. It was a show of strength. Esme's glee filled my mind. She was ready to kill them all. "Is it enough yet?" I asked plaintively. "We've shown them we're strong and tough. We've shown them we can kill, and easily. Surely it's enough." I felt sick to my stomach. 3 men no longer lived and breathed because of me, because they didn't think I should have the crown that the seat of power had given to me. "I would not give food in exchange for thoughts," she sniffed. "Thoughts will not sustain you in winter. That is a poor trade." "Esme," I sighed. "Focus." "I am," she replied in all seriousness. She threw her head back and howled again. The challenge was clear as she fixed her golden eyes on Rain and waited to see if he would answer it. His face was twisted in a snarl. He barked an order, but the murmuring of the crowd was so loud that we couldn't make it out. 5 of his wolves surrounded him. Then they all melted into the crowd. I scanned it, but I couldn't see him. "Shift," Esme ordered. "Let us show them we are so unconcerned that we can waste energy on shifting back and forth." I did as she suggested, and an alien warmth rolled over me. Even weirder, when I stood up I was fully clothed, with Terence on my head. "How come I'm dressed?" I thought in surprise. Terence's tone was reproachful. "You are a queen. You can't stroll around in the nude. It isn't seemly. I stored your clothes for you. You had them on at your last shift, though that one was so quick you may not have noticed." Huh. I hadn't noticed. My new haunted crown might be a prude, but I was freaking delighted that I never needed to lose a favourite pair of jeans again. My stomach let out a loud rumble. Hunger felt like it was tearing me apart, but I thought of poor Nina, who was starving. She hadn't been fed in a century or 2, and my hunger was nothing compared to hers. Luckily now I had 3 bodies to feed her. I had promised, after all. I stood in the ball gown that was the same colour as the blood leaking into the grass around me, and waited, chin up, eyes on fire, hands clenched into fists. The question was, how many more of them had to die before they finally accepted that I was just as deadly as Rain, and that I was wearing the crown? Chapter 34. Another wolf came to challenge me, and I sighed. The alphas were slower on the uptake than I'd hoped. "As we practiced," Esme said suddenly. "Are you sure?" I asked dubiously. "Didn't work last time." "We are in accord now, are we not?" "Yes, we are." "You grow weary of the deaths, and I know you will carry that weariness with you, though I do not understand why. And I suppose that we want some of them to survive, so we need to shock them a little more. We must grasp the bull by the balls." Even with the seriousness of the moment, I couldn't help the snicker. "Grab a bull by the horns," I corrected. "That's stupid. Grasping a bull by its testicles will certainly have the desired effect. Trying to grasp its horns will simply get you skewered in the side." She shook her head and muttered to herself. Honestly, it's a wonder you humans have survived for as long as you have. The phrase actually means doing the right thing, even though it is difficult or even dangerous, I explained. She sniffed. We refocused as the marauding wolf slunk towards us. This one showed some caution. Perhaps we could actually spare him. As he approached, I wove my piping magic in and around him as subtly as I could, then ordered him, "Hesitate." He paused, and that was when Esme and I took control of our body at the same time. Together, we willed our head to shift whilst we were still very much on two legs. Jacob's partial shift had been surprisingly easy to master, once we'd realised that we had to share our body equally to achieve it. That was why it hadn't worked when we were at loggerheads. We had to hold our body exactly in equilibrium. We pinned our attacker with our gaze, one eye golden and one eye blue, then threw back our new wolf head and howled our challenge. The wolf before me let out a whimper and hit the ground with a thump as he hastily lay down and showed us his belly in submission. Esme wanted to rip out his throat just to shock the onlookers a little more, but I restrained her. There's been enough death. Please, Esme. Only 3, she whined. Think of Nina. I am thinking of her. 3 souls to connect to the Great Pack should sustain her. We held the shift. It was odd to be so tall and to see half in colour and half in muted shades, to be able to smell the world around us in such depth. We could scent the blood of our enemies on the ground and the urine of the wolf that was whimpering at our feet. Enough, I said firmly. Enough death now, Esme. I felt her grudging assent, and she let out a yip of dismissal to the cringing wolf. He shot to his feet and ran back to the terrace as fast as he could. Even with the dead bodies strewn around me, I felt a chill. This was eerily similar to the scene that I'd seen in Ben's mind. But it wasn't at home. It wasn't summer, and Ben wasn't here. I wanted this battle to tick all those boxes, and then that scary vision of the future would be eradicated. But my gut told me that this massacre was merely the starting point. It seemed a century ago that I'd ripped James's dick off and let him live. Now I was virtually bathing in the blood of my enemies. I'd come a long way, and I wasn't sure that it was in a good direction. Still, needs must. We shifted back to Holy Human so I could address the Alpha and Beta wolves, who were watching us in shocked silence. The seat of power has accepted me, I called loudly. Your challengers have not survived me. I am Queen of the Werewolves. If you do not accept my rule, come to me now and be destroyed. I waited calmly, chin up and haughty. Let them come to me if they dared. No one moved. Not an inch. The breeze ruffled their clothes more than their own movements did, and I felt a thrill at that. I'd come here intending to make them fear me, and it seemed I had succeeded. They recognized my power even if they didn't relish my rule. I stared into the crowd, but I couldn't see Rain or his cronies. The wolves looked back at me, their body language apprehensive and fear in their eyes. Esme felt triumphant, but all I felt was sick. Sick. I didn't want to rule by fear. I didn't want to stoop to their level. Fear is the first step, Esme assured me quietly. Next we work on respect. And then? I asked bitterly. And then adoration. The road seems dark now, but soon everything will change for the better. We must show them we are strong first. I would show them that I wasn't afraid to stamp my mark. Excellent, I called imperiously. Then as my first rule, I hereby return the old tradition of taking our dead to the seat of power. With that, I turned and used my shift of strength to lift one of the dead bodies onto my back, carrying the now human corpse with ease. I tramped the short distance to the seat of power and laid the body at the entrance for Nina. Then I made 2 more trips to collect the other bodies. On the final one, there was no sign of the other bodies, and the doorway remained open to us. Nina gave a shudder as energy ran through her, and her walls lit up, glowing with the golden light of the wolves' eyes. I reached out to her and felt her jubilation as energy swamped her trusses. She was no longer starving. "You did it!" she said triumphantly into my mind. "You brought me wolves!" "I did. I'm pleased to feel your energy has returned." She laughed joyfully, and her window shutters clacked with happiness. As I watched, the rotting wooden floors were replaced with healthy, strong wood. Dust and grime disappeared in an instant, and the pervading scent of death faded. Her walls were suddenly a light cream, rather than the dirty white colour they'd been before. I laid the final body down on her clean floors, and felt her jubilation. The body glowed for a moment before crumbling into dust, like a vampire would. I watched, fascinated, as the remains of it swirled upwards out of an opening in the house's roof that had suddenly appeared. Light bathed us, light from Nina, and light from the sun. Daybreak had finally come. It was the dawn of a new day. And it was time to bring the werewolves kicking and screaming into the modern world. Now was not the time to step back into the Dark Ages, but to forge ahead, with new rights for everyone. As queen, I was going to ram equality down their throats, until they were sick of it. The irony was not lost on me. Chapter 35. With her energy restored, Nina was virtually bouncing with exuberance. Joyfully, she furnished the room I was standing in. Soft fur rugs appeared on the floor. Leather sofas winked into existence, and a roaring fire appeared in the hearth. There were cushions on the sofas and blankets strewn around in attractive wicker baskets. A small wooden table took centre stage, and some cork coasters appeared. On one of them rested a steaming cup of tea, made to my perfect milky colour. Doors appeared off the main room. "Do you like it?" she asked shyly. I could feel how eager she was for my approval. "I love it," I said out loud, clapping my hands with delight. "It just needs some books and it'll be perfect." Even as I spoke the words, the floor opened up, and wooden bookshelves started soaring through the hole from her basement. Once the shelves were lining the walls, books flew in one by one and neatly filled them. Okay, that was cool. I picked up my cup of tea and sipped it whilst all the books found their new homes. Once they'd stopped flying and Nina had settled, I set the tea down, went to the nearest shelf, and picked up the first book that caught my eye. I opened it. It was about werewolf history. Now that could certainly come in handy. "Nina, you've outdone yourself. This is absolutely wonderful," I enthused. "My only regret is I can't stay in here with you all day." I sighed wistfully. I wished the seat of power was on my lands instead of the Staffordshire's. I could see myself whiling away many hours here. "I can relocate it if you'd like," she said eagerly. I blinked. "You can move?" "Oh, yes," she said, her tone matter of fact. "I'm the seat of power. I go where the ruler needs me." Tension drained out of me. On some level, I'd feared that I would need to stay here with the seat of power whilst I consolidated my position. But now I wouldn't need to. I could move Nina, and then the council and the alphas would have to come to me, where I felt safest. "Nina, you are amazing," I said. "I would love you to go to the Home Counties pack for me. Now?" "Well, you'd best wait until I'm out of here," I sighed. "I'm not quite done." "Course, my queen. I'll move once you step out, and eagerly await your return." There was a pause. "Please don't make me wait too long. I don't like to be alone, and I won't let another set foot in here until you say so." My heart ached for her. "I know you don't like to be alone, Nina. I promise I won't be long. Thank you, my queen." Regretfully, I placed the book back on its shelf, gave the walls a comforting pat, and stepped out of my perfect home. When I'd taken a few steps away, I turned back and gasped with shock. Nina no longer resembled a shack. She was a beautiful wooden cabin. A tree still grew through the centre, but now it felt intentional, and the cabin somehow grew out from her. I realized that the tree was Nina. It wasn't some stray tree growing through the building. It was the building. The cabin was an extension of Nina, and it looked magnificent. She'd had a major facelift. You look beautiful, I called to her. The house gave a slight shudder in acknowledgement and disappeared, leaving a monumental crater in its wake. Nina's roots were long. I was so glad she wasn't murderous because I could envisage her becoming my favourite place to be. Books and a hot drink on demand? My idea of heaven. I was already missing her. I hoped my pack wouldn't be too worried when a huge wooden cabin suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Ivy trotted up to me, looking at me with accusing eyes. I reached out to her with my magic. She was petulant. She had wanted to trample the wolves. And I stifled a smile. She was young and still very small. The only thing that would have been trampled was her. I appreciate the thought, I said, but maybe you can trample my next set of enemies. She nodded grudgingly, but I sensed I wasn't wholly forgiven. I patted her neck lightly. Come on, Ivy. Let's go and face the music. Another absurd saying, Esme grouched. You cannot face music. You hear it. You do not see it. That saying is probably military in origin, I explained, thinking that might curry favour with her. After all, she loved a battle. Music was a term soldiers used for gunfire. Facing the music meant going into battle. Either that or it comes from when disgraced soldiers were paraded in front of the other soldiers to the sound of the drum. If they were disgraced, they should have been harried and eaten. Cannibalism is very much frowned on. Not to wolves, she said flatly. It is far worse to allow your pups to go hungry than to feast on the flesh of your enemies. I was exceedingly glad that she hadn't started to eat our enemies, even though we were incredibly hungry. We should have made Nina bring us some food before we strolled back outside. Live and learn. Ivy trotted next to us as we made our way back to Felworth House. All right, Terence, I asked my crown. No, quite, Your Majesty. A crown is like a child. It should be seen and not heard. I shan't disturb you unless you call on me. We no longer hold such outdated beliefs. Nowadays, we're happy to let our children be both seen and heard. How bizarre, he commented, and I suppressed a smile. Perhaps the werewolves weren't the only ones in need of modernizing. I walked deliberately slowly to make the wolves wait for my return. They'd seen me battle and kill 3 foes without breaking sweat, then partially shift my head and scare an opponent into instant submission. Even so, I wasn't fool enough to think that I gained the respect of all of them. But hopefully I bought myself some time to consolidate my power. I found Greg among the crowd. Although he kept his face blank, his eyes were smiling at me. I wanted to smile back, but now was not the time. We needed some privacy for me to show him exactly how I felt about him. I was gratified that he'd followed my orders because leaving me to face danger alone must have been the hardest of trials for him. He was not a man to stand by idly, yet he'd respected me enough to let me do so. My heart swelled. I was so fixed on Greg that for a moment I didn't notice the movement around him. The terrace moved like a sea, as all the wolves fell to their knees and bowed their heads. Esme's exultation roared through me. They truly recognize us as queen. For now, I muttered grumpily. Thank you all for recognizing me formally as your rightful queen, I called loudly. I decided to strike again while the iron was hot. My next act as queen is to limit the number of challenges a person can make or receive. You may make or receive 1 challenge to your rule once a week. In that way, no one may be attacked repeatedly with no time for respite. We are above such unfair and dishonourable action, are we not? As one, the crowd looked at their toes. Anyone found breaking this law will forfeit any title they have gained through such a cowardly attack, and will enjoy a brief stay in the seat of power. I smiled unpleasantly. If Nina could make a cosy room with books, she could make a secure prison too. Hopefully, her dark reputation would make anyone think twice. As I will, so mote it be, I finished my proclamation. Queen Lucy was in the house. Chapter 36. David looked up as we walked into our private rooms, then surged to his feet. How did it go? He stared at me and his jaw dropped slightly. You're covered in blood. Archie grinned. The blood of her enemies. It was awesome. She slayed. Yes. Thank you, Archie, I said primly. Though he has a point, I am covered in the blood of my enemies, and I'd like to rectify that. I need a shower. Usually, when I shifted, the blood was normally as lost as my clothes. But this time I'd been coated in blood in my human form, when I'd been lugging dead bodies to my new, not-so-feral house. I started towards the bathroom before any of them could see the trembling that was starting in my hands, despite my best efforts to stop it. Hysteria was crowding the edge of my mind. She burst into flames, Archie continued. I paused mid-step and whirled around. I did what? Liam nodded solemnly. When you shifted, you burst into flames like you were the Phoenix or something. It was awesome. Terence's comment about adding a certain je ne sais quoi came flooding back. You set me on fire, I asked my crown, a shade wildly. Well, it wouldn't harm you, my queen. I'd never harm you. How did you do it? I'm a fire elemental. I was. A long time ago. Suddenly, Terence's history seemed important. And how did you end up in the werewolf's crown? Like most sentient objects, I was cursed, he said, entirely too cheerfully. You don't sound too upset about it, I noted. Why should I be? The one who cursed me is dead, while I have lived several centuries, albeit without a physical body. I do miss a cup of tea, he confided. I pinched the bridge of my nose. You okay? Greg asked softly. Not even a little bit. I thought about lying to Greg, but he would see it in my eyes. Not really, my love. I paused. A shower will help, and I'm starving. Would you get me some food while I shower? I pulled the crown from my head. Here, look after Terence for me. Greg's lips twitched. You've already given your crown a name. No, he already had one. There's a spirit trapped in it, a fire elemental apparently. He seems nice, but don't leave him lying around. I don't want him burning down Felworth House while we're here. That's the last thing I need. Like he did with most things, Greg took the news that my crown was haunted calmly and shoved Terence into a backpack. I'm not sure he'll like that, I said dubiously. He'll live, Greg said facetiously. A slightly hysterical giggle escaped me, unlike my foes. Then I sobered, and a sob teetered up my throat. I squashed it down by swallowing rapidly and telling myself that everything was going to be okay, though it would undoubtedly be different. I was truly the queen now, not just in name. Life was going to get rockier still, and I already felt like I was on a roller coaster. I asked quietly, can you find out the names of the alphas that I killed? Greg nodded. Of course, Peaches. Go shower. I'll get you food, names, and anything else you need. He paused. You were amazing today. You did what was needed to get the job done. I know it's hard, but I promise you did the right thing. Thank you. Not wanting to smear him with the blood, I kissed him lightly on the lips. Then I went into the bathroom to wash and cry until my soul felt better. Esme was bemused by how much I cried, but I still felt no better. The longer I was in the other realm, the darker I feared my soul was getting. It's not dark, Esme assured me. If it was, you wouldn't be crying. You're doing what you're supposed to be doing. You're taking out the rubbish. I hope to hell she was right. I dressed in jeans and a pink top that said girls rule and boys drool. Not my most regal outfit, but had a sudden urge to be Lucy. When I came out, the dining room table was laden with croissants and Danish pastries of various shapes and sizes. I checked them all on Amber's bedside table, Greg promised. They're all good to eat. Fabulous. Thank you. Dig in, everyone. I gestured to the men. They didn't need to be asked twice, and for the next 20 minutes there was no conversation as we ate our fill. Greg poured me another cup of tea, then sat next to me, wrapped an arm around me and pulled me into his arms. It was exceedingly rare for Greg to indulge in public displays of affection. Only as I was shoveling in an apple Danish did I realize that his sudden urge to get physical probably wasn't coincidental, because it had come when I'd announced I was looking for a mate. He must be feeling insecure. Another thing to worry about. But how the heck did I reassure him without pressuring him? For all we'd exchanged I love yous, I wasn't good at wearing my feelings on my sleeve. Of course I wanted him, but I hadn't wanted him like this, forced by Esme's machinations to keep me safe. And for what? So far I hadn't needed my cadre of faux suitors. I had been the one that kicked ass this time. The only thing they protected me from was a lot of astonishing male egos. It took a certain kind of person to be an alpha werewolf, but I wish to hell that at least some of them were nice. Gods, there had to be some nice ones, right? I took a sip of tea. There must be some good alphas here. Lord Samuel was a good alpha. Archie nodded. He was. He had friends amongst other alphas, like Denby from the Derbyshire pack. Denby from Derby? I snorted.
Kearns is from Derbyshire, Greg said thoughtfully. He's the one beating the Queen drum the loudest.
True. Who else was your dad friends with? I asked nosily.
Tarkus from Oxfordshire. Franklin Tarquin,
Archie explained.
And then there's Wakadoo.
Wakadoo? I repeated faintly.
Hugo Wakefield.
From which pack?
Norfolk.
Wonderful. I sipped my tea. Maybe you should extend an invitation to them to attend the home county's pack next month.
Next month?
Archie objected. I've had my fill of alphas for a few days, plus I have things to do, just as Hen do and then her wedding. I have a busy social calendar. Give me a breather before I have to cope with the more testosterone-filled alphas.
What happened to the seat of power?
Liam asked. She's relocated to the mansion, I confirmed.
She?
David sounded surprised. Her name's Nina. She's very nice. David's eyebrows shot up.
What about all the wolves she killed?
Nina had asked me to protect her reputation, so I kept her secret and gave him an enigmatic smile. We all have our off days. I looked at the men around me. Go and invite those alphas that Lord Samuel was friendly with. Split them between you. Off you pop. They didn't protest about my transparent effort to be alone with Greg. When they'd gone, I turned to him and let my heartache show. Tell me, I said softly. Tell me the names of the men I killed. Greg didn't object to my phrasing.
Daniel Hughes of the East Riding Pack, Mick Harrington of the Dorset Pack, and Gerard Tabbury of the Essex Pack.
And the one who lived? James had taught me a valuable lesson about leaving enemies alive. I keep a close eye on the cowering alpha.
Perry Abaddon of County Durham Pack.
I pursed my lips. Can you bring him to me? I wanted to assess him for myself, to look into his eyes and see if there was vitriol. He hesitated.
I'd rather not leave you alone whilst I fetch him.
I flashed him a bitter smile. Has this morning not taught you that I am capable of defending myself?
That's never in question, Peters. I know you can defend yourself, but you shouldn't have to. That's my role. I've sworn to serve and protect you. It should be me covered in the blood of our enemies, not you. I was born to kill and made into a killer by the dragons I served. But now I serve only you.
He paused.
You asked me once if Emery gave me an order, and you gave me a conflicting one. Whose order would I follow? Yours, Lucy. I would follow yours.
He bowed low, his hand to his heart.
My queen,
he said passionately, then left the room before I could respond. My heart was hammering. Me. He'd chosen me. It was everything. Chapter 36. Perry Abaddon looked far less wimpy in his human form. Nearly 7 feet tall, he towered over Greg. Abaddon? I greeted him neutrally. Before I could tell him to sit, he sank to his knees before me, immediately halving his immense height.
My queen,
he intoned, respect and even a little adoration in his tone. He sounded genuine as he pronounced my title. Abaddon, I repeated and cleared my throat. I am glad that you saw the error of your ways, and that we were able to leave you breathing. He touched his hand to his heart, and bowed so low that his forehead was almost on the floor.
I'm honoured and grateful that you saw fit to leave me so. I was encouraged to attack you. I was told that I would make a mighty king. In my conceit, I agreed.
Who encouraged you? I asked. I waited for Rain's name to fall from his mouth.
Kearns,
he confirmed.
And a vampire called Voltaire to whom I owe a debt.
I tried to keep my shock off my face. Fucking Voltaire. Greg had been right about his hatred of me after I'd piped him, and his betrayal didn't come as a surprise. But Kearns, he'd been the only one on the council that I thought was definitely for me. If even he was against me. I felt a wave of despair. How on earth would I win them all over without any allies?
We could just kill all the alphas, Esme suggested. Then we take over each pack and rule completely.
It was her matter-of-fact tone that chilled me the most. No, that won't be our way.
Then how, Lucy?
She asked, exasperated. We've earned their fear, or at least their caution. Now we're going to earn their love. Or at least their respect.
How?
Esme asked again. We're going to find Nina's missing orb, and we're going to restore the werewolves' lost air powers.
Nothing like a giant order,
she snorted. A tall order, I corrected.
This one isn't tall like Abaddon. It's giant like Goliath.
It was hard to argue with that. I refocused my attention on Abaddon, who was still almost prostrate at my feet. Do sit up, I said, trying to keep my voice businesslike. He sat up immediately. You accept my authority as queen? I asked mildly.
Utterly, he said instantly. Never have I seen anyone with powers such as yours. It's clear that you're destined to lead the werewolves to our ultimate destiny.
He looked at me with fanatical devotion, and I suddenly empathized with how awkward Emery felt about the dark seraphs. Excellent. I can rely on the County Durham pack, then. Abaddon sat up straight, almost vibrating with eagerness.
Absolutely, my queen.
Who, then, is still an enemy of mine? He grimaced.
Many, but if you silence Rain, the rest will fall into submission. Even Isaac's.
I wanted respect, not submission, but that had to be earned. I would get there, somehow. Rain was the linchpin. I wasn't interested in earning his respect because I knew what manner of a man he was. What I wanted was a way to humiliate and kill him. I had to completely undermine him, then cut off the head of the snake. Be my eyes and ears, Abaddon, and I will reward you greatly for it, I promised.
Yes, my queen.
He clapped his hand to his chest and bowed again. He looked as if he'd do anything I asked, even if it was to take a long walk off a short pier. Such devotion was unsettling and uncomfortable, particularly since I'd done nothing to earn it except for killing 3 men and sparing him. If that was the bar for devotion, it was very low indeed. I excused him, just as my suitors returned. Liam, Archie, and David had extended invitations to the other alphas that Samuel had trusted. They returned with confirmation that I could count on a visit from each alpha. Bring me Kearns, I ordered. Archie went to do just that. And moments later, Kearns was kneeling in front of me.
My queen,
he said reverently in greeting. I had no time or inclination to pussyfoot around. You encouraged Abaddon to challenge me. Why? Kearns boldly met my eyes.
He was a threat to you, my queen. He's always been popular amongst the alphas. If there were any here who would take the throne because they are liked, it would be him. Better to have him challenge you here and now and forever settle the issue. One way or another.
I could have killed him.
Yes,
he agreed.
But then the threat would have been eliminated.
I pinched the bridge of my nose. You had him attack me for my own good.
Of course, my queen.
You weren't trying to undermine me. Kearns looked at me aghast.
Never. I believe you are the queen from the prophecy. You've already restored the great pact to us. Your destiny is written in the stars, and you'll bring the rest of us to greatness with you. I am your most ardent supporter, as is my alpha, Richard Denby. By pushing Abaddon to attack you, I was hoping you would eradicate your biggest threat.
You didn't think he might kill me? He stared at me as if the idea hadn't even occurred to him.
The seat of power anointed you,
he said, nonplussed.
You returned with the crown of Tor. If you achieved all that, the Durham Alpha wasn't going to kill you.
Of course not. I felt somewhat better that Kearns hadn't betrayed me and wasn't gunning for me. I still had an ally, even if his actions didn't quite show it. Thank you. You may go. He stood.
If there's anything else I can do for you, my queen, please do not hesitate to let me serve you.
I swallowed down the retort that he'd already done. Quite enough. Chapter 38. I gave a sigh of relief when we hit the motorway, and the tension drained away as I rested my head on Greg's shoulder. We were homeward bound, though it was slow going, pulling Ivy's horse box behind us. Still, we were all alive, and I even had a new talking crown. Not to mention that Greg would pick me over Emery. Surely this was as good as life could get. Liam was driving with David next to him in the front of the car. Archie was next to Greg, toying with his cufflinks, agitated and silent. "What's up?" I asked him. He grimaced, then put his hands on his lap to stop them fidgeting.
I bumped into my mum when I went to speak to Wackadoo.
And? He sighed.
She was trying to get me to take my place as a peer.
Lord Samuel had been an honest-to-goodness lord, and his title was hereditary. I hadn't been aware that Archie needed to do anything to embrace the title. Perhaps it was simply that I hadn't heard him once refer to himself as Lord Samuel. I studied him. I had the feeling that what he was telling me wasn't the full story. And what else? He blew out a harsh breath.
And she was trying to persuade me to challenge you. She said I was the rightful alpha of the home county's pack.
He shifted in his seat.
For what it's worth, I would never challenge you, and I know full well that what she said isn't true. My father's letter explained about our family acting as stewards for you. The alpha role was never truly ours, and, well, it's been difficult to come to terms with that. My father wasn't ever an alpha, he was just a steward.
Archie had been acting a little oddly lately, blowing hot and cold with me. I put it down to his burgeoning romance with Thea, but maybe the letter had been playing on his mind. He was an alpha in every way that counts, I said firmly. He looked after the home county's pack devotedly, and he cared for all the wolves in it. He tried to act for the greater good of all wolf-kind by trying to stop the black tourneys and rain. He was a good man. Archie nodded. His eyes filled, and he looked out of the window, rather than at me.
He was.
He stared blankly through the pane of glass.
He was the best of men.
His voice was thick. I let silence fall while he remembered his father. I was glad we were heading home without cars full of werewolf council members following us. I'd agreed to a gathering the following month where new werewolves would be appointed to fill the vacancies left by Ace Frost, Scott Larsden, and Nicholas Ramsey. I told the council to come up with a dozen nominees, and I would make the final appointment. I had also made it clear that there had to be some women amongst those nominees. I wouldn't appoint a woman who wasn't suited to the role, but if there was one who would make a good council member, I wanted her. I needed to start somewhere with the equality stuff, and where better than the council itself? It was late afternoon before we pulled through the mansion's gates, Archie said, as we rolled up the gravel path. In the middle of our manicured lawn was Nina, surrounded by dozens of tents. It looked like Reading Festival had suddenly pitched up at my home, not just because of the tents, but because of the vibe. Music was playing, people were sitting on bales of straw, and there was a real air of celebration. The smell of cooked meat floated on the breeze, and I could see Finley manning a barbecue with Noah and Ben. The loners. I had invited them to my land and offered them food and safety, but judging by all the tents, we didn't have quite enough accommodation for all of those that had suddenly popped up. "Archie!" I recognized Thea's West Country twang as she hurtled towards my fifth. She gave him a big hug, before pulling back and glancing over her shoulder at me. She looked at him inquiringly, and he shook his head a fraction. Relief flooded her face. Finley strode up and fell to his knees. What was it with people freaking kneeling to me all the time?
They respect us,
Esme said smugly,
as they should. My queen,
Finley said reverently.
You called the loners to you and they have answered. I'm so grateful.
His voice choked up as he looked at me from his place on the ground.
You've saved them like you saved me.
Finley, do stand up, I said awkwardly, and took his hand. You're kneeling in gravel. That can't be comfortable.
I would kneel on a bed of nails for you, my queen. I will follow you into the fires of hell.
Giggling broke out behind him. Over his shoulder, I saw 2 young girls playing tag. He followed my gaze.
Ava and Abigail were born lone,
he said softly.
Both of them are the product of rape.
My gut clenched. Tell me who.
The mothers have never spoken their names. They knew the rest of us would exact revenge no matter the cost, so they refused to speak.
I studied both girls. One of them looked entirely too familiar. How long has this lone community existed? I asked.
Decades.
Finley shrugged.
It has to move constantly to avoid the council's detection, and the black tourneys' net.
I shook my head in disbelief. Then you're not lone. Not truly, you are your own pack.
He sighed. I wish we were, but we're not. They can't be a pack, not without anyone willing to be alpha to them. They rule by committee as best they can, but none of the wolves like it. It adds an uneasiness that shouldn't be there.
It was on the tip of my tongue to offer myself as alpha, but I couldn't. If I took any more packs under my wing, I would paint an even bigger target on my back. Esme had said that taking control of each pack would be one sure way to become queen. But I didn't want to rule through constant death and challenges. Nor did I want to become a dictator. The Werewolf Council has its place too. We just needed to work together to find out what it was. We will find you the perfect alpha, I promised. We will make you into a proper pack. I had originally envisaged absorbing the lone wolves into my pack, but their numbers were far bigger than even Greg had envisaged. The records had suggested maybe 20 or 30, but there must have been triple that number or more. Why are there so many?
Many fake their deaths to escape their packs and evade the black tourneys,
Finley explained. I looked at him levelly. You didn't.
No, I didn't,
he said fiercely.
I wanted the black tourney to come for me so that I could kill as many of the bastards as possible.
A worthy goal, I agreed. But we'll bring them down another way.
How?
For now, through politics. And funding. I winked, then pulled out my phone and texted Kearns. I asked him to announce that I was making it illegal for any werewolf to fight in, or attend, a black tourney. It was already illegal under connection law, but I added my own hefty fine. Next, I emailed Inspector Elvira of the connection to let her know that if they caught any werewolves at a black tourney, they could throw the book at them, and I would financially cripple anyone stupid enough to attend. With our fast healing, werewolves have been a huge part of the tourney's attraction. Remove the wolves, take away the cash incentive, and I hoped that the tourneys would die a slow, painful death, taking their antiquated philosophy with them. Chapter 39. I tapped David on the shoulder. Come with me. A flash of apprehension washed over his face, and I grinned. Relax, it's nothing bad. I wanted to give you a new responsibility. He straightened his shoulders and smiled.
Yes, Mom.
Come and meet Nina. I walked to the cabin, but before I could knock, her door swung open in welcome. I stepped inside. The cozy fire was going, and it was warm and homely. A cup of tea winked into existence. You came back, Nina said excitedly. I said I would, I said aloud for David's benefit. And I've brought you a werewolf to talk to as well. His name's David. Give me a moment and I'll link you. I hummed a song, stretched my magic out to both of them, and established a light communication binding. There, I said with satisfaction. Nina, say hello to David. David, meet Nina. Hello, David, Nina said shyly. Eyes a little wide, David bowed and held a hand to his heart.
My honour to meet you, Miss Nina.
She gave a coquettish giggle. Nina has been alone for a very long time, I explained to David. She would love someone to come and talk with her every day, so I thought that when you come out to do some gardening, you could pop in here and have a chat with her. He smiled.
It would be my honour.
Wonderful. Nina, I also wondered how deep your roots go, and by that I mean how many rooms do you hold? I appear to have called a large volume of lone wolves to my door. Could you help with housing them? Inhabitants? She asked excitedly. The walls juddered, like she was jumping up and down with joy. If you'd like some, not permanently, but for now. Oh yes, I should like that very much. I have lots of materials stored, though I suspect I'll need some more wood, and perhaps some fabric for curtains and rugs and the like. Do you need me to bring you curtains and rugs, or just any old fabric? Anything will do. I need material to start with, then I can make what I need. But I can't create from nothing. Wonderful. I'll start my expansion immediately. I'll leave you and David to get acquainted. I'm sure he can help you with any questions you might have.
It'd be my honour to assist you, Miss Nina,
David said solemnly. I left them to it. I longed to find Ben and check he was adjusting, but I could see him grinning at Noah, laughing and joking by the barbecue. He didn't need me right now, and there were others that did. Greg had already opened the horse box, and Ivy was out, snuffling the lawn cautiously. Come on, I said to the unicorn. Let's go and find Aries. He'll know what to do with you. I made sure I had some mints in my pocket, and we headed into the woods. Esme longed to run, but Ivy hadn't been particularly comfortable with us in wolf form, so we resisted the urge for now. I took a few steps, but Ivy didn't follow me, so I reached out and sent her an image of Aries. Her ears pricked up instantly, and she gave a happy snuffle. This way, I told her. This time she followed me. The noise from the lone wolves' camp drifted on the air. Mostly it was the sound of laughter. It was beautiful, though not the calm quiet I had envisaged. Aries wasn't in his lean-to that David had made him, so we plunged deeper into the woods and found him sunbathing in a clearing at the other end of the property. Hey, Aries, I called. He opened his eyes lazily, but when he spotted my companion, he surged to his feet and gave an equine greeting. Ivy responded in kind, though the noise she made sounded plaintive. Aries trotted over, bowed his head to her once, then carefully leaned down and touched his horn to hers. Because I was nosy, I reached out with my magic and connected to them both. Images whirled between them, so fast they were dizzying. When Ivy showed the image of her deceased mum, Aries broke the connection and snorted with rage. He slammed his feet on the ground. The hair on his neck stood up, and he looked at me accusingly. Hey, I objected. You know I would never sanction that. He grunted and lowered his hackles, then turned back to Ivy, nuzzling her and offering comfort. They touched horns again, and this time I didn't intrude. As I sat on a boulder in the clearing and waited for them to finish communicating, I lifted my face to the sun and let the warmth fill me. A pointed snort from Aries grabbed my attention, and I opened my eyes. Yes? He swung his head to Ivy, then back to me. I reached out with my magic, and he sent me a series of images. Ivy running by his side. Ivy next to him at the lean-to. Ivy running along the perimeter of our lands with him. I blinked. You want her to stay? He pawed the floor once. Well, I said slowly, she's more than welcome, but werewolves killed her mum. Does she truly want to live here? I looked at the trembling foal, but then she also pawed the ground in affirmation. Okay, let's see how we all get on, shall we? She's most welcome. I'll get Finley to arrange for a delivery of raw meat and have it put by the lean-to. To emphasize my point, I sent Aries an image of a pile of raw burgers next to his shelter. He gave a happy whicker and nuzzled my shoulder. Then he caught the scent of the mints in my pocket and pointedly snuffled at it. I laughed and pulled them out, one for Aries and one for Ivy. Aries took his instantly and happily munched the peppermint treat. But Ivy sniffed my open palm cautiously. Aries gave her an encouraging nod, and finally she took the mint delicately with her teeth. She crunched it once and her eyes flew open. A few more chews, and she threw back her head and gave a happy neigh. Aries nudged my pocket again. One more, I conceded. A little bit of what we like is good now and again, but it won't be a treat if we have it all the time. This time, Ivy snatched the mint instantly. We had a new fan. I'll leave you two to get acquainted, I said. I'm going for a run. I looked at Ivy and sent her an image of me shifting into Esme as a gentle warning. If she was staying here, she'd have to face her fears. I couldn't forbid my wolves to shift on their own lands. Cruel as it was, Ivy would have to get used to it. I shifted. With my focus on Ivy, I forgot to remove my clothes. Bugger. Bye-bye boys' drool t-shirt. Damn it. Another pair of jeans had bitten the dust. I should have worn Terence. Esme held us perfectly still on 4 legs, as Aries came over and nuzzled us affectionately. He looked pointedly at Ivy. I thought he was asking too much of her, but the trembling foal came closer. To my surprise, Esme lay down and exposed our belly. I am no threat to you, youngling, she thought firmly. Ivy crept a little closer, sniffed us, then moved back quickly and leaned against Aries. It was a start. Once we were sure she was happy, we gently rolled to our feet and loped away. It was time to run. Chapter 40. Sides heaving, we trotted back happily to the mansion. The lone wolf's camp fell silent as we padded through it. The Queen! One of the girls cried excitedly. Ava or Abigail. How they recognized me in wolf form was beyond me. A toddler was tottering around near her. A boy. As we came closer, he looked at us, his eyes wide. Wolfie, I love it! He threw his arms around Esme's neck and she nuzzled him gently in return. Soft. He stroked us with doughy hands. Climb. He tried to get his chubby leg over our back. Chuckling in our head, Esme lowered herself so he could throw his leg over her back. He held the tufty fur on her neck as she carefully stood up. The little boy giggled, and the infectious sound filled the air as we gently moved around the camp in a small circle. We came to a stop in front of his obviously horrified mother. Oh my God, she said, eyes wide. I'm so sorry, Alpha. He meant no disrespect. The scent of her fear was sharp and acrid, and something twisted in our gut. The woman grabbed her son off of our back and instinctively twisted her body so that she would receive any punishment we doled out. Rage filled us. What had these wolves experienced to fear their Alpha so badly? All this wrongness must be ended. Pack was family. Carefully, so as not to scare her, Esme gently nuzzled the mother too. When she slowly untwisted her body and unscrewed her eyes, Esme licked her arm. Slowly, the scent of fear started to dissipate. It was still present, but less overwhelming. But though the fear was fading, jangled nerves were still there in every line of the woman's tense body. Let's shift back, I urged Esme. Yes, she agreed somberly. I shifted, and when I was back on 2 legs, I smiled at the woman. With human eyes, I could see her soft brown hair and her scared green eyes. Hello, I said. I'm Lucy. Who's this little charmer? My son's called Reed, Your Majesty. She gave an awkward curtsy. There's no need to curtsy to me, I said mildly. Not when there are no outsiders to see it, I amended. And especially not when I'm in the buff. I winked, and a small smile appeared on her face. Wolfie, Reed said to me, holding out his arms and kicking his little legs to come to me. I smiled. I don't think your mama is comfortable with me having hugs with you yet. Another day, little man. I tickled him under his arms, and he gave more peals of laughter. A sudden sharp longing took me off guard. The true surprise was that it wasn't my longing, but Esme's. You want a pup? I asked. Do you not? I blinked. Is this why you've been pushing the mating bomb with Greg so much? She sighed. Are you still angry about that? I do not understand why. Because you're forcing me to marry before I'm ready. And worse, you're forcing Greg too. She snorted. Greg moves at glacial speed. I'm assisting him. And you also. Once you are mated, Greg could not challenge you. He would never challenge me. Nothing is certain in this life but death, she said grimly. If he were to challenge us, he would win. Not because he is better or stronger, but because we would hesitate. Some days it's hard to share my skin with you, I grumped, but then I relented. Is it because you want pups? Yes, she finally admitted. I want our pups very much. I fell silent, but gave her a hug. The conversation had certainly given me food for thought. How could I bang on about equality and not give equal weight to my wolf's wants as to my own? I smiled at the mother. And what is your name? Nova, my queen. What a beautiful name. From behind me, my brother moaned dramatically. Oh my God, Ben groaned. My eyes, my poor eyes. Luce, put some clothes on. You're a wolf now, you have to get used to nudity, I called back. I excused myself from Nova and Reed to go to my brother. Sure, but not your nudity, he groused. He took off his apron, chucked it to me, and I pulled it on. Although the apron gave some modicum of cover, the reality was that my arse was hanging out. Prude, I teased. The shift had made me hungry, so I sat delicately on a prickly bale of straw next to Finley and wolfed down a few burgers. This was exactly what I needed, I told him and beamed. Just so you know, Aries seems to have adopted the baby unicorn we brought in earlier, so you'll need to increase Aries' food drops. Finley nodded. Okay. He looked at the masses around us. Again, he muttered under his breath. We have more than enough money, I murmured. Don't skimp on food. An army moved on its stomach, and so did a werewolf pack. Here. Nova came over with Reed on her hip and some colourful fabric in her hand. She passed it to me. It was a summer cover-up dress. I pulled off the apron and pulled it on. This is a great idea, I enthused. So much prettier than black tracksuits. Takes up less space in the bag too, though really only works as it gets warmer. We still need the trackies in winter. I bet, I grinned. Ugly tracksuits have their time and place, and that is in the depths of winter. Which is all the time in the UK, she joked. Though it's unseasonably warm this April. Climate change is doing its thing. I twirled, then fixed my brother with a mocking look. Is this better, Ben? 100%, he confirmed. I turned back to Nova. Thank you. I'll see it's laundered and brought back to you. She smiled. Not at all. It's a gift, my queen. She bobbed another curtsy. Then she and Reed swayed off together. You're good with them, Ben said softly, his tone surprised. You're a good queen. I gave a wry smile. I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. He grinned. So what's new? His smile faded. I mean it. You're good at this, Lucy. Thanks, and how are you and Rohan getting on? I remembered at the last minute to use the new name we'd given to Roan. Well, thank you. He's great. Ben kept his voice down and shot a look at Noah. How is he adjusting? I asked, also keeping my voice low. Okay, but I feel so bad. I already can't imagine not shifting, not having Rohan with me. It's bizarre how quickly he's become integral to me. I can't imagine having him taken away and given to someone else. I think I'd be mad with jealousy. I shook my head. Noah thought he was dead, lost forever. To have him back, it's a gift. Please share it with him, if you can. Ben looked at me wonderingly. When did you get so wise, Lucy Caboosey? I gave him a wry smile. I think it was around about the time that I nearly died. Ben nodded somberly. Nothing like a brush with death to give you an injection of perspective. His brush with death was no doubt still fresh in his mind. You're not wrong, I agreed. And on that note, how are you doing? He grimaced. I'm okay.
I put in for some emergency leave from my employer, which they granted. But I need to decide what I'm going to do long term." He paused. "I'd like to be helpful to the pack if I can, but I don't want you scratching around to find me work, and nor would I like to be bored."
"Ben, we had 2 people die on our lands last week. Nothing about pack life is boring."
"I heard about that. Are you any closer to tracking down Larsden's killer?"
It was my turn to grimace. "I'm pretty sure I've connected the dots. Now, I just need a confession." His eyebrows rose.
"You're going to do a Poirot-style accusation?"
"No, I don't want to humiliate the killer. I don't even really want to punish them. I need their side of events, but the clues are all pointing one way."
"Which way?"
I answered grimly that Larsden was a total asshole. Chapter 41. I was alone in my office when a timid knock sounded. Greg was running security checks with Jacob to make sure no one had been up to mischief during our brief absence. He was also checking that the Domini mole hadn't seen fit to plant bugs, though I was still hoping that the Domini presence had left when the council did. Ever the optimist. "Come in," I called. Thea Frost opened the door. Her red hair was tied in a simple plait, and she was dressed in clothes that weren't ripped and threadbare. Her shoulders were so curved that her collarbone looked concave. She'd come a long way since she'd arrived at my door, partly due to my pack accepting her, but also because she'd finally been reunited with her wolf, Sophie. It was that which had ultimately put her at the top of my suspect list. Larsden hadn't had any defensive wounds. He hadn't expected his killer to be able to harm him. And Thea had appeared as defenseless as a worm. Later that night, we'd seen Thea on the CCTV footage trotting in on 4 legs. It was rare for her to shift. Even rarer for her to walk as a wolf around the mansion. I'd been focused on finding the thief of Larsden's laptop at the time, but when I'd had time to stew on it, Thea's appearance as a wolf had been a huge red flag. When I dug into Larsden's character, I found that he had a reputation as a ladies' man, one who didn't take no for an answer. Finley's comments about Ava and Abigail cemented my suspicions, especially because one of them looked so much like Larsden that the resemblance could only be genetic. Then there was the fact that Larsden had been found so far out on my grounds where my pack knew there were no cameras. It was where they went when they wanted privacy. I guessed that Thea had gone out for some fresh air and peace. Predator that he was, Larsden had followed her. The lack of defensive wounds on him suggested that he hadn't had the chance to defend himself. He'd been shocked by her shift because Thea hadn't been able to shift before I'd had firm words with Sophie. Larsden would have known Ace Frost from their time together on the council, and, no doubt, Ace had complained about his defective, shifterless sister. I would bet good money that Larsden had followed Thea, looking for another notch on his belt, willing or not. He had thought her defenseless, and boy had she shown him that she wasn't. When he'd pressed his advances, Thea and Sophie had ended him, quite appropriately in my view. Panicking and not knowing that I would completely approve, she'd grabbed Archie and they'd concocted their tale of walking together and stumbling upon his body. That was why Thea had been in a fresh set of clothes that night. She shifted back and lost the jeans she'd been wearing during the day. After her panic shift, she had to pad into the mansion on 4 feet and get to her room where she'd pulled on a dress. I'd seen her on the CCTV footage, but at that time I hadn't connected the dots. I'd just been happy to see her and Sophie getting on so well. It was also why Thea had given Archie the side-eye when we'd come back. She was wondering if I had uncovered anything, but Archie had reassured her that I hadn't. I could understand Thea's decision not to come to me because she didn't know me well, and she'd come from a totally different pack environment. But Archie not coming to me stung. I trusted him enough to take him with me to claim a freaking talking crown, and he hadn't trusted me at all in return. Yes. It hurt. Thea sat in the chair and looked at me primly. "My queen," she greeted me. "Thea, thank you for coming." I steepled my hands and looked at her over the top of my fingers. "Be direct," Esme advised. "She's used to duplicity. She'll be less braced for the truth." She had a point. You killed Scott Larsson. I made it a statement. Thea swallowed hard and looked at me in panic, but no protests or denials fell from her lips. Tell me, I ordered. Her bottom lip trembled, then suddenly her eyes flashed golden as Sophie took over. He attacked us, she snarled. He wanted to mate. We said no, but he laughed at us and said that freaks like us didn't get to say no. She met my gaze with hard eyes. I told him in the only way a bastard like him would understand. I ripped out his throat. Please don't punish Thea for my actions. I looked at her, bemused. Why would I punish either of you? You defended yourself against unwanted advances, and self-defense is always valid. If he hadn't touched you, he wouldn't be dead. As far as I'm concerned, the matter is closed. Thea's eyes flashed blue. But he was a council member. He was a powerful man. He was soon to be an ex-council member. He sold details of lone wolves to the highest bidder at the Black Tourneys. The lones were captured and forced to fight to the death. All you did was speed up the inevitable. If you hadn't killed him, Esme and I would have. Oh my God. The rigidity left Thea's body, and she collapsed into her chair. I've been in pieces. I've been so scared. You're not even mad. Not in the slightest, I said cheerfully. I wish that you'd come forward and told me the truth, but I know that your trust is hard won, and we're not there yet. I'm sorry, she said in a small voice. Archie did say we should tell you, but I was scared. It's understandable. But please know that if anything like this ever happens again, I will kill the bastard for you. The girl dissolved into tears. I manoeuvred around the table, rubbed her back, and passed her a tissue as she fought to get herself under control. Thank you, Alpha, she said finally. There won't be any consequences. I shook my head. None, and no one except for Greg and I will know it was you that got rid of Larsden, though you may share it with whoever you feel inclined. Now, I fixed her with a slightly sterner look. Get Archie for me, will you? Chapter 42. Archie came before me, clearly forewarned and forearmed. He shut the door, strode forward and sank to his knees. Oh, get up, I said irritably. I can't see you from behind this ridiculously huge desk. As you wish, my queen. He stood up, then sank instead onto the guest chair opposite me. He kept his head bowed, and everything about him signalled contrition. It's no fun to tell him off now, Esme complained. He's already sorry. He is, I agreed. Archie, look at me. You know what I'm going to say. I should have told you about Larsden. I nodded. You should have told me about Larsden. His lips turned up a little as I repeated his words. If it had been my secret, I swear I would have, but it was not my head on the chopping block. No matter how much I reassured Thea that you wouldn't be angry, she's used to Alpha's doling out punishment first and asking questions later, if at all. I'm sorry. I really had been intending to chew him out, but his eyes were so earnest that I just couldn't. It's fine, I found myself saying. Damn me and my people-pleasing ways. But next time, come to me. If I find out you've been keeping something like this from me again, there will be consequences, I promised firmly. There. That was better, right? Of course, I had no idea what the consequences would be, but still, that was future Lucy's problem. Off you go. I dismissed him, feeling suddenly tired. Archie gave a low bow. Moments after the office door closed, Greg came in. Hey, Peaches. You okay? I smiled. Better now. I stood up, went to him and gave him a slow, languid kiss. God, I'd missed his scent swirling around me and making me love-drunk. He was such a good man. And he was mine. For now. I saw Archie leaving, he commented. Yeah, Thea killed Larsden in self-defense, and Archie helped her cover it up. His eyebrows rose. She confessed. Yeah. What did you do about it? Nothing. Larsden was an arsehole. He frowned. Council may not be happy with that. The council can go fuck themselves. Practically speaking, Esme said, that is unlikely. I giggled. Esme thinks it's unlikely the council will be able to fuck themselves.
Well, not by themselves, Greg said facetiously, but they could certainly fuck each other.
He sobered.
They'll want to know who killed Larsden.
And we're not going to tell them. We're going to tell them that the perpetrator has been found and dealt with, and that they don't need to know anything else. If Larsden's alpha has a problem with that, he can take it up with me.
Larsden was second to Rain.
Was he? I said with faux innocence, and batted my eyelashes. Well then, I guess Rain will have to come and speak to me.
On your land.
Greg grinned.
On your terms.
I smiled. Why? That just hadn't occurred to me.
Uh-huh.
He laughed.
I come with good news.
Great, that's my favourite type. I kissed his neck. Is the news it's time for us to get super naked together?
Are there degrees of naked?
Oh, yes, I purred. I'll show them to you later.
I'm totally in, but no. That wasn't my good news.
What is it?
Jacob's Seraph brothers have arrived and our skies are now secured.
I grinned. I bet just saying that gave you a semi. You and that roof. His eyes narrowed. Before I could say anything, he started tickling me mercilessly, and at some point the rolling around and laughing transformed to rolling around and kissing. Someone knocked at the door. We were only a few buttons away from being caught in flagrante delicto. We hastily stood up and straightened our clothing. Greg moved to sit behind the security desk. Come in, I called. Liam stuck his head around the door.
Sorry to disturb you, Alpha, but Mr. Alessandro's here to see you.
Which one? I asked. I had a wealth of Alessandro relatives. Liam cleared his throat.
The vampire one.
Wonderful. What could grandfather want now? I'll go and meet him in the garden. I started for the door, then turned back to Greg. Are you coming? His cheeks warmed.
Give me a minute,
he said from behind the desk, making me smirk. I'll meet you out there. I walked into the cool night air. As expected, my vampiric grandfather was lurking in the darkness. What I didn't expect was the rush of love, affection, and sheer adoration that swamped me at the sight of him. Nina's breaking of the memory wipe had given me a ton of new memories, and emotions that I had yet to process consciously because I'd immediately gone to my coronation bloodbath. There'd been no time to think about the memories that had been given back to me, to remember my mum's smile and my dad's laughter, to remember Shadow Grandfather, as my mum had called Alessandro, or Grandy Sandy, as I'd called him. Crossing the distance before I knew I was moving. Grandy Sandy, I said as I flew into his arms. Surprise written all over his face, he caught me and wrapped his arms around me. He smelled exactly like he'd done when I was a child, and his scent unlocked something in me. Suddenly, I was sobbing my heart out into the poor vampire's arms, as my childhood memories of love overwhelmed me. Grandad Sandy had visited me often, and he'd always brought Victoria sponge cake. He'd cooed over my scribbled artwork and my half-formed letters whilst I jabbered at him in an incomprehensible mix of barely understandable English and Italian. This man had saved my life. Even more, he had loved me for every minute of it.
What did you do?
Greg growled at Alessandro as he joined us. I gave a half laugh, half sob as I wiped my face. He didn't do anything, I managed. I took a shuddering breath. Sorry, Grandy Sandy, it all just hit me a bit. He studied me.
You had the clearing broken.
The seat of power did it, I explained.
Ah.
My adopted mum's name is Sandy, I pointed out. He nodded.
Yes.
You picked her because of your shared name. He let out a small breath.
I wanted you to have a Sandy in your life, even if it wasn't me. Plus, she was perfect, caring and kind, yet no nonsense and strong. I saw she treated her son. I watched her and Dennis before I placed you with them. It wasn't an easy decision, I promise you that. I agonized over whether to keep you or not, but your jaunt into the past had already told me it wasn't to be.
My heart ached. But I was done with tears, so I made a show of looking around. Where's my Victoria sponge cake, huh? A small smile graced his lips.
Next time. I promise.
His smile faded.
Though alas, I am here to tell you that there may not be a next time.
Why? What's happened? I demanded.
I've been challenged to a duel. Sadly, I'm a dead man walking.
He's always a dead man walking, Esme muttered. He's a vampire. I ignored her sassy input. Well, don't go to it, I said. The solution was obvious.
He smiled again. That isn't an option, darling girl. My honor is all I have left.
That's not true, I said stubbornly. You have me, us, all of us. You have a tribe of Alessandros, and we need you. You're our guardian. He shook his head.
I'm a guardian without magic. Without my fire magic, my death is a certainty. Though not necessarily during a duel, which I may well survive. But if I don't use the fire magic in the duel, then all and sundry will know that I no longer possess my flames.
I'll call Voltaire, I said desperately. Put a stop to it. Though how I'd accomplished that feat when Voltaire was gunning for me, I wasn't sure. Grandfather shook his head slowly.
Even a red guard can't stop it, Lucci.
He spoke my name as if it was spelled with an H. Lucci. A mangling of Lucy and Luciana. Then what's your plan? I asked huffily. You must have one.
He nodded slowly. Yes, I have.
Well, I said impatiently, tapping my toe. What is it? He gave me a wry smile.
I plan to die. Let's call that Plan B,
Greg suggested.
What is Plan A?
Alessandro asked. Greg shook his head.
I haven't figured that out yet.
But we will, I agreed. We had to. I was so done with losing my relatives. Losing Grandy Sandy wasn't an option. I would come up with a Plan A, even if it killed me. The End. Awakening of the Pack. Book 4 of the Other Wolf series, by Heather G. Harris, narrated by Elise Gibbs. The next book in the series is Resurgence of the Pack. If you'd like to support Heather on Patreon, a monthly subscription service, then you can do so from as little as $1 a month. If you'd like to hear about Heather's gossip, new releases and bargains, please sign up to her VIP newsletter at heathergharris.com/subscribe. And please do feel free to check out her direct store, where all sorts of goodies and merchandise awaits you.